prisoner. Well, what happens pursuant to our executive authority? We've detained the prisoner for treason. We've detained the prisoner because the prisoner is a threat to the security of the country. Is that enough? Is that showing enough? Or is there something more that has to be done? Or can then the prisoner respond? So as important a tool as habeas corpus is to protect and secure and sometimes gain liberty, it is also very important to know exactly how it functions. And that was something that was contested by some of the administration lawyers as they talked about how the habeas corpus petition should proceed. And then, of course, after Boumediene was decided in 2008, there were a large number of hearings where, because just getting the right to make a showing that you should be freed doesn't mean that you're going to be freed. And in fact, most of the petitioners weren't. But the years following 2008, up until recently, there was litigation where petitions were made, petitions were denied, the denial was appealed, and so forth. So that's not a particularly happy story in terms of liberty because most of the petitions were unsuccessful. But again, it does show that we're still talking about and trying to come to terms with this tool of protecting individual rights now.
All right, that's a good segue to our final segment of the panel. We do want to take questions from the audience, and we'll be happy to answer questions. The panelists will. I may not. I will if you ask. But first, I would like to say thank you for a terrific discussion for the panelists. Please join me in thanking all of the panelists. For the questions, if you come down to one of the microphones, or someone will hand you a microphone, well, I would appreciate it, so we can make sure that our audience who's not here in the auditorium also hears the question. And you can direct it to a panelist or to the panel in general, whatever you prefer. You can start.
Was the position of the Church of England affected in any way by Magna Carta?
Yes. The first clause of Magna Carta guarantees the liberty of the church. And it actually grew out of a huge controversy earlier in John's reign. John had refused to accept a candidate for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and this had ended up before the Pope to resolve, and the Pope had imposed his own candidate, Stephen Langton, as Archbishop, and John would not allow this Archbishop into the kingdom. This was probably, on the whole, a bad move on John's part because the Archbishop of Canterbury was ultimately accepted after an interdict, 7 years when the church went on strike in England and no masses could be said, and finally John had to cave, and he actually surrendered the kingdom to the hands of the Pope as a fief. But Stephen Langton, that Archbishop, he eventually had to accept him. And Stephen Langton was right there at Runnymede, and he was probably the author of the first clause of Magna Carta that insisted on the liberty of the church, and what that meant was hands off of elections to bishoprics. So it was, in a sense, it was a very self-interested clause from the Archbishop of Canterbury's point of view, but that clause is still in force in England today. There are only 3.5 clauses of Magna Carta that are still on the books in England. All the others have been repealed. But the liberty of the church is still part of English law to this day.
And an important part of our Bill of Rights as well.
Can I just add as an appendix?
Sure.
You know, that the issue, that confrontation of church and state was something that there had been a lot of practice with. Going back many centuries, the earliest English law code we have from around the year 600 has protection of the clergy in there and trying to sort out what their relationship is to the state. But in the 12th century alone, leading up to Magna Carta, there were archbishops who went into exile, most famously Becket, who was then murdered by enthusiastic knights. And that was also a moment that prompted a lot of soul-searching about English law, because that's when we have the bulk of our 12th century manuscripts of law produced. And I think it's just in response to Henry saying, I know what the laws are, and Becket saying, I know what the laws are. People start to look. And so they're trying to figure out what the liberty of the church is, how much freedom should it have, and how do you get a king who is otherwise out hunting, to actually honor these promises.
My question over here.
The title of this panel is Magna Carta and the Constitution, but most countries have constitutions. Can you talk a little bit about the effect of Magna Carta on the constitutions of other countries?
I couldn't. Maybe the panelists can.
Well, one thing that's actually quite interesting is the impact of Magna Carta via the English Bill of Rights on the European Constitution. And there's a tremendous irony at the heart of this, because a lot of these English rights inspired the creators of the European Union. And of course, what's happening in Britain right now, they're actively talking about withdrawing from the European Union. And one of the things that they're concerned about right now is the Human Rights Act in Britain, which is a provision that regulates appeals to the European Human Rights Court, and they're trying to repeal it and institute a new provision that puts everything on a basis that stays in Britain so that they have no connection to what's going on the continent. So there's a tension here where you've got the British who inspired the Europeans trying to get out of the European construct altogether. So Magna Carta has had some interesting effects around the world.
Your question does raise one other thing in my mind, and that is the controversy in our own Supreme Court about whether they should ever cite foreign law. But apparently Magna Carta is not considered foreign law since they cited it today. Question over here.
Well, just to comment just quickly on the irony, I mean, to me, I mentioned it to the speaker this afternoon, that you have to essentially be strip searched to come to view these documents that actually are supposed to be about our freedom is rather ironic to me. But regarding the build-up to...
I think that's a terrific comment, but it is society today.
Well, and I was actually talking with the speaker this afternoon about just the working hypothesis that I've come to, having had everything that I've owned taken from me over the last 4 years by police or state or county enforcing laws that either didn't exist or were not based on data. But the question or comment I have is regarding the lands that were taken in coastal France. And then you were commenting about the money that was coming to England from those lands. And I'm, always thinking about resources. So was that a fishery issue, in that the fisheries that, were very productive in the coast of France, was that the money that was actually supplying John or England with resources to do what they were doing?
Not primarily.
No, okay.
I mean, these were actual tax revenues that were coming into the treasuries in these different French domains. So there was a treasury in Normandy, there was a treasury in Anjou, and that money was now going to the treasury in Paris instead of to England.
Well, I guess my question, though, is the taxes were being levied on on what production of goods? Was it coming from, I guess, farmlands as well as coastal fisheries?
Mostly land, and other kinds of trade.
And I'm coming at this because while I was defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak in 2013, I was reading a book called The Mortal Sea, and it was a history of the North Atlantic fisheries, and it was actually starting in 900 AD because the author was making the point that by that time the onshore fisheries in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe had been depleted due to human innovation, and that was actually when coastal fisheries were actually starting to develop. And so he's tracking this development of the progression of the depletion of the fisheries, starting in the Eastern Atlantic, moving to the North Atlantic, and then progressing into the Western Atlantic. And it's
There's a
interesting.
question
he
there
notes,
somewhere, right?
yeah, well, I'm sorry. Well, he's just noting that in this, when the fisheries were depleted to the point where the Western Atlantic was being affected, the interesting thing in the colonies was there were laws that were basically regulating the fisheries. The irony was those laws were passed by the biggest profiters of the fisheries, and therefore the fisheries continued to decline. And he notes that by the 1800s, the King of England then commissioned a study of the scientific community in England to figure out what they could do. They looked at their research, they came back to the king, and they said, you know, there's nothing we can do. The people fishing have to regulate themselves. And he notes that the King of England at that time put his stamp of approval on that. And so it was ironic to me. I'm reading this while I'm defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court on charges against me because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak, which those charges were ultimately dropped because the state had no data to support closing all these waters. It's just ironic that we live in a culture that's so wealthy. More and more what I'm seeing is, like the Magna Carta, the laws typically are the result of people being sedentary because of their wealth, and therefore there's actually cognitive consequences due to being sitting that creates a lot of fear. And that's something that's at play, I think, especially with 9/11 and these drone strikes and more, especially with our country. Just
Okay,
thoughts.
we got the point. Let me go to the question over here. Go ahead.
Hi, my question is about the signers of the Magna Carta and the number of them and whether that number changes. Are there more Baron families added? Do the sons as barons die off, do the sons sign off on these different versions of the Magna Carta? I'm trying to do I haven't really found the direct genealogy link yet, but there seems to be, I'm tracing a family right now in particular, and so I have a question around the signers.
Well, I think the farther back you go, the better your chances are of being connected to people who matter. It's pretty easy, I think, for most Americans to somehow hook up into the lower nobility by the 1400s and then to potentially be descendants of one of these barons. There's an organization, of the Barons and Dames of Magna Carta, I think is what it's called. It's an international organization. Oh. And you might want to consult with them because they see it as their task to keep tabs and to verify who is connected. And each time Magna Carta gets reconfirmed, you have new signatories. So in 1225, when it comes out, and that's the official version, that's the one that's trimmed down, the king's okay with it, and it's the one that gets trotted out every time. Only 3 of the barons who had originally signed 1215 are alive to sign, and they're, I think, sons of 3 others, and that's it. So, but it's a whole new batch. But I don't know if they count. You'd have to actually talk to the organization. I think it's just 1215 is all they care about. Maybe there should be like separate organizations for each engrossment. They could have a big jamboree every summer.
That's a great answer. Yes, sir.
I was at the Jefferson Memorial the other day and reading one of those tableaus, quotes from Jefferson in the memorial, and I'll make a hash of it but be brief, that in a letter to a Virginian, he said that laws that do not change would be the same as a man putting on a coat that he wore as a boy. And being also a liberal arts student and knowing that Wikipedia is the authority on all things, I wanted to ask the notion of the strict constructionists which used to be called originalists according to Wikipedia, that how could you not see the Magna Carta seemed from listening to you like a negotiating document as a basis, as you said, Judge, about what you could tell by what it was in there, what King John was doing. So that's where I'm a little confused about how you could have such a wide gulf between this idea of negotiation that changes versus these are words that are iron-bound and I can tell what somebody 200 years ago had in their head. You can tell my position. I'd enjoy your comments on that.
Can I leap into that? I'm a historian. I'm not a lawyer, and this actually taps the great divide between how we see things. Historians look at these laws from the past and we say these are artifacts. And they worked in their culture in different ways. And historians look at Magna Carta and they see a whole series of documents there were negotiations, there were interpretations, misinterpretations, reinterpretations, all kinds of strange things going on perfectly fine in history. The moment you say, but this needs to be the foundation for things we do in the present, and the present is a moving target, that's when you run into problems. But that's essentially what law does. And it works in a system of precedent. If you talk to an audience of historians, they'd all nod and say, absolutely, we're on your team. Talk to lawyers and they say, well, even if they're not strict constructionists, they say, well, you do have some problems, because how then can law provide the stability and predictability that is part of due process, which is one of these great things that we have in our system. And so they don't see a historical way out of that. And historians don't actually know how to advise lawyers either on how to take this into account. As a legal historian, I go to conferences and they're evenly divided. They're the lawyers, the historians, and we all talk to one another and nobody really understands one another. So, and the matter of originalism, the op-ed I wrote for today was taking a shot at that, but it's a standard historical shot that basically Cook reinterprets it. That's a good thing. He reuses the words in different ways, and none of us should be unhappy with that. And that's simply how language operates. But I do think that what the labels that you're talking about are inventions of the present. It's just ways we have of sorting out something that's inherently messy and doesn't work. That's the great message of Magna Carta at 800 is, so what are you going to show me for the next 800? Because there's a lot of work left undone, and the judicial system, especially in criminal law, is as imperfect as it ever was. I don't see a great advance, but I'm looking at it for several thousand years.
But as the historian, and yet we have for the last 200 years in our country.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there is an image of Edward Cook on the bronze doors into the Supreme Court chamber.
That's right.
Have it removed. Replaced with
There'd
Stephen
be at least
Langton.
one vote for that.
Can I jump into that?
Yeah.
This goes to the reason I went like this earlier and was skeptical about the British Constitution. There are two ways that you can change with the time law, or you can change the interpretation of the law. And there are two different ways you can go with that. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to our Constitution versus the British Constitution, in scare quotes, that is basically whatever they say it is at any particular time. Their system is far more flexible than ours. It's very malleable. They can change very big things about their system of government, basically with a majority vote in the House of Commons. 1999, they got rid of all but 92 hereditary peers in the House of Lords. Boom, like that. All they needed was a Labor majority to do that. Lord, whoever, your family's been sitting in the House of Lords for 700 years, too bad. They created a Supreme Court. They hadn't had one. They created an entire branch of government, basically, like that. Vote in the House of Commons. We have only amended our Constitution 27 times. And 10 of those amendments were done in the first 2 years, right? So it's a very, very different way of proceeding. What we have to do, if we want to change with the times, is to see things in our Constitution that nobody knew were there. That's really where the ends up.
That's right. Your question.
The seeds and evolution you've described of the limit of power on government through English, this history and consequent colonial and American culture, are there any other examples of this throughout the world of a people or a government submitting to such limitations? Or is this sort of a unique English culture thing?
It wasn't unique at the time, in fact. The period of the early 13th century was a period when a lot of charters of liberties were being issued. You could see them in Spain at the time, in Poland. So this was a trend around Europe at the time. The thing is that all of the others basically went by the boards. The English one is the only one that remained salient. So it was the sort of lone survivor of a trend that was very
Well,
operative
I
at the
will
time.
add to that. I mean, from my point of view, as a judge appointed for life who can do whatever I think is right, I see foreign judges who come to visit in Washington, and I try to describe our American system of justice to them. And they all have great constitutions, and they all have lots of things on paper that sound terrific. But push comes to shove, if they can be replaced by the king or the ruler of the country easily, it has to affect how they rule in cases. We've never impeached a judge in our history for how they ruled in a case. We've been fortunate. There was an effort to do it one time with the Supreme Court justice. It failed. And we've never impeached a judge because of how they ruled in a case. They have only been impeached when they got in some other trouble. As we know, sometimes that happens. But judges are free to do what they think is right. And it's an independence of our judiciary that really doesn't exist in many countries. So that whatever they have in their constitution, or whether they have something like the Magna Carta, is really less important than the way their judiciary functions and whether it has independence. So from my point of view, one of the most important things of our system of justice and separation of powers that started with the Magna Carta and empowering judges to decide when the king is violating the law, our system of justice ensures that we have that independence, which I think is one of the geniuses of our system.
Can I add, as an appendix to that, the place where I'd start to look for the explanation, because I was thinking about this as you were talking, and it's very marked difference in systems, is that all of continental Europe in the Middle Ages and early modern period ends up following the Justinianic Code, which also gets shipped out to weird places like South Africa and so on. And it's an autocratic system. It's a system that operates very top-down, where the English system, if we can talk about their constitution being flexible now, what was it back in the Middle Ages? It was, kings negotiated with barons. There were frequent rebellions and civil wars, not as bad as the Spanish, and there were moments of autocracy. But in the end, the whole legal system is founded on judicial precedent, really. So there must be something in that explains why this particular Charter of Liberties lasts. And not just that England had better librarians who kept copies.
I think that's right. Yes, sir.
That's sort of along the lines of the question I was going to ask, which would be, given the fact that during this period, of late medieval history, there were a lot of people trying to use law for different purposes. I've read that the rulers were typically fostering the start of the study of canon law and fostering the origin of the universities, in part to use the rule of the church's law to help justify their own rule. But what was in it for the English barons at this time that caused them, even though bad King John, as we call him, was so very bad, what do you think prompted them to turn to law in this case, as opposed to the usual solution, which was to go sack his castles and burn and choose another king the old-fashioned way?
I've written on this. I thought it suitably obscure, but you've asked the question. And the difference is the English develop, and you don't see this anywhere in continental Europe, a literature of complaint that is founded on law. And so the way you complain about a monarch is with legal texts. That tends to be the focus. And you also produce legal texts as part of that. And so I study what are called Anglo-Norman legal apocrypha. If that doesn't put you to sleep, nothing will. And what that means is texts whose authority is unknown and produced in the post-conquest period. And there are forgeries and frauds, and they are loved by the English. And especially after Becket, the English who are resentful of the king, I think it's the bishops, are making copies of these and then using them to argue their cases. Not in the sense of they're citing it, but they're getting fuel to the fact that things, if the king is going to point to the past and say, that's the way I am, we have the evidence against him. So that's how they begin to complain to monarchs. And I think that actually plays in. The text I mentioned earlier, the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum, is produced in 1206 probably. And it's people, some of the same people involved in the Magna Carta debate have chosen the vehicle of this huge compendious list of all the laws of England translated into Latin, into which they've inserted principles that they want to govern things. That is their big strike. It doesn't go anywhere. And then you end up with the developments in the Civil War and Magna Carta.
Let me just add to that once King John repudiates Magna Carta, the barons do choose an alternate claimant to the throne. They actually offer the throne to Prince Louis of France, who is the son of the King of France, who had had the whole conflict with John in the first place. And they invite Prince Louis of France onto English soil with a French army and attempt to depose King John. So if you're not going to follow the law, we're going to replace you. And that's something that the English do repeatedly. And the last time they do it is with the Glorious Revolution. And when James II, the Stuart king, is deposed, and one of the reasons that he's deposed is because he interferes with the independence of the judiciary. That's one of the things that really, it's a straw that breaks the camel's back when he tries to fire justices for ruling against the king.
One last question over here.
Yeah, hi, Elaine Middleman.
Hi, Elaine.
Hi, Judge Lamberth. Former Chief Judge Lamberth, I should say. I recently was in a conversation with another lawyer. The Supreme Court has a case called Garcetti, which limited employee speech under the First Amendment. And this lawyer just had argued a case in the Connecticut Supreme Court, and I was reading about it, and the Connecticut judges said, well, we're going to have a higher standard than the federal. And I just thought that was pretty shocking. And I was wondering if the Magna Carta made some distinction between state constitutions and laws and federal.
In its origins, no. I mean, because it is just a statement about the realm, however fuzzy its borders. How it gets used, I don't know. I mean, is there anything about state interpretations versus federal interpretations or uses of Magna Carta?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, when you think about, I mean, this is more broadly about state versus federal law. I mean, one of the metaphors that's used is that the state can set a higher ceiling but not a lower floor. So the state can give rights beyond what the federal government requires but can't set the level of rights lower. So this is more responding just to how this happens in U.S. law. But I think it happens because we have this strong tradition of states' rights and that states are sensitive about what they're let alone to do.
Good. Well, on behalf of all of us in the audience, I want to thank Rob and Jenny and Bruce for a very enlightening discussion. I also want to thank all of you hardy souls for showing up on a night like this. So I commend you for being here. I didn't think there'd be that much interest in Magna Carta, so I'm glad to see you all here.
He had an ex-wife, and he made Isabel of Angoulême and the first wife live together under the same roof. That was the sort of charming fellow he was. When Isabel of Angoulême, when King John died, Isabel of Angoulême returned to France, never mentioned King John again, and married the son of the original fiancé. Not joking, really happens.
women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
And we're putting the first statue of real women in the park. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
Starting this fall, 2019, there will be 19.2 million college students in this country. Out of those, more than 11 million, a little more, 11.2, are women. If all these young ladies, these women, went out and voted, then we would see men and women in office who represent what matters to us as women. We're going to have our reproductive rights protected. We're going to have equal pay. We're going to have childcare.
Keep on representing, baby. We're going to ignite their minds.
Ignite their minds.
Their passion.
Their passions.
Let them feel it, understand it, explore it.
I was born Ida B. Wells in Holly Springs, Mississippi, before the close of the Civil War. My parents, who had been slaves and married as such, were married again after freedom came. My father had been taught the carpenter's trade, and my mother was a famous cook. My father, called Jim, was the son of his master and one of his slave women, Peggy. Mr. Wells had no children by his wife, and my father grew up on the plantation. He knew little of the cruelties of slavery. I do not remember when or where I started school. My earliest recollections are of reading the newspaper to my father and an admiring group of his friends. The Freeman's Aid had established in 1866 one of its schools in our town. It was called Shaw University then, but is now Russ College. I was visiting my grandmother down on the farm when life became a reality to me. One day, a hail at the gate brought me to the door. 3 horsemen were there, and one of them handed me a letter telling the progress of the yellow fever, and these words leaped out at me. Jim and Lizzie Wells have both died of the fever. I wanted to go home at once. I was the oldest of 7 living children. There was nobody but me to look after them now. I got home, with the fever. All had had slight attacks of it, save Eugenia, my older sister, who was paralytic. The baby, Stanley, had died. So I took the examination for a country school teacher, and I got a school 6 miles out in the country. After one term, I went to Memphis on an invitation of an aunt. My Aunt Belle said she would take care of Eugenia. My 2 brothers were put to work on their farm, and I took the 2 little girls with me to Memphis. I secured a school in Shelby County, Tennessee, which paid a better salary. One day, while riding on the train back to my school, May 4th, 1884, I took a seat in the latest coach, as usual. The conductor took my ticket, then handed it back to me, and told me that he couldn't take my ticket there. In a little while, when he finished taking tickets, he came back and told me I would have to go in the other car. I refused, saying that the forward car was a smoker, and as I was in the latest car, I proposed to stay. He tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm, I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand I had braced my feet against the seat in front and was holding to the back. He went forward and got the baggage man and another man to help him. And of course, they succeeded in dragging me out. They were encouraged to do this by the attitude of white ladies and gentlemen, some applauding the conductor for his brave stand. I hired a colored lawyer to bring suit against the railroad. After months of delay, I found out he had been bought off. I had to get a white one. Judge Greer kept his word, and in the circuit court, Judge Pierce, an ex-Union soldier, awarded me damages of $500. The railroad appealed the case to the state Supreme Court, which reversed the findings of the lower court. In the year 1886, I taught in California, Missouri, and Tennessee. I never cared for teaching, but I had always been very conscientious in trying to do my work honestly. The correspondence I had built up in newspaper work gave me an outlet. The Reverend William J. Simmons, D.D., could not resist the opportunity to look up the brilliant Iola, my pen name. He wanted me as a correspondent of his paper and offered me $1 a letter weekly. For the next 3 years, I was on staff of the American Baptists. Dr. Simmons encouraged me to be a newspaper woman. I bought 1/3 interest in Free Speech and Headlight of Memphis. I was editor. Things went along smoothly for the next 2 years until an article I had written about the city schools. I was still teaching. Yet, I felt some protests should be made over the conditions in the colored schools. While I was thus carrying on the work of my newspaper and had proved that I could make a living of it, there came the lynching in Memphis, which changed my whole life. Because I saw the chance to be of more service to the cause, I took a position on the New York Age and continued to fight against lynching and lynchers. About 2 months after my appearance in the New York Age, 2 colored women said they thought that the women of New York and Brooklyn should do something to show appreciation for my work. This led to meetings, which grew in interest and numbers, and culminating in a testimonial at Lyric Hall on October 5th, 1892. The slogan adopted was to raise enough to enable Miss Wells to publish her paper, Free Speech, again. The older inhabitants conceded this testimonial to be the greatest demonstration attempted by race women for one of their number. The best womanhood women array. It was the beginning of the club movement among colored women in this country. The women of New York and Brooklyn decided to continue the organization, which they called the Women's Lawyer Union. Later on, women in Boston organized themselves into Women's Era Club of that city. Another great result of that wonderful testimony in New York was an invitation to England and the beginning of a worldwide campaign against lynching. When I finished my work in England, I went to Chicago and the 1893 World's Fair. The Georgie Club set aside Thursday afternoon as Ladies' Day and invited me to speak to the club. I told them of the club movement in the East and urged them to consider establishing an organization of their own in Chicago. The outcome was the permanent organization of what was called the Chicago Women's Club. I took work on the Chicago Conservatoire, settled down to make Chicago my home, and develop the Women's Club. Then I was invited to return to England and sail the following February, 1894. During my absence, the club applied to the state for a charter and took my name for its own. Upon return in August, I came to Chicago. The Ida B. Wells Club took a leading part in helping to arrange a wonderful program. Mr. F.L. Barnett presided. One evening, at the close of an address in Rochester, New York, a young man sneeringly asked, if colored people were so badly treated in the South, why didn't more of them come north? Miss Susan B. Anthony said, I'll answer that question. It is because we here in the North do not treat Negroes any better than they do in the South. She strove to inform her townspeople on this subject too. As her guest, she remarked to me at the breakfast table that I could use the stenographer to help with my correspondence. When she returned, she found me busily engaged. Did my secretary come? I said, no. She went into her office, came back into my room and said, well, she's gone. I said, who? She said, the stenographer. I asked her, why didn't you tell Miss Wells what I said about writing some letters for her? Then the girl said, it's all right for you, Miss Anthony, to treat Negroes as equals. But I refuse to take dictation from a colored woman. Indeed, said Miss Anthony. Miss Wells is my guest, and any insult to her is an insult to me. Come, get your bonnet and go. Those were precious days in which I sat at the feet of this pioneer and veteran in the work of women's suffrage. But she also told me that when the Equal Suffrage Association went to Atlanta, she asked Frederick Douglass not to come because she did not want him to be subjected to humiliation. And she didn't want anything to get in the way of bringing the Southern white women into our suffrage association. And you think I was wrong in doing so, she asked. I said yes, because she confirmed white women in their attitude of segregation. She showed no resentment of my attitude and seemed eager to hear all sides of my question. On June 27, 1895, I was married in the city of Chicago to attorney F.L. Barnett. When the Ida B. Wells Club knew about it, they asked for the privilege of giving me a reception and managing the whole affair. The Women's Republic State Central Committee attended in a body, accompanied by their husbands. The church was filled to overflowing. I decided to continue work as a journalist, for this was my first, and might be said, my only love. I had already purchased the conservatory from Mr. Barnett and others who owned it. My duties as editor as president of the Ida B. Wells Women's Club, as speaker in many white women's clubs, kept me pretty busy, but not too busy to give birth to a male child, March 23, 1896. When the meeting of the Association of Colored Women's Clubs was called in Washington, I was present with my 4-month-old baby. It was a famous gathering of famous women. There was the only daughter of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Mrs. Booker T. Washington, and Mrs. Church Terrell, who was believed to be the most highly educated woman we had in the race. She was chosen president of the Consolidated Organization. In September, I found the political pot beginning to boil. Our Women's State Central Committee wanted me to travel throughout the state again. I said I would. I greatly enjoyed these meetings and the opportunity to show the women of the state why they should organize. In only a few instances did I see any of my own people. For if the white women were backward in political matters, our own women were even more so. About 1913, the Illinois legislature was considering enfranchising the women voters of the state. I had been a member of the Women's Suffrage Association all during my residence in Illinois. When I saw that we were likely to have a restricted suffrage, and the white women of the organization were working like beavers to bring it about, I organized what became known as the Afro Suffrage Club with a white colleague, Belle Squire. I was elected president and delegated to attend the March 1913 parade, sponsored by the National American Woman Suffrage Association in the nation's capital. But because of racist attitudes, colored women were relegated to the back of the line. I refused and told them that the Southern women had tried to evade the question time and time again by giving some excuse or other every time it had been brought up. If the Illinois women did not take a stand now in this great Democratic parade, then the colored women were lost. I declared, I shall not march at all unless I can march under the Illinois banner. I was asked to come down here to march with the other women of our state, and I intend to do so or not take part in the parade at all. Either I go with you or not at all. I am not taking this stand because I personally wish for recognition. I am doing it for the future benefit of my whole race. And I left. But as the delegates marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, I quietly walked out calmly to the delegation and assumed my place alongside Belle Squire and Virginia Brooks in the Illinois delegation. I had a smile on my face. By the end of June 1913, Illinois became the first state east of the Mississippi River to enfranchise its women. We could vote in municipal, presidential, and in some state contests. We, the women of the Afro Suffrage Club, wasted no time. We canvassed the neighborhood block by block, asking women to register so that they would help put a colored man on the city council. By 1916, the Alpha Suffrage Club had 200 members, and that year, we helped elect Chicago's first black alderman, Oscar D. Priest. I continued to work actively for civic, social, political, and racial justice. And in 1930, I ran for state senator as an independent, but lost to the incumbent. I leave you with one thought. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, which should be exercised in the preservation of our rights.
This is a story about a colored woman living in a white world. It cannot possibly be the story of a white woman. A white woman has one handicap to overcome, that of sex. I have two, that of sex and race. I was born Mary Eliza Church on September 23, 1863, in Memphis, Tennessee. Both of my parents were slaves. My father, Robert Reed Church, was the son of Captain Charles B. Church and a slave named Emmeline, who was taken west by her owners. My father's father gave him everything that he wanted. My mother, Louisa Ayers, was a lady's maid and later opened a hair salon, first in Memphis, then in New York. She had been taught to read and write and even had French lessons. My father bought a saloon, and we lived in a suburb of the city where my first playmates were white. Once, when we visited Captain Church on a Sunday, I said, "Captain Church is certainly very good to us, Papa. And you know what? You look just like him." "I reckon you do, because he likes you." That's when I learned he was my white grandfather. My parents divorced when I was about 6, and my brother Thomas and I went to live with my mother. When I was 7, I was sent to Ohio to a model school on Antioch, Oberlin, and later Oberlin College. During this time, my father became the first black millionaire in the South. In 1884, I graduated from Oberlin College, where I had prepared myself for a day when I could promote the welfare of my race. My father did not understand, and he wanted me to be a lady. Most girls run away to get married. I ran away to teach. In 1885, I was on the faculty of Wilberforce University in Ohio, and the following year, I moved to Washington, D.C. to teach Latin at the colored high school there. Robert H. Terrell was the head of my department. Then, in 1888, my father offered to send me to Europe to study. So I spent 2 years learning French, German, and Italian, where I experienced art galleries, museums, opera, theater, and cathedrals. I renewed my friendship with Robert Terrell when I returned to Washington to teach Latin and German the following year. In 1891, we were married. I plunged into activity, becoming the president of Bethel Literary and Historical Society, a member of the District of Columbia Board of Education, the first black woman in the country to receive such an appointment, and most importantly, I co-founded the Colored Women's League of Washington. I had always been a suffragist. And when we merged with more than 100 women's clubs in 1896 to become the National Association of Colored Women, I was elected president and served for 5 years. Our motto, lifting as we climb. In union there is strength, is a truism. Acting upon this principle, the colored women of the United States banded together to fulfill a mission to which they felt particularly. Women of our race became partners in great progress and reform. Nothing was nearer to our hearts than our children. We needed free kindergarten in cities, and the women of the National Association saw to it that even the little strays of the alleys came in contact with intelligence and virtue. The women of the masses needed more knowledge. So, we taught mothers in families and had mothers' congresses in every community. Lifting as we climbed, we looked forward to the future, large with promise and hope. I organized and I corresponded with club leaders. I publicized successes and traveled miles each year to address meetings. And I served as an unofficial ambassador to predominantly white women's organizations. I had always attended conventions of the National Women's Suffrage Association. On one occasion, when members were preparing a protest against an injustice, I asked that the resolution include the injustices of which colored people are victims. Susan B. Anthony asked me to word the resolution I wished to have included, and she invited me to become a member of the association. We became friends, and I spoke at many suffrage meetings and conventions at her invitation. When I became a professional lecturer, I always put the colored women in a favorable light every time I addressed an audience of white people. In 1904, I was invited to deliver an address to the International Council of Women in Berlin. I proudly represented not just the American suffrage movement, but the experiences of African American women as well. When I realized that the audience would prefer I give the speech in German, I addressed them in German. Then, my friend Susan B. Anthony asked me to attend the 60th anniversary of the Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York in 1908. I admonished my sisters of the dominant race at the National American Women's Suffrage Association 4 years earlier to stand up not only for the oppressed sex, but also for the oppressed race. Unfortunately, that call was rarely heeded. My suffrage philosophy was an intersectional vision that embraced both race and gender. Like Sojourner Truth and Ida B. Wells Barnett, I believe that however much white women needed suffrage, colored women needed it more, and we all needed universal suffrage. When Alice Paul founded the National Women's Party in 1913 and staged marches in front of the White House, I often joined the pickets. That same year, I marched in the suffrage parade from with other black marches to a separate section so as not to offend the sensibilities of the white Southerners. I had to demonstrate that African American women wanted and deserved the vote just as much as white women. My daughter Phyllis and I took a turn on the National Women's Party picket lines outside the White House in 1917. And even though we avoided arrest, we were later awarded the special prison pen created for those women who had been jailed in these public protests. I was honored to be selected as a delegate to the International Congress of Women for Permanent Peace Conference in mid-May of 1919 in Zurich, Switzerland. Jane Addams and Jeannette Rankin were two of my companions. Jeannette Rankin from Montana was the first woman elected to the U.S. Congress in 1916, 4 years before women received the vote nationally. I experienced one of the greatest moments of my life when I addressed 3,000 people. Speaking in German, as I had done 15 years before, I said, "You may talk about permanent peace until doomsday, but the world will never have it until the dark races are given a square deal." Then I offered a resolution to the convention. We believe no human being should be deprived of an education, prevented from earning a living, debarred from any legitimate pursuit in which he chooses to engage, or be subjected to humiliation of various kinds on account of race, color, or creed. The convention unanimously adopted my resolution. It was the greatest night of my life. If I had died that night, I felt that after the work I had accomplished for a persecuted race, I would not have lived in vain. The 19th Amendment was ratified August 26th, 1920. That's 100 years ago. Women voters were eligible to vote nationwide in the November presidential election. Black women eagerly registered to vote. But when the Women's Party had a victory celebration in 1921, and I read a statement urging Congress to investigate the disenfranchisement of black women in the South, Alice Paul would not say that she endorsed the enforcement of the 19th Amendment for all women. Just the same, I spent my days convincing women that they must vote. And I wanted to reach each and every woman in each and every campaigner's state so that she would register and vote for Warren G. Harding as president and Calvin Coolidge as vice president. Harding was a Republican, and he had offered to support the Anthony Amendment. And in spite of my husband's death in December 1925, I kept fighting on. In 1929, when Congresswoman Ruth Hannah McCormick decided to run for the United States Senate, she asked me to come to Illinois to take charge of the campaign among black women. I spent months traveling through the states lining up votes for McCormick. 3 years later, I was in New York to work for the re-election of Herbert Hoover with the Republican National Committee. But not surprisingly, when I applied for membership in the American Association of University Women in 1946, the Washington chapter rejected my application. I believe I would have been a complete coward unless I opened the way for other colored women. And I appealed to the AAUW's National Board. After 3 years, the members voted to welcome black women with open arms. At 86 years old. I was admitted to the Washington branch. My advice to the timid is keep going, keep insisting, keep on fighting injustice. Fight on.
I stand before you as a convicted criminal. In 1872, the judge said, "President," and he ordered me to pay a fine. I refused because resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. And I never did pay a fine, and I never went to jail. I was born Susan Brownell Anthony on February 15, 1820, near Adams, Massachusetts. As a true Quaker, my father, Daniel, fully believed that men and women were equal before God. My mother, Lucy Reed, was a Baptist. We all supported temperance, abolition. I learned to read before I was 4, and my highest ideal was to become a Quaker minister. My father believed in educating his girls so they could be self-supporting if necessary. There was only one career open to women back then. It was teaching, which I began when I was 15 and taught until I was 30. I remember the first time I ever heard of suffragists was because my family were so intensely interested in the subject. And I was quite surprised to learn that my father, mother, and sister Mary had attended the 1848 Rochester's Women's Rights Convention and signed the resolution, including the call for suffrage. I met my oldest and longest woman friend, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, in 1851, 3 years after she had been one of the organizers in the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York. I gave my first public address to 200 people at the Daughters of Temperance meeting in March 2, 1849, and was invited to a statewide meeting of Sons of Temperance as an affiliate group representative in January 1852. But when I stood up to speak, I went from the convention to the newspaper and persuaded an editor to run the story of me being shut out of the meeting. Then I urged interested citizens to come hear me speak the following day, and we organized the Women's State Temperance Society. I recruited Elizabeth Cady Stanton to serve as president and write a speech for me to present. We had our first meeting in April of that year, and once again I was invited to a Sons of Temperance meeting. I was not allowed to speak again, and a prominent clergyman denounced me and all other women who dared to venture out in public. That September of 1852, in the same city of Syracuse, New York, I attended my first Women's Rights Convention and supported Lucretia Mott for president. She was elected chair with me as secretary. Mrs. Stanton and I attended the second convention of the Women's State Temperance Society in June of 1853. She addressed the crowd on the issue of women's rights. She discussed the need for divorce reform so that women could escape abusive alcoholic husbands. But men in the organization staged a coup, elected a male president, and defeated Mrs. Stanton's re-election as president. Then they changed the name of the organization to the People's League. "Do you see at last?" Mrs. Stanton asked me. I replied, "Yes, I see at last." I became an unapologetic feminist. In August of 1853, I attended the New York Teachers Convention and explained the cause of disrespect of the profession was that society said women did not have brains to be a doctor, lawyer, or minister, but had brains enough to be a teacher. So all the men who condescended to teach were admitting that they had no more brains than a woman. A small group of women introduced 2 resolutions. One gave women the right to speak and fully participate in the organization, and the other one supported equal pay for female teachers. Both resolutions passed. And for the next 9 years, I attended every state teachers' convention and fought for women's rights. Changing the laws was the solution to women's problems. Mrs. Stanton and I went to the New York State Legislature February 14th of 1854. Mrs. Stanton addressed the Judiciary Committee, but they refused to take action. I continued to work for women's rights, temperance, and abolition when the Anti-Slavery Society asked me to become their New York State agent in 1856. I arranged lecture tours for myself and other speakers as well. In May of 1860, at the 10th National Women's Rights Convention, an abolitionist declared, "You are not married. You have no business to be discussing marriage." I said, "Well, Mr. Mayo, you are not a slave. Suppose you quit lecturing on slavery." I never felt I could give up my life of freedom to become a man's housekeeper. I'm sure no man could have made me any happier than I have been. Several months later, I had a conflict with my abolitionist colleagues when I refused to turn over to authorities an abused woman and her daughter whom I had aided. I started a speaking tour, No Compromise with Slavery, and planned for the 11th National Women's Rights Convention when the Civil War broke out in 1861. Sadly, I suspended the work of the suffrage movement for the duration of the war. So in May 1863, Mrs. Stanton and I formed the Women's Loyal National League and met in New York City. We offered support to the federal government and pledged to collect 1 million signatures on a petition supporting the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. But when offered a resolution supporting civil and political rights for all citizens of African descent and all women, the attendees rejected it. The most devastating blow came at a meeting in 1869 of the American Equal Rights Association, a group we had formed to gain the vote for everyone. During the debate over the 15th Amendment, I argued, "It is not a question of women or black men. Neither has precedence upon an equal rights platform. The amendment puts 2 million more men in a position of tyrants over 2 million women." Disappointed, we left the meeting and formed the National Women's Suffrage Association. I boldly continued holding a yearly convention of the National Women's Suffrage Association in Washington, D.C., so I could lobby members of Congress. My red shawl became my trademark. Once I wore a white one, and the reporter sent a note, "No red shawl, no report." So I had to get it. I started a newspaper, The Revolution, that lasted 2 years, traveled on lecture tours, and wrote The History of Women's Suffrage. Mrs. Stanton, Lucy Stone, and I combined forces to form the National American Suffrage Association in 1890. Then I retired when I was 80. I have devoted my life to equal rights for all. There have been many others just as true and devoted to the cause. I wish I could name everyone, but with such women consecrating their lives, failure is impossible.
Loose the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is mighty glory, glory,
willing to work for it.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution.
we must rise up!
Please welcome Chair of the National Archives Foundation, Governor Jim Blanchard.
Good evening. We have a great show tonight for you, and we're glad you're all here, especially Mrs. Laura Bush. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. I'm speaking on behalf of our foundation, our National Archives Foundation, and our Executive Director, Patrick Madden, who you'll hear from, and also our Board of Directors. In fact, I would like our Board of Directors to please stand. All right. This is our 2018 Records of Achievement Award ceremony. We are a nonprofit partner with the National Archives, and we offer support, financial, creative support, energy to help the archives tell the American story and to really enhance the archives' mission of making billions of important federal documents, photographs, film, and artifacts accessible to the public. In short, we work to tell the American story. Our foundation works to inspire Americans to learn about our past and play an active role in our future. And we're committed to capturing the American story in its entirety through a number of exhibitions, events, public programs, and educational initiatives. I would also like to recognize some of our friends who are here, who've been, everyone here is a distinguished guest, and we thank you for being here. But I do want to acknowledge Congressman Mark Meadows and Debbie Meadows. They've been good friends of the archives. Please stand. And I cannot see with these lights as to whether District Judge for District of Columbia, Beryl Howell is here or not. If Judge Howell is here, she recently swore in new citizens. Please stand, Judge Howell. Thank you. Beryl. And also Senior U.S. District Judge Royce Lambeth of the District of Columbia. Thank you for being with us. Now, a special friend of one of our board members is Mayor Mary Marvin, the mayor of Bronxville, New York. Welcome. And one of my pals I want to introduce, because he's not only a friend of the archives and a lover of history, but now what luck, he happens to be General Counsel of the Office of Management and Budget, Mark Paoletta. And Tricia, please, thanks for coming, please. And two other former colleagues of mine in Congress, former Congressman Tom McMillan and Congressman Charlie Dent. Please rise, please. On their way is our ambassador to Canada, U.S. Ambassador Kelly Knight Craft, and her husband Joe. And I have a feeling because they were flying in, the weather may have altered their plans. They are here now? Please. All right. Ambassador, got a new treaty. And I think a good one. We want to thank our leader, our world-renowned National Archivist, David Ferriero, for welcoming us to his home. Thank you, David. We also want to welcome and thank tonight's sponsors, AT&T, Edgeworth Economics, and David M. Rubenstein, who have always showed us strong support, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you. So tonight we present our highest honor to Laura Bush in recognition of her lifelong commitment to civic education and literacy. This is a subject very near and dear to the hearts of our board members and our National Archives and our archivists. In fact, along with the archives, we aboard the foundation are working on a plan to dramatically expand civic education and engagement, so stay tuned for more of that. But our awardee tonight, Laura Bush, has shared her love of literature with children and adults from all walks of life, from her work as a teacher and a librarian to her work as First Lady, and that at the George W. Bush Center. Laura Bush has demonstrated the power of a good story to captivate and inspire. Here at the National Archives, we too understand the power of a good story, which is why we work so hard each day to tell the story of our nation. And so we look forward to this program tonight. So now I would like to welcome, it's my pleasure, the leader of our archives, the man who has opened his doors this evening to all of us. Please join me in welcoming our world-renowned and friend, the Archivist of the United States, David Ferriero.
Thank you, Jim, and good evening all, and welcome to my house as we honor former First Lady Laura Bush. And those of you who have been at the last couple of award ceremonies have come to appreciate my demonstration of socks. So tonight we have a special Laura Bush version of the socks. Which are special librarian socks, available in our shop, by the way, and online. You can order them online. But I'm delighted to recognize a fellow librarian. And you may be surprised to learn how much we have in common. We studied for our master's in library science at the same time, relocated to Washington for executive branch positions on Pennsylvania Avenue, and both proudly champion our nation's history. But in all seriousness, First Lady Laura Bush's unwavering support of civic literacy, her passion for education, and her unyielding commitment to the empowerment of women make her both an obvious choice for this award and for the launch of our Women's Vote Centennial celebration. Laura Bush has been an educator, a librarian, the First Lady of Texas, the First Lady of the United States, and a global advocate through the George W. Bush Presidential Center. The common thread linking her life's work together is this intrinsic love of learning that she continues to share with the world. Laura Bush's educational work through the Bush Center in programs such as Middle School Matters, the School Leadership Initiative, Advancing Accountability in Education, and of course my favorite, your Foundation for America's Libraries, all demonstrate a commitment and passion for ensuring a literate society. This mission was what President Franklin Roosevelt had in mind when he created the National Archives, a mission which continues to be vital to our democracy. Laura Bush said, "We must prepare our children and grandchildren with the tools they need to be informed, engaged citizens who care about individual liberty and democracy. We must teach them history. We must insist they understand the government they are blessed to live under. We must teach our children to listen, to show empathy, to show civility in the face of disagreement, and to overcome malice and hate. And we must model the behavior ourselves." At the National Archives, we work to provide students of all ages with the tools they need to understand history and become active participants in our government. We recently launched a civic education webpage to make our education initiatives accessible to parents, teachers, and students. Docs Teach, our online tool for teaching with documents, features more than 10,000 primary source documents and interactive activities for teachers and students. We make history fun with sleepovers in the rotunda upstairs. Coming up this weekend, as a matter of fact, Saturday night, our latest, with a theme of a variety of educational programs across the country throughout the year. We would not be here tonight if it wasn't for our partner, the National Archives Foundation, helping the National Archives reach an ever larger and more diverse audience. Together, we make civic literacy a reality. With the support of the foundation and generous benefactors like you, we celebrated our fourth annual July reading of the 4th of July reading of the Declaration of Independence on the steps of this building. We hosted 2 widely popular National Archives sleepovers, and we'll launch our next exhibit, Rightfully Hers, this March on the 19th Amendment and women's right to vote in the Lawrence F. O'Brien Gallery. Tonight, we celebrate this shared vision between Laura Bush and the National Archives family. Through the work of the former First Lady, the National Archives, and the National Archives Foundation, we're striving for a nation in which all children have the same love of learning that drove Laura Bush to pursue her dreams and make the world a better place. Thank you for joining us this evening as we celebrate our public-private partnership with the Foundation and pay tribute to Laura Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present our 2018 Records of Achievement honoree, Laura Bush. Please. And we are joined by the Vice Chair of our National Archives Foundation, the best Vice Chair anyone could ever have, Cokie Roberts. All right. They're going to have a conversation, but I get to say a couple more things. All right. We give this award each year. It's special. We try to make the award something of special significance to the honoree. And we understand that Laura Ingalls Wilder is one of our honoree's favorite authors. In 2017, Laura Bush wrote, in the hot, and I quote, "In the hot, arid lands of West Texas, I tried to imagine being surrounded by tall pine trees and heavy snow. And of course, I identified with the main character, a brown-haired girl named Laura." The 2018 Records of Achievement Award features a handwritten insert by Laura Ingalls Wilder to a typescript draft of her 5th Little House novel, By the Shores of Silver Lake. This insert was added to an early draft attempting to explain how Mary, Laura's older sister, had become blind in the intervening time period since On the Banks of Plum Creek. These are books, by the way, I have not read, but obviously I don't know what to, but a lot of people have. This insert is part of the collection of the Rose Wilder Lane papers at the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum. And so, what you've been waiting for now, our journalist, best-selling author, historian in her own right, and our vice chair, Cokie Roberts, will now have a conversation with Laura Bush about her contributions to our society. We thank you again for being with us.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. I did love the Laura Ingalls Wilder books. And so this is a really wonderful gift. Thank you very, very much. I'm thrilled with it. Thanks a lot.
2 more introductions before we start. Many of your former staff members are here. So would you all please stand? We won't see you, but
we have Anita, who was in the
right,
video.
Look at all of them.
Oh, here they are.
There they all are.
Thank you all. Great.
And of course, you know how important they are to the work you've done. And the man you convinced to start the National Book Festival, Jim Billington, the
Yes, he's
longtime
right over
librarian
there.
of Congress.
He was my partner in the National Book Festival. Thank you so much, Dr. Billington.
And Marjorie Billington.
He knew I'd started the Texas Book Festival, and he called me right after we moved to the White House and said, let's have a National Book Festival.
And what
So
a
thank you,
success it's
Dr.
been,
Billington,
so.
very much. Appreciate it.
So, we all want to know,
How was the wedding?
How was the wedding? And also, I have to tell you, as a reporter, keeping it secret, not good. How did you manage that?
Well, I think Barbara just kept it a secret. Plus, so few people were invited. It was just our family and Craig's family. And it didn't include Jeb or Neil or any of those other
Oh, dear.
uncles. So it was just really just our family. She wanted to get married there because that's where her grandfather is. And she wanted to be with him. And so we had a wedding outside looking at the ocean. And then we went in and had dinner at the dining room table. There were 20 of us at the dining room table. So it was just perfect. So it was Barbara and Craig, her new husband, who we like a lot, and his family and our family. And the little flower girls were Mila, Jenna's little girl, and Emma, Craig's niece, and the ring bearer was Poppy, who was very proud of being a ring bearer. During of course, the box was empty because they knew that she couldn't really have the ring. So Craig had it in his pocket.
Poppy is the baby.
Poppy's the baby, the 3-year-old. But so during the entire ceremony, she walked around with the ring box to show it to everyone. Anyway, it was very, very
wise, because
sweet.
Actually, my nephew did lose my ring.
The ring,
my,
exactly.
My wedding. And it was actually found by President Johnson's doctor with the little ear light. So.
So it was a lot of fun. We had a wonderful time. It was just this weekend. George and I just flew from Maine yesterday morning to Washington.
Well, congratulations to everyone, and we were all very pleased to see it, but as I say, secret. I was just with you and your daughters and their cousins in Dallas honoring Barbara Bush's literacy heritage, and we had a panel of the grandchildren, which was hysterical. But one of the things they revealed when you talk about going in for lunch is that you used to have in Kennebunkport Taco Sundays with Barbara Bush. And then she died, and the kids...
As soon as she died, we started having hamburger and hot dog Sundays. President Bush said he never had liked those tacos.
All those years he had put up with them. So the last time I think you were on this stage, at least the last time I was with you on this stage, you were here with Michelle Obama, which you've done several times. And I want to come back to that in a little bit. But first I want to talk about First Ladies in general. Because, we kind of danced around it a little bit in the video, but it is such an interesting role and an important role, and one that the American people are always kind of nervous about. You've got a lot of power, you can't be fired, they don't know what you're up to, unless, except what you choose to tell them, right? And therefore, we create our own kind of stories about a First Lady. And you said, and I'm quoting you here, our First Ladies are much more complicated than they ever get treated in the media. And I think what happens is a story goes up about them, a myth that people stick to for all coverage of them forever after. And you felt that happened.
Of course, I was the quiet reader and librarian.
Right.
And I was that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But all of our First Ladies have been a lot more complicated and have been very constructive for our country from the very beginning.
From the very beginning. One of the great myths that, they were sitting around pouring tea until Eleanor Roosevelt or something, makes me crazy. But so you've just had at the Bush Center, which is the library part of it is part of the National Archives, a First Lady's special exhibit. Please tell me it wasn't about dresses.
There were a few gowns in it, but no, it was not about dresses, and we didn't want it to be about dresses. People love to come see the dresses, and we had a dress show earlier when the library first opened with some of Nancy Reagan's clothes, but we wanted this to be substantive because we knew that besides wearing lovely gowns, that our First Ladies had made so many contributions to our country. So one gown that was there that I think is interesting was a mock-up of a gown that Dolly Madison made out of the red velvet drapes that she saved from the White House
Wow.
when the British
Where
burned the
is it?
White House.
Where's it been saved?
Well, no, this was a
Oh,
copy.
copy.
It was a copy of it, so I think the dress was not saved.
Not saved.
But we talked about the contributions that each First Lady had made. It was a show that we did ourselves that the Bush Library curators came up with. And this does give me the chance to thank the National Archives because, of course, the National Archives administer the President's papers are seen as belonging to the people of the United States, and the archives administer those papers. So the National Archives is a very important part of the Bush Library, the museum part, and then, of course, the storage of all the papers that are there at the Bush Library. And so I want to thank the National Archives and the archivists and everyone here for your work. And, of course, those employees at the Bush Library are employees, they're archivists that are employees of the government.
Right. So you talk about the role that First Ladies played, and again, you said, and you had a very interesting kind of session with those of us who are historians, et cetera, as you were leaving the White House. So I've written down every word.
Yeah, sure.
And you said, every time I spoke out about something, even heart disease, I would be surprised again at how many people heard me. And I often use Lady Bird Johnson's quote about the First Lady has a podium. And while she was here, she said, I've decided to use it. And you quoted her often about that, and you did take that to heart, deciding to use it.
That's right, and of course we knew Lady Bird. She was a Texas First Lady, and when she opened the Wildflower Center close to outside of Austin, we hosted, George was governor, and we hosted on the lawn of the governor's mansion the picnic for the opening of the Wildflower Center, and then went out that night to the opening gala of the National Wildflower Center. And I always really admired Lady Bird Johnson because she thought the way we were, all of us, and our landscape everywhere around our country was enough. And it was beautiful as it was naturally.
Except
and I
the
like
billboards.
that.
She didn't like the billboards.
No billboards, and that was very
Right.
difficult to get
Right.
rid of. In fact,
Very.
I think only 2 states actually managed it to not have billboards anymore. I was with the governor of Vermont, lone Republican in Vermont, when George ran for president the first time, and he said that they had stayed in suits until just recently to be able to outlaw billboards.
But you then started using that podium at first for things that you had done before, the book festival, literacy. You did a big conference on cognitive development in early childhood. And on your way to the Capitol to testify before the Senate Education Committee, why people thought you were not out there, I don't know, you heard that the first plane had crashed into the World Trade Center.
That's right. So everything that I'd done up to that, the National Book Festival had been that weekend before September 11th. We'd hosted our first state dinner for Mexico, which is where we were obviously neighbors of Mexico and Texas. We expected our, all of our interest in other countries to be centered around our hemisphere and Mexico. All those things had happened, and then I was on Capitol Hill in Senator Ted Kennedy's office about to brief his Senate Committee on Early Childhood Education when we got the word that the planes had flown into the World Trade Center. And we thought, of course, when we heard the first one that it was some odd accident, and then when we heard the second one, we knew it was not an accident. So then, of course, everything changed for me. And the things I'd expected to work on, I still did work on. But then I added other things, like supporting Afghan women and our military, things that I'd never expected really to work on. I'd made a 6th grade report on Afghanistan. I never expected to actually go to Afghanistan.
Now,
but
I'm
I did.
surprised because your name was Welch. I had to do Afghanistan, but that's because my name was Boggs. It was the top of the alphabet.
Picked it. I picked the country myself. We got to pick the countries.
But you then really took it on. I mean, well, first of all, I should say, by the way, that Mrs. Bush and Senator Kennedy were together pretty much all day as you were trying to figure out what was going on. And Senator Kennedy later said, you get to know somebody in a situation like that. And he said she was steady, assured, and elegant.
That was sweet.
Well,
he kept up a steady stream of small talk. And he showed me everything on his office walls. He read me a letter that his brother Jack had written to their mother that said, Teddy is getting fat. And he laughed at it. And I never knew if that was the way he had to deal with the trauma, because he'd had so many in his life, or if he thought I'd fall apart. And so he just felt like he had to keep up this, small talk. And then Senator Judd Gregg, who was the minority chairman of the Education Committee, joined us from New Hampshire, and one of our best friends, still one of our best friends. We see him a lot. We're going to see him and have dinner with him next weekend when they'll be in Dallas. His son has moved to Fort Worth. And Judd and I would sort of look at each other while Senator Kennedy talked and told stories and told us things about his office. And so I don't know if he did it because that was just the way he reacted, or if he thought he needed to for me.
Right.
But anyway, then we went out to talk to the press and tell them that obviously the briefing had been canceled, postponed. We were already, you're not going to stop us. We're going to do it later. And he changed his whole personality, became very serious and perfect for the press, really, under the circumstances. And then I did brief the Senate committee a couple of months later.
But you said, I grew in both my realization that I had a podium, but also in my expertise about some international issues that I didn't come to the White House with. And that really did change a lot of your focus. And you went to Afghanistan, I think, 3 times when you were in the White House, and you took on more and more. I think you went to 76 countries.
That's right. I visited 76 countries.
While you were First Lady, going to Africa, Asia, the Middle East. PEPFAR was very much part of your portfolio, saving millions and millions of lives in Africa. Malaria, talking about breast cancer in the Middle East where it wasn't talked about, so it couldn't be treated. Heart disease, all of it.
Gosh, I did a lot.
You did a lot. And actually, that was a great dress exhibit, the First Lady's red dress exhibit on heart disease. But you did also, and this was one that always just gobsmacked me, I have to say, take on the military government of Burma. Big time.
I did. I was a secret friend of Aung San Suu Kyi, where I could send her things. And I would get messages of things she wanted, like seaweed. I think she liked to eat seaweed or drink seaweed or something. And I would always send her a book that I liked, that I thought maybe she would like. So during all those years, I had this friendship with Aung San Suu Kyi and would send her various items and paid a lot of attention to her. And then finally, when we left, she was under house arrest for all those years. By the time we left, she had, been able to be the leader of Burma. But now, as we're watching, we don't know what to think with the Rohingyas. I don't know if the military, who always really were the ones that were in power during the whole time, even though she'd been elected president. I don't know if it's a military thing and she's compromised by the military. Right. I'm not sure because now I'm not in contact with her anymore.
Yeah, but you went to the press room, the briefing room. You were on your way to Jenna's wedding, as I recall. Had a few things to do on the home front, but went into the press room. Now, no First Lady's ever done that before or since. You grabbed the microphone and basically used it to denounce the military rule in Burma because they were not responding to a cyclone where they had not even accepted American aid. And yet you were described as prim. So how do you account for that?
No, I mean, in a lot of ways, I think it is how we treat First Ladies. isn't the little First Lady nice?
Right. Bless her heart.
Does she make cookies? Really think about Lady Bird Johnson, who was one of the founders of an environmental movement. But people said, isn't that nice that she likes flowers?
She hated the word beautification, in fact. But you kept at it after you left office, of keeping these causes going, particularly Afghan women, but also in Africa. And I want to come back to you and Michelle Obama together, because you had convened First Ladies of Africa
that's right.
Summit, which in itself was just wildly interesting. But then you discovered that the Obamas just happened to be on the continent at the same time as you, and you invited Mrs. Obama to come.
Well, that's one of the things we've done through the Bush Library, and that is this First Ladies Initiative, working with First Ladies who, in many cases, in many parts of the world, don't have the sort of platform that American First Ladies have. And we've worked with First Ladies to give them the chance to build that kind of platform, because they can work on issues that their husbands aren't working on. And the very first thing we did was an African First Ladies Conference when we were in Africa. And we work with the First Ladies themselves, but also our staff work with their staffs to try to figure out ways they can set up their offices so that the First Ladies can be more effective. Because when you have both leaders, the husband and the wife, working, you can do twice as much. So the first African First Ladies Conference, we hosted in Africa, and Michelle Obama was there, so she could come to it.
Well, it was better than that. Because I had the great honor of being the person to interview the two of them together. I got a call from the Bush Center saying, "Can you be in Tanzania next week?" And I said no. And then my husband said, "Why not?" So off I went, and there were the two of them. And it was, first of all, it was such an important symbol for the First Ladies of Africa to see this
Well, that is a symbol, because in many cases they would never, and they said this, never speak to the leader that was before them, because they were corrupt, or there was some other reason. They wouldn't have that continuity that we have with our former presidents and former First Ladies. And it is kind of like a club, just like the National Governors Association gives you the chance to be with other governors and their spouses, and gives you a chance to know what's going on. It's really very helpful, I think, for First Ladies to be together. And I think it's a great example, both for Americans to see and for other people in other countries to see.
But I remember when I asked at that point, because you had basically said to Mrs. Obama, come and do whatever you want to do, right? You can make a speech, you can, and she could have hijacked it, frankly, right?
She wouldn't have.
No, I know, and you knew that, and she wanted to be in a conversation with you. And I said, as I was having the conversation, Mrs. Obama, you wanted to be in this conversation with Mrs. Bush. Why? And she reached out her hand to you and said, "I love this woman." And it was such a moment of just making you feel good about the country. And then you did it again here the following year, and brought the African First Ladies here.
During the UNGA in New York, when their spouses were in New York for the General Assembly, we hosted it then.
And then you and Mrs. Obama did an event here, I think just this year. Or was it last year? 2 years. What happens when you get old? You think it was 5 minutes
She was
ago.
First Lady.
But it was on military spouses, right? And so do you continue that work together?
No, not really, not since they left. I mean, it doesn't mean we wouldn't at some time continue to do something together, but not really. We've mainly seen them, as you know, at funerals.
Where there was, press about the fact that President Bush gave
her an Altoid.
That was considered, I don't know what.
I don't know why that was so fascinating.
But But you do say that there is this bond among first ladies.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone knows, the first ladies know what it's like, and they're friendly with each other. Maybe they wouldn't be friendly if they'd run against each other. But
Although the presidents end up being friends, too.
yeah, the presidents do, too.
I mean, I remember actually interviewing President Bush 41 soon after he left office, and he said, I can't imagine that I'll ever be friends with Clinton the way that Ford and Carter are. And then he became a fifth son.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, that also speaks to how President Bush is, which is so great, and he's so courtly, and he's so, that's just how he is, that he would be friends with anyone. He would never have a feud with somebody that beat him in some race.
Mrs. Bush might have.
I might have, yeah. Or Barr would have, for sure.
Right.
Not really. She wouldn't either. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about Barr.
Okay, let's do that.
I wanted to tell you all some things about her. One thing at her funeral, which was perfect. I don't know if you all watched it. I think it was televised, but she had planned it all, and it was really great. And she got to do what no one else really gets to do. She had put out the word that she was not going to have any more treatment. And so everyone started writing her obituaries before she died. And so she got to read them. And they were all, of course, very laudatory. And then she'd ask John Meacham if he would talk at her funeral, and he called her and he said, "Barr, I've got my talk ready. Do you want to hear it?" So I hope she got to hear it all. She probably was in so much pain then that she didn't really care anymore and was ready to go on. But anyway, it was church, St. Martin's. Then we drove to College Station, where their gravesite is, at the Bush Presidential Library at Texas A&M University. So we drove there, and we had a police escort, and they just would stop the cars at the access roads before they got on. They didn't really hold up a lot of traffic, but we'd look down at the access roads, and those Texans would be out of their cars, and those Texas men would have their cowboy hats over their hearts. It was really, really sweet. And then when we got to Texas A&M, we walked with the casket by 700 saluting Texas A&M cadets.
Fabulous.
It was really lovely. And it was perfect for
It was
Barr.
perfect. It was perfect in every way. I mean, I was covering it on television and, weeping my way through, but happy tears, because it was.
She was ready to go. And
well, tell
so
the story that
encouraged us.
she told your husband about.
Well, so George called her. We had seen her. She had fallen. And we'd been in Houston. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had come to the U.S., and so he wanted to meet with George and his dad. So we went to Houston and had lunch with him. He has ended up being slightly, we're kind of worried about him now. But anyway, so while Barr was in the hospital because she'd fallen, so George and I went by to see her. So when we got the word that she was not going to have any more treatment, we didn't try to go down to Houston to see her. I think that all the other kids did, but we had just seen her. And so George called her and said, "Mother, you were a wonderful mother, and I'm so glad you were my mother, and thank you for everything." And she said, "Well," and he said, "I love you." And she said, "Well, I love you too, George." And she said, "You're my favorite son." On the phone. So she stayed funny and quick till the end.
And told a nurse or a doctor or whatever that he turned out this way because...
Yeah, exactly. So then when we had gone to see her after we saw the Crown Prince, we didn't really realize she was about to die. Even when she said she wasn't going to have any more treatment, we just still were planning on going to Maine and where she would be, because she wouldn't, which bedroom she'd be in. And we didn't know it was really that soon. But when she was in the hospital, when George went to see her, she said, "You know why," to the doctor, "you know why George turned out the way he did?" And the doctor said, "No, why?" And she said, "Because I drank and smoked when I was pregnant with him."
She
She
never
was
missed
always
it.
bad.
She never missed it, right? So I guess we should end on a somewhat serious note about civic education, because it's something you care deeply about, and you know that our children don't learn it. And the numbers are just horrible of what people don't know. And, you know, it is wonderful when we have these naturalization ceremonies here in front of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. Those people have actually all had to learn.
Know it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we need to teach it more. I think we went through sort of a stage where we were embarrassed about ourselves, like we were trying to act like we're better or something. But the fact is, we're so lucky to have inherited the institutions that we inherited and all the ones that support our democracy. And it's really important for people to know about them and to be proud of it. Why not be proud of it? One of the things we're working on with women from Tunisia and Egypt, and that we started with at the Bush Institute with those women from those two countries because they were the two Arab Spring countries. But they don't have the institutions to support a democracy. And it's been very hard, and both countries have sort of slid back. And we inherited those institutions. We didn't have to do anything for them. We were just lucky to get them. And it's really important, I think, for people to know that and to know about them. The reason we can have a democracy is because we have those institutions. The free press, the independent judiciary, I mean, all the things that we have. And so I think it's important that we teach that. And we need to go back and not be embarrassed about teaching it.
And we have to get it on the test.
That's right. We need to get it on the test. And then if it's on the test, they'll teach it.
Right. No, it's true.
Exactly.
So, well, thank you for all of your teaching
Thank you
over
very
the
much.
many
Thank you,
years.
Courtney.
And
thanks to everybody. Thank you for your support for the National Archives. I encourage you to give more to the foundation. Thank you all very, very much.
Yes. Laura and Koki, thank you for allowing us to enjoy your conversation. And Laura Bush, thank you for your service to our country and for helping build a better world. Thank you. Now, we're going to do some photos. Invite all of you as we finish the program to join us upstairs in the Rotunda Galleries for our gala dinner, our annual gala dinner. And thank you again, all of you, for coming.
Frederick Douglass is not my real name. I'm a fugitive slave. What year I was born, I do not know. My mother and I were separated when I was still too young to know her as my mother. As a child, I knew indescribable hunger. I remember fighting with yard dogs for scraps of food, thrown away as garbage. I have often been utterly astonished to hear persons who speak of the singing of the slave as evidence of his contentment and happiness. This is a terrible mistake. The songs of the slave represent the sorrows of his heart. I've sat on Kennard's Wharf at the foot of Philpott Street in Baltimore, and I've seen men and women chained and put on a ship to go to New Orleans.
Frederick.
Still hear their cries.
Frederick, it's so early in the morning.
I'm just going through some old files and notes. I might find something interesting for the women's conference this afternoon.
They're not expecting you to make a formal speech. Will you not even have breakfast?
I won't be long. Just want to be prepared.
C'est à propos de
I won't be long.
A, B, C.
Very good, Fred. Go on.
G, H, I, J, K.
What in God's name do you think you're doing?
You didn't mean any harm.
If you give a nigger an inch, he will take a mile. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever ruin him to be a slave. We carried you here to take care of Thomas. To learn a trade when you're bigger. Ain't no need for you to be reading, boy. No need at all.
I understand, dear. I'll see to it that it's not allowed to be near any more books.
There's nothing more needs saying.
I have little hope in the freedom of the slave by peaceful means. More than 2 centuries of slavery has placed the slave holders beyond the reach of moral and humane consideration.
Get up!
The only penetrable point of a tyrant is fear of death.
So you mean to resist me, a scoundrel? Yes, sir.
Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and will. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress.
Anna, I shall not marry you as a slave.
Then I reckon you should go up north.
Words come easily. If I'm caught this time, Lord knows what might happen.
But you off the plantation now, Fred. They'll patrol us and stop you in Baltimore. You learned yourself a trade in a shipyard. There's work for you up there, and freedom. I saved up some. I got some belongings I can sell. Enough for the New York train.
Anna.
Frederick Douglass has joined us. Please, come up and share your thoughts with us.
Mr. Kaufman, I'm not very used to speaking like this.
Just speak, Fred. It's American.
Frederick Douglass is not my real name. I'm a fugitive slave. What year I was born, I do not know. My mother and I were separated when I was still too
I
young
resolved
to
then
really
that
know.
whatever power I had should be devoted to the freeing of my race.
My friends, have we been listening to a thing of peace? Will you allow this man to be carried back into slavery?
Get him started here in Massachusetts until he becomes accustomed to traveling and speaking. Mr. Douglas.
I don't believe you've met Mr. Garrison. I'm honored, sir.
I was deeply moved by your address. You have a great gift, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
You say you never had any formal schooling?
No, sir.
Not even after you escaped?
No, sir. I've been teaching myself ever since I was a youngster.
Mr. Douglas, Mr. Collins and Mr. Raymond and I were just discussing your becoming an agent for the society. Traveling as a lecturer, if you will.
Mr. Garrison, I've hardly the ability to speak
Oh,
on
nonsense. You speak with full conviction and authority.
If there is no struggle, there is no progress. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one. Within or without the Union, slavery must fall. The long-crushed Negro must rise. Ethiopia. What to the American slave is your 4th of July? There's not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States at this very hour. Kill the nigger! Fred! No, Senator Calhoun! No! Slavery cannot last. Melancholy as the truth may be to the dealers in human flesh. No constitutional change. No legislative enactments. No human contract nor agreements can save the accursed system of human bondage from the death and decay to which God and nature have doomed it.
Bravo! Bravo!
Who is it?
Garrison.
Come in.
I must speak to your father.
Garrison.
Sorry to disturb you like this. I should have known it. The very thing we were afraid of has happened. But we never dreamed the reaction would be this great. Your book, my dear fellow. You've named your masters. You've marked yourself for the fugitive catchers, my dear man.
I had no choice. My effectiveness as a speaker was diminished. The enemies of our cause claim that I'm a fraud, that no slave could be so literate.
You've talked of taking our message to Great Britain.
Yes, fair.
This seems a propitious time for such a journey, giving time for this trouble to blow over.
Frederick, Mr. Garrison may be right.
But Anna, that means I'll have to leave you and the children for a while.
But you still have your freedom.
So we can't persuade you to stay in England.
It's been over a year. I must go back. It's not an easy decision. The British people have taken me to their hearts.
Have you any plans, Frederick?
Oh, yes. When I get back, there'll be speeches, and more speeches, meetings and more meetings. But, Julia, I'm thinking of starting a newspaper. I want to call it the North Star.
If you do, I'd like to help. I could raise funds, sell
It would be a most
subscriptions here in
humanitarian
England.
deed, Miss Richardson. But I fear the reaction of our abolitionists at home.
Why should anyone object?
Do you agree, Mr. Garrison?
But let's speak to Mr. Douglas.
The more that's known about slavery, the better. Don't you agree, Frederick?
Frederick, my sister and I have hired an agent who has been in contact with you all. He is willing to sell you.
Sell? To you?
Well, as soon as the transaction is completed, we can give you your freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Welcome home, Papa.
Hey, Rosetta. Mama. I like this. That's good, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Rosetta, please shut the door, please.
Yes, Papa. Oh, Papa, it's Mrs. Tubman.
Harriet! Oh, my goodness. So good to see you.
Frederick.
Rosetta, lock the door.
Ooh, a warm stove is sure a welcome sight.
Harriet, this is my friend from England, Julia Griffith. She's been helping to straighten out the paper's financing.
I'm so honored, Mrs. Tubman. I've heard so much about you. Even in England, your work is known.
I'm just an old lady that loves doing a lot of walking in the great outdoors. Most times at night.
And she's fond of bloodhounds, too.
Wherever I go, I hear folks talking about John Brown.
Brown, we're indebted to you for your deeds in Kansas. They say you freed over 100 slaves.
Several hundred. We escaped just ahead of the, shall we say, friendly posse. Douglas, my words are for your ears only.
What do you mean by that?
I intend to seize Harper's Ferry. I want you at my side.
Seize the town?
Yes. First, we'll capture the Army Arsenal. Then we'll hold the leading citizens hostage until the slaves are freed.
But don't you see, you can't fight the entire United States Army alone. You and your men are overwhelmingly outnumbered. They'll annihilate you.
But this mission will arouse all America. It will force the people to take action against this damnable institution.
John, you know I have supported and will continue to support you in all of your other efforts. But my dear friend, this scheme is doomed to failure. This is the wrong place. This is suicide, man.
Whether we live or die, this deed must be done.
Shields, for the love of God.
Mr. Douglas, I believe I'll go with the old man.
Because of events in Harper's Ferry, the press and much of the public have declared John Brown to be truly mad. But he is not. John Brown is a man who simply believes the Declaration of Independence to be true, and the Bible to be a guide to human conduct. The future will write John's epitaph upon the hearts of a people freed from slavery. Like Samson, he laid his hands upon the pillars of this great national temple of cruelty and blood. And when he fell, that temple began to crumble to its final doom.
Mr. Douglas, a word with you, please. Come, walk with me, sir.
My name is Hearn. I'm a telegraph operator. I have in my pocket a wire that just came for the United States Marshal. It orders him to place you under arrest.
Arrest? What are the charges?
Conspiracy and accessory before the fact of murder. They plan to extradite you to Virginia to stand trial with John Brown.
But...
Mr. Douglas, I am a friend of your cause. I know that Virginia justice will surely see you go to the gallows. I'll hang on to this message until you're safely out of town.
I have to leave for Britain next month. It's been planned for some time.
Mr. Douglas, go at once.
I'll make for Canada. Sail from there.
And go quickly, Mr. Douglas. And Godspeed. I must get back to my work.
Frederick, the women on the council know you've been fighting their cause for nearly half a century.
Yes. It's the men I'm trying to reach at that meeting. Many of them still aren't convinced. Women must have the right to vote.
Really think you can change their minds?
Perhaps. I believe I've changed a few in my time.
Oh, Frederick.
Let us stop the war on the soil upon which it originated, and among the rebels and traitors who originated.
Yes.
Organize yourselves into societies and communities. Purchase arms for yourselves. Learn how to use them.
Yes. Yes.
Let us not only be ready when called, but let us cast about for the opportunity to strike for the freedom of the slave, the rights of human nature. For we shall be called, and we must be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for consenting to this visit.
Mr. Douglas, your reputation precedes you. We appreciate your efforts in recruiting so many Negro troops. Now, tell me your concern.
To put it bluntly, Mr. President, our Negro soldiers are receiving inferior arms, inferior training, lower pay, and in other ways are being unfairly treated by the Union Army, and when captured by the Confederates, are murdered in cold blood. Mr. President, the Negro soldier is willing to fight and die in this great war. But he must receive some sign from this administration that he simply isn't exchanging one form of oppression for another.
Mr. Douglas. If this administration goes too far, we will bring down upon ourselves all of the hatred that is felt toward the Negro. This would greatly hinder our ability to successfully conclude this war. For we, both of us, have much to gain in this regard.
Let us pray that this family is never separated again.
But what happens now, Papa? Now that our people are free?
There are papers that supposedly set us free, Louis. But in my heart, I fear the danger that the victory that you and Charles and 170,000 other black men fought to gain will be lost.
But Papa, President Johnson says that...
I fear Andrew Johnson is no friend of the Negro people.
Frederick, you mean we've been suffering all these trials for all these years for nothing?
Without the vote, liberty's a mockery. The Negro will no longer be a slave to an individual master. He will be a slave to society and at the mercy of the mob. It is the spirit of hate, spirit of murder, spirit that would burn a family in their beds. But one thing I know, and that is, there is no middle ground for us. We must either have all the rights of American citizens, or we must be exterminated. For we shall never again be slaves. Do you like it, Anna?
be a mite too grand.
Well, President Hayes wouldn't have the United States Marshal for the District of Columbia living in a log cabin.
Mr. Lincoln lived in a log cabin.
How do you feel?
About the same.
What's wrong, Papa?
Nothing, my dear. Everything's fine.
What is it, Fred?
I met with President Garfield today. First, he thanked me for supporting the party. But then he informed me I'm no longer the United States Marshal. I'm to be appointed the Recorder of Deeds. Glorified clerk.
Lincoln never took a step backward, but every administration since has. Papa, you're not going to take that job, are you?
Is there a choice? Our people's pride demands that a Negro holds some position in the government of the United States. I must put their battered pride ahead of my own.
You've done the right thing, Fred. You usually do.
Papa. Papa, Mr. Tubman is here.
Harriet!
Frederick!
My goodness. My goodness. What a pleasant surprise.
But I couldn't come to Washington without stopping by to say hello.
It's been so long, Harriet. It brings back such pleasant memories. You know, Harriet, most of what I've done in my life has been in public. But you've labored in a private way. I've had the applause of the crowds, while your greater deeds have been known by only a few trembling, scared, footsore bondsmen. Midnight sky and silent stars were witnesses to your heroism.
Old age sure ain't tarnished that silver tongue of yours. You must be terribly lonely, Frederick. With Anna gone and all the children grown up now.
Lonely? Harriet, Anna was the anchor of my life for 40 years. But I have Rosetta, Charles, Louis, Fred, and I have my work.
I hope this is hot enough for you.
Thank you, Rosetta. Miss Pitts,
Yes, Mr. Douglas?
do you have the file on the Ramsey properties?
I'll get it.
Thank you. Miss Pitts,
Yes, Mr. Douglas.
I understand you enjoy bars, that's so?
Very much, Mr. Douglas.
Perhaps you wouldn't mind accompanying me to the concert tonight.
I'd be happy to. I'll have to get back to my correspondence.
Papa, I speak for the entire family. How could you do such a terrible thing?
Rosetta, is it so terrible for an old man to seek comfort of a loving wife? As the evening of his days descend upon him.
But you are not just anybody, Papa. You are the leader of our people. What kind of example is this? If you insist on marrying at your age, why turn your back on our women to marry this hussy?
That's nonsense, Rosetta. Black or white, male or female. We all have the right to follow the convictions of our hearts. If I were not to marry Helen simply because she happens to be white, go to my grave a self-accused and self-convicted moral coward. Rosetta, please, don't desert me.
Oh, Papa, really?
Rosetta, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just found out.
It's a wonderful speech.
Wonderful.
Here he is.
Oh, where? Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is.
May I have your signature, sir?
Thank you.
May I have your autograph, sir?
I really enjoyed your speech, sir. It was very moving. Thank you. May I have your autograph, sir?
Thank you for those wonderful words, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you.
They mean a lot to all of us.
Mr. Douglas, how would you sum up your involvement in the women's cause?
When I ran away from slavery, it was for myself. When I advocated emancipation, it was for my people. But when I stood up for the rights of women, self was out of the question. And I found a little nobility in the act.
Well said.
Hello, Mr. Douglas.
Hello.
I'm Martin Andrew. I heard you speak last week at Mount Olive.
Oh, yes. That was an inspiring affair.
Can I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Douglas?
Well, Martin, I've just left one meeting. I barely have time for supper before I have to go off to another. Why don't you stop back by tomorrow afternoon? I'll have more than just a moment.
But I just have one question.
All right, just one.
Well, sir, you lived in the old days when our people were slaves. And in the new times, both. But it seems like all those rights that we're supposed to have won are being taken away from us. What advice would you have for a young fella like me who wants all people to live in liberty and justice?
Agitate, Martin. Agitate. Agitate. Agitate.
If there is no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one. And it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. I had little hope in the freedom of the slave by peaceful means. The limits of time More than 2 centuries by the endurance place the slave holding. Why did you invite me here to speak on this occasion? To mock me? What to the American slave is your 4th of July? Within or without the Union, slavery must fall. The long-crushed Negro must rise. More than all the other days of the year. No! Justice and cruelty. No slavery cannot last. Melancholy
The old
of the
slave
tread
owners
may
used to
be.
represent the slaves. The rich landowners of other countries represent the poor. And the men in our country.
It's hardly necessary for me to say, after what I've already said, that I'm a radical woman suffrage man.
Slavery is the common enemy of all mankind. One of those monsters of darkness, the light of truth is death.
Stepped upon the free soil of Massachusetts.
Let us never forget
when I took
that justice to the Negro is safety to the nation.
It's not often that you have the chance to be part of something truly historic. I'm Pam Elam, president of Monumental Women, and we're proud that our all-volunteer not-for-profit group has broken the bronze ceiling. It has taken 7 years, and we've raised $1.5 million in private funding. We've fought through many obstacles, but on August 26, 2020, our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton will be unveiled on Literary Walk in New York City's Central Park. It will be the first statue of real women in the park's 167-year history. The park has statues of Alice in Wonderland, Mother Goose, and Juliet, with Romeo, of course. It has statues of witches, nymphs, and angels, but no statues of real women existed until now. As you know, August 26, 2020 is the centennial anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. In 2020, we also celebrate the 200th birthday of Susan B. Anthony. Truth, Anthony, and Stanton were all New Yorkers and contemporaries fighting for equality and justice. They often spoke on the same stages and attended the same meetings. It is only fitting that they share the same pedestal. But creating the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument is only one of the goals of Monumental Women. In addition, we seek to increase awareness and appreciation of women's history through our education campaign, as well as our challenge to municipalities across the nation. We urge those municipalities to reimagine their public spaces, to include tributes to the diverse women who helped create and inspire those cities. Little did we know that over the past 7 years, we would have to constantly challenge our own municipality. But we persisted. We are grateful for every contribution, large or small, from our many friends. Heartfelt thanks go to the New York Life Insurance Company for its extremely generous $500,000 challenge grant, the Ford Foundation, the American Express Foundation, and other businesses and foundations. We sincerely appreciate the money donated from cookie sales by Girl Scout Troops 3484, 3482, and 3746, as well as bake sale contributions from children at the Brooklyn Mary McDowell Friends School. We received donations from over 1,000 supporters. Thanks to everyone.
It's about a movement. It's about the largest nonviolent revolution in this country's history when over half the population was enfranchised. It's an instant history lesson. It's an examination of how social change comes about. It's learning from the past to do a better job of fighting for equality and justice in the future. It's challenging municipalities all across this country and all across this world to honor all the people who made their cities great by including tributes to women and people of color in their public spaces. But most of all, it's about completing the journeys toward justice of the valiant women who came before us and achieving the full equality for women that they were denied. It's about the incredible power of moving history forward. And as Heather mentioned, when I was 13, I made my first public speech about a woman's place in the United States. It won't surprise you to know that I have been talking about that subject ever since. And I well remember when I was the age of the young Girl Scouts here, I repeatedly searched for information about women's history in my school library. I found one book, and it included chapters on a few famous women. One of those chapters was about Susan B. Anthony, and it opened a door of inspiration for me that I gratefully walked through. There was no internet, no photocopier, so I wrote every word of that chapter out so I could keep it with me forever. That's been over 50 years ago, and I still have it. That was my introduction to the power of women's history. And Susan B. Anthony has always been my North Star, my beacon in the darkness. And I want other little girls and women to find theirs. One chapter in one book, one statue in one park can change the way you see the world and your place in it. Monumental change is coming. Thank you for being a part of it. Some of you may also be surprised to learn that the Statue Fund was required by the Parks Department to find evidence of Stanton and Anthony actually being in Central Park. I found the evidence. And you know I would. As we know, it took 72 years of fierce struggle for women to win the right to vote. Women were not granted the right to vote. They fought like hell for it. We want to tell the complex, compelling, and complete women's suffrage story. And to tell that story, we recognize the importance of launching a Votes for Women educational campaign to accompany the unveiling of the monument on Women's Equality Day, August 26, 2020. And you're all invited, by the way. We're committed to fighting for the creation of a full and fair historical record that finally includes the vast and varied roles women and people of color have played in it. With the creation of this monument, New York City can again lead the way, but no one can expect that one statue will meet all the needs and desires of so many people who have been waiting so long for it. But our statue project represents a long overdue beginning, and the timing is right. We hope that our effort will encourage others around the country and around the world to honor the women who inspire them in whatever ways they feel appropriate. But today in New York, we celebrate not only 100 years of women voting, but also a new awareness in this city of the importance of women's history and the continuing fight for women's equality.
Something's missing from parks and landmarks all across America. Can you guess what it is? Maybe Faith Saley can help.
If you're among the millions of visitors to New York City's Central Park each year, you've seen the statues that dot the landscape. Shakespeare, Alexander Hamilton, Christopher Columbus. So, who's missing?
How can you have statues of men everywhere, and the only statues of women are Mother Goose, Alice in Wonderland? We needed real women.
That's right. There are 22 statues of men and one dog who is, you guessed it, male.
The women who have played such a vital part of history are invisible until now.
Pam Elam and Colleen Jenkins run the Monumental Women campaign, and their effort hasn't exactly been a walk in the park.
They said immediately no. There will be no new statues in Central Park. It's a historical collection. No. We persisted. Then they said, well, can you pick another park? And do you really want a statue? How about a nice garden? We persisted.
And if you think the lack of statues honoring women is a rarity, think again. Nationwide, there are more than 5,000 outdoor statues of people of all sorts, but estimates show fewer than 400 of them are of women.
3 women who made history as pioneers for women's rights are about to do it again. They're becoming the first statues to depict real women in Central Park. Today, CBS 2 got an exclusive tour of the artist's studio in Connecticut. CBS 2's Andrea Klein-Thomas reports.
They say they're breaking the bronze ceiling by creating the first ever statue of real women for one of New York City's most iconic parks. Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth will sit along Literary Walk in the mall come August 2020.
We have to reimagine our public spaces. So many people have walked through Central Park so long and not even noticed real women were missing.
The nonprofit Monumental Women fought for the city's approval almost 7 years ago. Now, with the help of Ridgefield, Connecticut-based sculptor Meredith Bergman and her assistants, its efforts are nearing completion. The towering monument stands 14 feet tall and should be finished any day now.
It's important that they be much larger than life because they were, and they need to pop forward from history and inspire us now.
Anthony, Stanton, and Truth were chosen because of their victories in the fight for women's suffrage, women's civil rights, and the abolition of slavery. Bergman hopes her latest artwork not only celebrates these women, but inspires future leaders and educates the public.
We are making history. Monumental Women and me as a sculptor, and hopefully more sculptors for future projects, are bringing women into the forefront again.
The statue will be unveiled next August, marking the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage in the United States. As of right now, there are only a handful of female statues in the 166-year-old park, all depicting fictional women. Andrea Klein-Thomas, CBS 2 News.
To donate a work of art to the City of New York, you must first send a letter of intent to the Parks Department, which we did in early 2014. Then we were off on a bureaucratic roller coaster which traveled through not only the Parks Department, but also the Central Park Conservancy, the Public Design Commission, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and every single community board surrounding Central Park. Through this often bumpy ride, we had the strong support of Manhattan's great borough president, Gail Brewer. We can't thank Gail enough. Step by step, meeting by meeting, argument by argument, we crossed the minefield, which is New York City government bureaucracy. With the help of our project management team from the highly respected firm of Beyer Blinder Bell, we made progress. You might think that New York City government, having 150 statues of men and only 5 statues of women in its public spaces, might welcome our effort, especially since it was privately funded. Not so much. But again, we persisted. With the hard work of our board, additional support from the public, and more attention from the media, Monumental Women succeeded in gaining all the necessary approvals. Finally, sculptor Meredith Bergman could finish her work.
To be a little more of a channel. This I'm also wondering if it could blend in a little more.
Meredith Bergman is putting the final touches on a monumental project.
These are very small subtleties, but they all help give the illusion that the thing is real or better than reality.
No detail is being overlooked on this statue because the women depicted and all of the pioneering women who came before and after them have been overlooked for far too long, says Bergman.
My hope is that people will take away the fact of the neglect of women's achievements, the fact that there were women's achievements, and I hope that people of all ages will become far more curious about what has happened.
When it's unveiled this spring, the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument featuring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton discussing women's suffrage in the 1860s, it will break the so-called bronze ceiling as the first and only statue of historical women in Central Park. There are 23 monuments honoring men.
The sad thing that so many people for so many years didn't even notice real women were missing What does that say about the discrimination that women face, or the lack of role models for young girls and young boys, and just a fair representation of history?
Pam Elam is the president of Monumental Women, an all-volunteer group that formed 7 years ago to fight for a women's rights statue and promote an educational campaign. The group raised $1.5 million to pay for the sculpture.
We're moving history forward.
Bergman, who also created the Boston Women's Memorial, was chosen as the project sculptor in July 2018. Since then, she and her team of assistants have been working to mold it into a 14-foot-tall reality.
This is the fastest I've done a monument at this scale.
While the design originally included just Anthony and Stanton, truth was later added to give it a layer of diversity.
This scene is supposed to convey working together in complementary ways, including discussions, arguments, reinforcement, inspiration, and that women, children, minorities, people who are ignored can achieve change by working together.
A 3D printer helped bring the sculpture from a model to full scale, and in the coming weeks, molds will be cast from the clay, which will then be used to create the final bronze version.
It's majestic, and when people look at it, how can they not feel a connection, a respect, and the ability to go forward and do these women honor by continuing the fight for equality.
The monument will officially be unveiled on August 26th, which will be the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote. In Ridgefield, Connecticut, I'm Stacey Delacat, Fox 5 News.
I think about what it would have meant to me as a child to see this monument, to know these histories. I think about the size of it, the scale of it, where it will be, and who it will affect. And I am incredibly moved to have been chosen to add this to New York City.
Sculptor Meredith Bergman recognizes the honor of creating the first statue of women in New York's Central Park. Bergman's monument to 3 leaders in the fight for women's rights, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth, will take its place among the 23 statues of men and 2 fictional women, Mother Goose and Alice in Wonderland, currently in the park.
This monument is a contemporary evocation of the 19th century monument that should have been built for these women and wasn't. And that's part of why it's being allowed to be erected in Central Park, which is full of 19th century monuments to great men, but none to great women.
It's taken 6 years for the statue to become a reality. The effort was spearheaded by the nonprofit Monumental Women, which has raised $1.5 million to fund the statue. The idea initially met opposition from park officials, who balked at putting any more statues in the 166-year-old park.
So we said, could you show me where that's written? Is it a mission or? They made it up as they went along.
Final approval was granted in October after several redesigns and the addition of Sojourner Truth, an escaped slave and women's rights activist. The monumental task of creating the 9-foot-tall statue has put Bergman on a tight timeline.
Working backward from August 2020, when they are to be unveiled, we need a number of weeks for installation, 4 to 6 months for bronze castings, which means 6 months for bronze casting, and then a month for mold making. I have to finish these by the end of this month.
The monument will be dedicated on August 26, 2020, marking the 100th anniversary of American women winning the right to vote. Joseph Frederick, Associated Press, New York.
Susan B. Anthony will be 9 feet tall, so this head will be 14 feet up in the air. Sojourner Truth needs a little more aging in her face. I am the sculptor of the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument for Central Park. Today I'm working on hands, and I'm building out the fingers to show the pressure of the pen. These kinds of details really make the sculpture vivid. This began over 6 years ago with a group called Monumental Women that formed to change the lack of representation of women in public statuary and monuments. And they petitioned the city to give them a site in Central Park for statues of women's rights pioneers. The women depicted in the monument are Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. These three women were very important to the stature, the rights, the citizenship that we as women enjoy today. Susan B. Anthony's traveling bag. She would arrive at Stanton's house with her bag crammed with injustices. A lot of statuary just shows a figure standing. And that has never interested me. I want to tell a story, I want to show a moment. So they're sitting at a table, maybe hammering out a speech, maybe working on a piece of legislation, maybe having an argument. I want it to be up to the viewer to decide. So you're never going to see her like this. You're going to see her from below, tilted down, more like that. I want the piece to be in depth, so that as you pass it day after day or as you visit it once a year, there's more to see, there's more to discover. So there is detail hidden everywhere in the sculpture, and a lot of it has meaning. Sojourner Truth often had herself photographed with her knitting in her lap because knitting was a patriotic occupation during the Civil War. It was actually necessary to provide clothing, but it was also a skill, I have read, that was not taught to slaves, and she wanted to work among the newly freed slaves and the escaped slaves and show them herself as an example of what they could become, skilled, involved, with rights, and hopefully eventually citizenship. The statues will be unveiled on Wednesday, August 26th, 2020, which is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, when it actually became law that women could vote. And it'll be right in the park on the site, on the Central Park Mall, where the statue will go. I can't even begin to say what it means to me, but I've lived in New York City for over 40 years. I love the city. I spent a great deal of time in Central Park with my son as a baby, as a child. It's been a refuge and an inspiration to see the statuary there. And I've been a professional sculptor for 40 years, so it's quite a wonderful thing to be doing this project.
As we all know, through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest overflowing with the stories of women who serve to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work. We honor their memories. We vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for justice. Learning from a history which fully and fairly includes the vast and varied contributions of women and people of color offers a departure point in our search for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. History is all around us, and we are all historians searching for the truth. In whatever ways we can honor the valiant women who came before us and bring their stories to light, let's do it. It doesn't have to be a statue or a historic house, although that would be great. How about a street sign, a garden, a women's history trail, a plaque at the site where she made history, or any number of other tributes to her courage and spirit? Monumental Women also hosts a variety of programs and workshops for those interested in learning more about women's history. "42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson. It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park, a message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal. Declaration of Sentiments, Seneca Falls, 1848.
Hi, this is Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and I am so pleased to join you to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and the unveiling of these bronze ceiling breaking women. On August 26, 1920, decades of strategy and sacrifice, led by New Yorkers Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth, resulted in women across the country winning the right to vote. Every woman who votes, protests, or serves in office today does so standing on the shoulders of these three giants. I can't think of a better monument to the history and spirit of New York than these fiercely determined women who fought for a better, more inclusive, more just future. I know the courage and commitment of these monumental women will continue to inspire New Yorkers for generations to come.
Oh, we wear a yellow ribbon upon our woman's breast. We're prouder for its sunny hue than of a royal crest. 'Twas God's own primal color, born of purity and light. We wear it now for liberty, for justice and for right. 'Tis just 100 years ago, our mothers and our sires lit up for all the world to see the flame of freedom's fires. Through bloodshed and through hardship, they labored in the fight. Today we women labor still for liberty and right.
Hi, I'm Sky.
And I'm Ariel.
And we're bringing you a special report today, live from Central Park. Did you know that there are no statues of real women in Central Park?
We want to change that.
I feel kind of sad. I feel like they're definitely underrepresented. It would be nice to have a few real women statues.
Yeah, and there's plenty of room for more statues in Central Park too.
In the United States and the history of women and what they have overcome, I think that they rightfully deserve a statue, or two, or three.
I think it's just a good representation of the place women have in the society whatsoever. In science or politics, it's the same thing. Yeah, which is not acceptable, but not surprising, yeah, sadly.
Well, I think that maybe it's a little behind the times and, moving forward.
Wow, Ariel, it is so good to see you.
Hey, Sky.
Can you imagine it was 4 years ago when we were combating the bronze discrepancy in Central Park?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Well, What a unique time in history as monuments and statues come down across the country. How powerful is it to see the arrival of suffragists Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, and Susan B. Anthony to the pedestal? Wow, would my curiosity have soared if I had seen suffragists as a young girl playing in Central Park. But now it will be a reality for other young girls in New York City and across the country to see the arrival of suffragists to the pedestal.
Absolutely, Sky. Even though we never had statues to be inspired by, our activism with monumental women empowered us to shape New York City history. This is just the start of a greater movement for our public spaces to celebrate women and people of color. Our energy can't stop with this statue. A century after the 19th Amendment, the struggle for voting rights must carry on this November. So let's vote.
When I was in 5th grade, my Girl Scout troop and I would march through Central Park every week with posters chanting, "Where are the women?" I remember being so confused as to why there were 0 statues of real women when there were so many of men. Not only does this statue represent a monumental moment and honors amazing suffragists who fought so hard for women's rights, but it also paves the way for hopefully more recognition of women and people of color. Thank you, and let's keep on making history.
For too long, women's history has been swept aside or simply ignored. No more. As we commemorate the centennial of the 19th Amendment, I'm proud that the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth will stand in Central Park as an inspiration for generations to come. Together, we will take this victory to Washington, D.C. by finally building a Smithsonian Women's History Museum on the National Mall and with the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment.
We'll have our rights. See if we won't. And you can't stop us from them. See if you can. Sojourner Truth, 1853.
Hi, I'm Ken Burns. Among the films I'm proudest of is our 1999 Not for Ourselves Alone, the story of the women's suffrage movement. As we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, I'm reminded that history comes alive through the act of remembering. And today we remember the work and lives of 3 extraordinary women who I believe are among the most important people in our country's history. The fiery orator, Sojourner Truth, the brilliant writer, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and the shrewd political activist, Susan B. Anthony. They will, for generations now, stand in Central Park to remind us of their day, our collective history, and the work ahead, creating a beautifully seamless connection between the past, the present, and our hope-filled future. These women are as responsible as anyone, not just for the passage of the 19th Amendment and the national franchise for women, but also through their work and words building on the greater dream of America. that we can together push our country forward to live up to the values we hold dear. I'm so honored to join all of you today for this historic occasion. Congratulations. And like you, I look forward to my next walk through a Central Park that now embraces the history of women in our country.
It means to me to have a woman's statue in the park is if somebody was learning history, you would learn a lot because you see a woman's statue and you know and you see what they were for and what they did to make your life better.
Monumental Women worked for 7 years to make this Women's Rights Pioneers Monument for Central Park possible. The site is part of Literary Walk, and Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony belong here because they changed the world with their words. So I've shown them working with words. They're gathered at a small table, doing what they loved best, thinking, arguing, forging resolutions, using their very different natures in a complementary way to fuel their struggle. They might be meeting in Stanton's home, where both Truth and Anthony had been overnight guests. The design is a contemporary evocation of the 19th century monument that should have been erected to these women in a park full of 19th century statues honoring men. Sojourner Truth has knitting in her lap. In photographs, Truth often displayed her knitting, which was intentionally symbolic. Knitting was not a skill taught to enslaved people. Knitting for soldiers was a patriotic duty, and it emphasized her status as a free woman and a lady. Anthony was famous for carrying her traveling bag, always full of documents, research for speeches she collaborated on with Stanton. Here it overflows with pamphlets for women's rights conventions, petitions to legislatures, and flyers for lectures by Sojourner Truth. Stanton has books and papers stashed under her chair, a feature common to statues of writers like the nearby male poets. In front is the 1848 Declaration of Sentiments, which begins, "All men and women are created equal." The 3 large books are by influential foremothers: Mary Wollstonecraft's 1792 A Vindication of the Rights of Women, Sarah Grimke's 1838 Letters on the Equality of the Sexes, and Margaret Fuller's 1845 Woman in the 19th Century. Stanton wears a brooch shaped like a sunflower, with shining flowers in the pattern of her dress, because she took the pseudonym Sunflower for her first published articles, and the sunflower later became the women's suffrage movement. Anthony's brooch is a cameo of Minerva, the helmeted goddess of wisdom and strategy. Truth wears the kind of elegant jacket that she would wear at a women's rights conference, with victory wreaths woven into the brocade. Their hands tell a story, too. Truth emphasizes her eloquent voice with both hands. Her right index finger was partly amputated in an agricultural accident while she was enslaved. Anthony holds out a pamphlet that proclaims her one vast idea: votes for women. She's lightly touching Stanton's shoulder to draw her attention. Stanton has just dipped her pen in the inkwell and is about to write something on the blank paper she steadies with her left hand. The statues are portraits and at the same time represent aspects of activism: Truth speaking, Anthony organizing, and Stanton writing. Our rights were not gained by one dramatic action, but from long shared struggle. I hope that all people, especially girls and boys, will be inspired by the scene of monumental women of different races, different educational backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, and different economic status, working together to make the world better.
Good morning. Welcome to our guests here in Central Park, and to all of you from all over the world who've tuned in to the live stream of this event online. I hope you're sharing this moment with all of your friends. My name is Brenda Berkman. I'm a retired FDNY fire captain and a proud member of the board of Monumental Women. the all-volunteer nonprofit organization responsible for bringing this monument to Central Park. What a great day. At long last, we are celebrating the unveiling of Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. You're going to hear much more about the significance of this monument later, but first let me give you a quick preview. There will be music, speeches, videos, words to educate and inspire. Later in the program, we're thrilled to be joined by the Today Show, so I'm going to ask your patience as we make that happen. After the program in the park concludes, those of you watching online will see even more. We hope all of you will be motivated to support the continuing work of Monumental Women. I'm going to ask you to take this moment to acknowledge that this event is being held on the traditional lands of the Lenape people. And we pay our respect to elders both past and present. In saying this, we challenge ourselves and all people to learn more about the history of First Peoples and to breathe life into our obligations to their communities. Thank you. And now, I'm very proud to introduce my dear friend, FDNY firefighter Regina Wilson, an inspiring leader and the first woman president of the FDNY Vulcan Society. Regina will sing America the Beautiful with lyrics by Catherine Lee Bates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plains. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with sisterhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for patriots' dream that sees beyond the years. Thy alabaster cities gleam that sees beyond the tears. America, America, God shed this grace on thee and crown thy good with sisterhood from sea to shining sea.
Regina, thank you. I'm Namita Luthra, and I'm on the board of Monumental Women. Pam Elam, our board president, has persisted through every obstacle to get us to this moment, whether you're here with us in the park or watching on live stream anywhere in the world. From her first speech on women's rights at age 13 in Kentucky to here today in New York, Pam's single-minded determination is how we got here. What propels her is an abiding respect for the lives of women and girls. It's evident in everything she does, and it's culminated in this monument and our ongoing mission. Please welcome Pam Elam.
Thank you so much. I am touched and grateful. And crown thy good with sisterhood. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? And I thank the beautiful song from Regina. I thank Regina for that so much. I thank Namita for those very generous and kind words. And we are here to move history forward, and not even a pandemic can stop us. Truly historic. So let's make the most of it by redefining history to include all of us, by understanding that history is all around us, and we are all historians trying to rethink the past in order to reshape the future. For what we all seek is nothing less than a full and fair historical record that reflects and respects the contributions of all women and people of color. And we won't stop until we win that. But today, we celebrate. Monumental Women is proud that our all-volunteer, not-for-profit group broke the bronze ceiling in New York City's Central Park. It has taken 7 years. We have raised over $1.5 million in private funding. We have fought through many obstacles. But today, our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton will be unveiled as the first statue of real women in Central Park's 167-year history. The 42 million people who visit Central Park each year already see statues of Alice in Wonderland, Mother Goose, and Juliet, with Romeo, of course, as well as statues of witches, nymphs, and angels. But no statues of real women existed until now. Real women are no longer invisible here. The long wait is over. It is not, however, the first, nor will it be the last time women have waited for basic equality and justice, despite our never-ending activism to achieve that. As you know, August 26, 2020 is the centennial anniversary of the ratification and certification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. The banners held at the White House by the silent sentinels of the National Women's Party in 1917 said, "How long must women wait for liberty?" It is a question that women around the world still ask. It's a question that Truth, Anthony, and Stanton asked as well. They were New Yorkers and contemporaries fighting for equality stages and attended the same meetings. It is only fitting that they share the same pedestal. But creating the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument is only one of the goals of Monumental Women. In addition, we seek to increase awareness and appreciation of women's history through our education campaign, as well as our challenge to municipalities across the nation and the world. We issue that challenge today. We urge all cities to reimagine their public spaces, to include tributes to the diverse women who helped create and inspire them. Little did we know that over the past 7 years, we would have to constantly challenge our own municipality as well, but we persisted. We thank our wonderful sculptor, Meredith Bergman. We're grateful for every contribution, large or small, from our many friends. Heartfelt thanks go to the New York Life Insurance Company for its extremely generous challenge grant, to the Ford Foundation, the Jane Walker Campaign, and other businesses and foundations you will hear about later in this program. We sincerely appreciate the money donated from cookie sales by Girl Scout troops 3484, 3482, and 3746, as well as bake sale contributions from children at the Brooklyn Mary McDowell Friends School. We received donations from over 1,000 supporters, and we thank every one of them. But as important as financial contributions were the expressions of support and encouragement we received from all over the country and around the world. We sincerely thank you for your kind words and meaningful messages. It's not easy to donate a work of art to the city of New York. It was not easy to take the long and bumpy bureaucratic roller coaster ride which traveled through the Parks Department, the Central Park Conservancy, the Public Design Commission, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and every single community board surrounding Central Park. Through this ride, we had the strong support of Manhattan's great borough president, Gail Brewer. We can't thank you enough, Gail. And we also thank Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver. Step by step, meeting by meeting, argument by argument, we crossed the minefield, which is New York City government. With the help of our project management team from the highly respected firm of Beyer, Blender, Bell, and our wonderful pro bono attorneys, we made progress. With hard work from our board of directors, additional support from the public, and more attention from the media, Monumental Women succeeded in gaining all the approvals and winning the fight. As we are often reminded, it does take a village to achieve a cherished goal, or in this case, it takes a metropolis. In New York City's public spaces, there are 150 statues, and only 5 of them are women. Now, thanks to Monumental Women, there are 6. For those of you who might think that the work of Monumental Women is done, I can assure you that we are here to stay. We have many other projects and statues in mind, so stay tuned. There are 2 themes that I hope you'll take away with you after you view this beautiful work of art today: the power of women's history and the power of voting. Through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest, overflowing with the stories of women who served to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work, we honor their memories, we vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. And we must not wait any longer. We demand and will continue to fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. On Women's Equality Day, we think about the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and how hard generations of women had to fight for it. Yet we know that was only the first step in getting all those women whose names we know and those whose names we may never know. And let them know that we will forever fight to protect that right to vote for all of us. Let us assure them that in every election, especially this November, we will vote like democracy depended on it, because it does. We owe it to those who came before us to keep moving history forward. They would expect that of us. One statue in one park can light a fuse that sparks the imagination and ambition of a child who sees herself in that statue. That one statue can start a chain reaction leading to an explosion of knowledge and possibilities. Monumental Women is proud to light that fuse today. Thank you all. And it is my pleasure now to introduce Manhattan's great borough president and our wonderful friend, Gail Brewer.
Thank you, Pam Elam. That was extraordinary. I can't think of three more deserving women to put on a pedestal in Central Park than Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. Without them, we would not have the right to vote. But we would not be here today without the hard work, and I mean hard work, of monumental women, sculptor Meredith Bergman, council member Helen Rosenthal, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Central Park Conservancy President Betsy Smith, and their whole Conservancy team. And we all, of course, owe a special debt of thanks to Pam Elam, the president of Monumental Women, and my friend since 1978. I also want to thank Colleen Jenkins, vice president of Monumental Women, as well as we know the great-great-granddaughter of Miss Stanton. I want to thank, yes, give her a round of applause. I also want to thank Penelope Cox, who's Director of Special Projects in the Office of Manhattan Borough President. And in the Mayor's Office, I want to express appreciation to Stacy Lynch and Allie Davis. I am so proud to have worked toward this accomplishment together. We're very honored in the audience today to have Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congress member Carolyn Maloney, whom you heard before, but she's in person, and Commissioner Pauline Toole, who's head of the Municipal Archives, whom we love. I have been an elected official for an awfully long time, but getting this statue approved was a major challenge like none other. 7 years ago, hardly anyone was talking about statutes, and now folks mostly talk about tearing them down. Whether we agree or not about the content of our monuments, they mark the historical disposition of the city's people, of its spirit, and the temper of the times. Much as in the era of suffragists we honor today, it was just about 7 years ago that a few good women stepped forward to create history, and in the form of this powerful sculpture, affirm the leading role of women in our history, and in the historical importance of New York to the character of our nation. When the struggle to create this sculpture began, the city of New York, as you heard earlier, had only 5 works of civic sculpture portraying real-life women: Joan of Arc, Eleanor Roosevelt, Gertrude Stein, Golda Meir, and Harriet Tubman, and none were in Central Park. So we banded together, and in the spirit of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth, and the thousands of women who risked their lives for suffrage, we set out to break the bronze ceiling. It wasn't easy. Stanton, Anthony, and Truth must be smiling somewhere at the hoops the monumental women were made to jump through to create a statue honoring 3 of the most important figures in American history. The answer, no, came in many forms. The park is closed to new statues. Women don't want a statue, they want a garden. If we say yes to this statue, we'll have to say yes to any statue. And my personal favorite, you have to prove that each of these women had actually set foot in Central Park. Funding was a challenge, as it was for the suffragists. Only my office and that of City Council member Helen Rosenthal put in public money. But there were generous, as you heard earlier from Pam, individual donations and foundation support that have provided the rest. A huge highlight of the money chase was hearing that local Girl Scout troops were donating the proceeds of their cookie fundraising toward completion of the statue, and they did even more. Well, it took 70 years to get the boat, but only 7 to get the statue. And if you listen carefully, you can just hear Stanton's voice. Don't worry, ladies, we're getting there. In our own way, we too believed we were on the right side of history and sought to build a force to make change in the status quo. It's never easy. In the 100 years since suffrage passed, our franchise has in fact brought about what many in opposition feared. Our voices and their conviction have grown ever stronger through one struggle after another, and our grip on the levers of power ever more sure. It is sobering to recall that the women figured here not only never saw themselves honored by works of civic art, none lived to see the 19th Amendment ratified in 1920. But they knew that voting was only a right worth fighting if we exercise it. We're coming up on a monumental election. Not only our rights, but our lives are at stake. We must motivate everyone to be touched by our voices, by our love, and a belief in a constitutional republic that every vote must count. As we have seen, change begins in the streets. But to be effective, it must lead to the voting booth. This year, that franchise, won for us by these smart, courageous women, is once again our most important civil right. Now it is my distinguished pleasure to introduce Heather Nessel, the president of New York Life Foundation, a dedicated, and I mean dedicated, phenomenal, monumental woman board member, and my love, a true Upper West Sider.
Thank you, Gail. In the summer of 2016, I was home on maternity leave after having my second child, my daughter Paige, and I read about the Monumental Women effort. I couldn't believe it, and I vowed then and there to be a part of it. And my company, New York Life, agreed and issued a $500,000 challenge grant to make the statue a reality. That was in no small part due to our relationship with Susan B. Anthony, who was one of our first female policy owners. Her father, brother, and brother-in-law were agents of the company, and she used the cash value of her policy to actually get the first women admitted to the University of Rochester. A few months after that, I put Paige in my baby carrier, I grabbed my son Ben's hand, and I went to vote for the first female presidential candidate to be nominated by a major political party. After we voted, I asked somebody to take a picture, this picture, that hangs in my daughter's room. And it reminds her and my son Ben that they can strive to be anything they want to be, as long as they try hard and participate actively in our democracy. I mention this now because it is my great honor to introduce the woman that I voted for that day, the former senator from the great state of New York, Madam Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh, thank you. Wow, a very, very special thanks to all of you, particularly to Pam Elam. Thank you, Pam. And to the Board of Monumental Women for not only developing the idea of this statue, but persevering, fundraising, advocating, and then finally seeing that dream come true. And thank you for commissioning Meredith Bergman to sculpt it. Meredith, congratulations on your work and on breaking the bronze ceiling in Central Park with the women. And thank you, Heather. Thank you so much, Heather Nestle, and to New York Life Insurance Company for your strong support of this endeavor. And I love the idea that Susan B. Anthony's father and brother and her entire family was involved with New York Life Insurance Company way back when. And thanks to the thousands of donors, including the Girl Scouts. I was a Girl Scout and I loved hearing about your commitment to this, who chipped in with matching funds. And I want to thank all of the officials, appointed and elected, who are here, both in person and virtually, and in particular, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, who carries on the battle for the Equal Rights Amendment, and also is now leading the charge to save our post office, so thank you very, very much. To my longtime friend, Borough President Gail Brewer, if you want something done that's hard, ask Gail to do it, because she will totally persevere. And to City Council member Helen Rosenthal, all of you took to heart Susan B. Anthony's famous decree that failure is impossible. I'm also really pleased that we could gather today for this event because with all that's going on, that wasn't guaranteed, but it seems especially appropriate that today on Women's Equality Day, we are unveiling a new statue in Central Park for the first time in over 6 decades. The first statue of real, non-fictional women. The first statue of an African American. And significantly, a statue that depicts 3 great Americans working together. As you know, 100 years ago last week, Tennessee became the last state needed to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. That was the culmination of a decades-long struggle, and most of the women who took up that fight never lived to see the promised land. And many of those women were New Yorkers, like Sojourner Truth, who told the Ohio Women's Rights Convention in 1851, if the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women ought to together be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. Like Susan B. Anthony, whose arrest, which she was very proud of, for the crime of voting while female in 1872 was covered in the New York Times the next day under the heading, Minor Topics. And like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who never forgot that she and her fellow suffragists were fighting not for themselves alone, but for the generations that would follow. These 3 women worked side by side, not only on suffrage, but also on abolition. All 3 wanted universal suffrage for all Americans and were not happy when men of color got the vote without women. They had passionate disagreements, and Sojourner Truth spoke out against the racism she experienced as a Black woman, including too often at the hands of white suffragists. Because while the passage of the 19th Amendment was a critical, important, historic victory, it was also an incomplete one. It would take decades longer to guarantee the franchise for women of color, especially Black and Native American women, and a century later, the struggle to enforce the right to vote continues. We're still fighting so that every eligible American can cast their ballot and know their vote will be counted regardless of race, age, or geography. As Sojourner, Susan, Elizabeth understood, we are all freer when every one of us is free. Our democracy belongs to all of us. Now, heading into 2020, there were plans to celebrate the Centennial with public events, exhibitions, marches to the polls. And well, the pandemic changed all that. Events were canceled, exhibitions pulled down. Millions of Americans worried that these unprecedented circumstances might hurt the hopes we all have for the future of our country, including even the hope that they will be able to vote safely. But our current circumstances aren't as unprecedented as some might think. Remember, in the fall of 1918, during the suffragists' final push for the vote, there was another pandemic sweeping the nation. Hundreds of thousands died here in the United States, and hope of passing the amendment started to fade. But the suffragists persisted. Yes, they postponed events. They wore masks. They held socially distanced gatherings, but they also marched and protested. And many women, including women of color, risked their lives to serve as nurses on the front lines against the epidemic and during the World War that was also going on. And between the tireless organizing and the brave contributions of women to their country, the tide of public opinion began to turn. And less than a year later, women won the right to vote. So our charge now, as we stand in the great river of history, is to take the stories of the women in this statue and carry them forward into our schools, the media, onto social media, into our lives. I hope everyone will promote not only the statue, but the efforts that Monumental Women is undertaking to ensure that this is the first of many statues of pioneering. There is nothing more important, however, to honor the women portrayed in this statue than to vote. That is the best way to lead America forward, as a suffragist used to say, forward through the darkness, forward into light. Thank you for making sure we are reminded of that here in Central Park.
It's now time to unveil the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument. The back of the pedestal contains these words: donated by Monumental Women to the City of New York to honor women's history. Dedicated on August 26, 2020, the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. To assist me with the unveiling countdown are representatives of the Girl Scout troops that helped build this monument with their advocacy and donations of cookie money. They will stand at their seats when I call their names, and then together we will count down the unveiling. Pippa, Story, Jaya, Sophia, Catalin, are you ready? The Today Show is not ready, so we may be. So just as soon as they give me the word, we will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're welcome to join us. Until that time, we waited 7 years, we can wait a few more minutes, right? And now, that was a sign. No. It was the no sign. 30 seconds. Well, you know, it gives me another opportunity to say that monumentalwomen.org is available to assist you in anything you want to do in terms of honoring women. It doesn't have to be a statue. It could be a street sign. It could be a plaque. It could be a garden, you know. The Parks Department seems to really love those. But it can be anything in order to show our respect to the women who've come before us. So I think that was 20 seconds, wasn't it? Stand by. The Girl Scouts are ready. We're all ready. We'll count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when we get the signal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Meredith. It's gorgeous. Everyone will have an opportunity to take as many photos as you want in just a moment. And now we will find out if the Today Show is finished and then move along with the program.
I was born a slave in Ulster County, New York. They called me Isabella Baumfree, but after I left that house of bondage, I gave myself a new name, Sojourner Truth.
I was born Elizabeth Cady in Johnstown, New York. When I married Henry Stanton, we first lived in Boston, but then moved to the outskirts of Seneca Falls in upstate New York.
I am Susan B. Anthony. I was born into a Quaker, anti-slavery family, and as a young woman became a teacher.
We little dreamed when we began this contest, optimistic with the hope and buoyancy of youth,
that half a century later we would be compelled to leave the finish of the battle to another generation of women.
But, my friends, there is an army of them now where we were but a handful.
With such women consecrating their lives, failure is impossible.
Me llamaban Isabella Baumfree, pero después de que dejé la casa de servidumbre, me di un nuevo nombre, Sojourner Truth.
Yo nací Elizabeth Cady en Johnstown, Nueva York. Cuando yo me casé con Henry Stanton, vivimos de primero en Boston, pero después nos mudamos a las afueras de Seneca Falls, al norte del estado de Nueva York.
Yo soy Susan B. Anthony. Yo nací en una familia cuáquera en contra de la esclavitud. Y como una mujer joven, me convertí en maestra.
No nos imaginamos tanto cuando empezamos esta pelea, aún siendo optimistas y llenas de esperanza y energía por ser jóvenes.
Que medio siglo después, nosotras tendríamos que ceder el final de la batalla a otra generación de mujeres.
Pero, mis amigas, hay un ejército de ellas ahora, donde antes nosotras éramos unas cuantas.
Con tales mujeres consagrando sus vidas, el fracaso es imposible.
Good morning. I'm Ariel Deutsch, a proud board member of Monumental Women. It is my great honor to introduce the artist, Meredith Bergman, whose incredible monument we celebrate today. Meredith's talents are only matched by her commitment to social justice and historical redress. Through her public art across the nation, she brings history to life and inspiration to us all. It is such a privilege to have her statue live here in our very own Central Park. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Ariel. It's lovely. Today, we present a labor of love to you, to New York, and to the world. A labor of love is done for the love of the work itself, done without any assurance that the work will be rewarded, and done with all the intensity that drives us, intensity that is never easily welcomed by those around us. I've labored to make these bronze figures embody what each of these three women most loved. Sojourner Truth loved speaking the truth. Her voice was her weapon and her art. It was said of her that she carried the people by storm, possessing a heart of love and a tongue of fire, combining power and sweetness in that great warm soul and that vigorous frame. Here, among this collection of statues, she will be, as Nell Irvin Painter called her, the electrifying black presence in the white crowd. Susan B. Anthony loved to organize, strategize, and win. Stanton compared her to a Doric column. So simply, so grandly she stands, supporting her one vast idea, the enfranchisement of women. Anthony once complained to her diary, "I love to make history, but hate to write it." Elizabeth Cady Stanton loved to write. Vivian Gornick wrote that for Stanton, only the love of thinking could harness the resentment over inequality. It gave her the energy to care for 5, 6, 7 children during the day and sit down at midnight at the kitchen table to write a 2-hour speech that demanded to know what it means to be a human being. These three women loved freedom and wanted it for themselves. They led a revolution against the definition of woman that denied them the liberty to fulfill themselves. They made common cause to fight for the abolition of slavery and the right to vote. Look at them and realize that at this moment somewhere, women are sitting together at a kitchen table working to change the world. This was a deeply gratifying project for me to pour my love into, and I got to work with many wonderful people. Pam Elam and the board members of Monumental Women, who were unfailingly supportive and encouraging. Professors Nell Irvin Painter, Margaret Washington, Darcy Grimaldo Grigsby, and Darcy's graduate students, who gave me thoughtful and useful comments. My skilled and talented assistants, Patrick Piggott, Emily Bedard, and Kate Herslin. The artisans at Digital Atelier, Sculpture House Casting, John Stevens Shop, Granite Importers, Ottavino Stoneworks, and the UAP Talix Foundry. Susan Baggs, Richard Southwick, and Kat Monahan at Beyer Blinder Bell Architects, and my husband and project manager, Michael Bergman, and our son, Dan, who told me, "I look at the monument and realize that we should all do what we love for the good of others." And now, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, who lifted a 70-year moratorium on new statues to welcome this monument.
I am honored to welcome these women's rights pioneers to Central Park. Welcome home, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth. With this work, we pay tribute to the monumental accomplishments of these brave and dynamic women who fought for equal rights. Their work still impacts us 100 years later. This sculpture is the first in Central Park in decades, and there's no better way to break our moratorium than this tribute. As the first monument in Central Park depicting real women, it highlights the importance of equity in our parks and beyond. Equity is at the forefront when we envision public spaces so they serve all New Yorkers. This work embodies our present values and affirms what can be accomplished with collaboration and resolve. 1 century after the 19th Amendment was ratified, it is clear we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that all voices are heard. These women fought for what they believed in and held on to hope despite challenges. Like them, in a time of crisis, we hold on to hope and unveil this statue in an election year when we can see the nation's first women vice president. Parks and public spaces and those we honor in them are fundamental to the practice of democracy. In the most democratic of parks, this statue of Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth reinforces the principles of democracy for generations to come. We're happy to have been part of this journey from the beginning, and thanks to Monumental Women, Borough President Gail Brewer, and the Central Park Conservancy, together this day is possible.
I'd like now just to take 1 minute to thank some of the many supporters that have helped us get to where we are today. And while I couldn't possibly list them all right now, please know that we appreciate every single contribution. To start, the Board of Monumental Women, led by our fearless leader, Pam Elam, Brenda Berkman, Judalyn Cassidy, Ellen Chesler, Ariel Deutsch, Gary Ferdman, Colleen Jenkins, Namita Luthra, Meredith Mascara, Miriam Midzine, and David Spalding. Our marvelous sculptor, Meredith Bergman, her husband, Michael, and son, Dan. Our project managers from Bayer Blinder Bell, Richard Southwick, Susan Baggs, and Kat Monahan. Our phenomenal pro bono lawyers, Rebecca Rodell and Hannah Merrick, and the Lawyers Alliance for New York. They had to do a lot of work. Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Community Boards 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. The Girl Scouts, where would we be without the Girl Scouts? Jen Jones and Cynthia Hornig from Women You Should Know. Our wonderful videographer, Emily Dombrov. The actors voicing Truth, Anthony, and Stanton for our Talking Statues narration. Jane Alexander, Viola Davis, America Ferrara, Rita Moreno, Zoe Saldana, and Meryl Streep. Not too shabby. Talking Statues scriptwriter Joanne Parent, the late great Diana Balmari, other key donors including American Express Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Johnny Walker Company through Jane Walker, Acton Family Giving, Catherine Kazenza Butler, Brenda Berkman, J.P. Morgan Chase, Ann Delaney, Old Navy, the Puffin Foundation, Morgan Stanley, and the Weggy Foundation. And last but certainly not least, two women with whom we would not be here today. Penelope Cox, Director of Events in the Manhattan Borough President's Office, and the Manhattan Borough President herself, Gail Brewer. And it's now my pleasure to introduce my fellow board member, Judalyn Cassidy.
I warned you we were going to have to flex a little bit. So before Judalyn comes up, I just want to offer you a quick look back at the 7-year journey to put the monument in Central Park. So please direct your attention to the screen.
"42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson.
It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park, a message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judilyn Cassidy, and I'm a proud board member of Monumental Women. The next segment you will hear in our program includes statements from descendants of Monumental Women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
Hello, Elizabeth Cady Stanton is my great-great-grandmother. My name is Colleen Jenkins, and we're here to celebrate the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. What is the key sentence? Let me read you the key sentence. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of sex. That's what we're celebrating the Centennial today. It's a great honor to be part of a national celebration.
Hello, my name is Marcy Magnetta, and I am a relative of Susan B. Anthony. This statue represents generations of women who have fought for equal rights and are still fighting today. Most importantly, we hope that younger women carry on our mission. Thank you so much for making this such a special day, and remember, get out there and vote. It's a human right.
What does this monument mean to me? It means hope. As a seventh generation granddaughter of Sojourner Truth, this monument isn't just here to remind us of our past. It's not just here to remind us of the works that these three amazing women accomplished, but it's here to remind our future, to continue to stand up for what's right. Continue to stand up for what you believe in. Continue to stand up for equality, for equal justice. Continue to stand up for what you know is true, what you know is good, and what you know is right. It's here to remind us to continue to stand. As this statue stands, so shall we.
Our sincere thank you to everyone and the participants of today's program. We are honored by your support and inspired by your words. For those of you watching online, don't leave. Even though the event in the park is ending, you at home can continue to watch all the great pre-recorded voices that includes history, well wishes, messages of hope from youth, and inspiration from supporters of all ages. The program can also be accessed later in the day on Monumental's website, YouTube channel, and Facebook page. Everyone is encouraged to support the continuing work of Monumental Women by visiting our website, monumentalwomen.org, and requires cash, donating. Tell your friends, families, colleagues about Monumental Women and come visit the Women's Rights Pioneer Monument. So I want you to be safe, be well, be kind, and take care of each other. Let's all continue doing the hard work until full equality is achieved for everyone. Now, I want you to enjoy Women's Equality Day and exercise the rights that these women fought for and take it to the ballot. That's where it's going to matter, and vote. Thank you.
But when I returned home, members of my family were all abuzz about a women's rights convention they had just attended in Rochester.
Let women then go on, not asking as favor, but claiming as rights, her elevation in the scale of being, so that she may enter profitably into the active business of life. Lucretia Mott, 1849.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Hallowell Wolfe, a direct descendant of suffragette and abolitionist Lucretia Mott. One thing I particularly admire about my powerhouse Quaker granny is how she gave her equal devotion to both advocating for the rights of women and working to abolish slavery. Now, I'm only 12 years old, but I strongly encourage you, no matter what your age, situation, skin color, gender, or anything else may be, to become aware, to get active, to never lose hope, and to join us in the fight that we've been fighting for centuries. Thank you for, in her words, being no advocate of passivity.
Hello, I'm Kinshasha Holman Conwell, and I'm so excited about the unveiling of the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument. This first ever sculpture of a woman and a person of color in Central Park pays homage to three trailblazing abolitionists and suffragists, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth. I salute these monumental women and the brilliant work done by so many to make this day possible.
Hello, everyone. I'm all the way across the country in Los Angeles, and you're in New York, and I wish I could be there for the unveiling of the suffragist statue. This is a great time to put these women in New York City, a city where each of them made such an enormous impact for the nation and for the nation's women, period. This is a time when, as a nation, we're being asked to look at what kind of historical characters we look at and remember and allow to represent our country's best. And as some statues come down, what could be a better time for this statue of these three women who pursued justice and equality to go up? So congratulations to everyone.
Robin Morgan, and I'm here to talk about Elizabeth Cady Stanton. I love them all, of course, equally, but Stanton is special. For one thing, she was a profoundly radical feminist on everything from children's swaddling clothes straight up through religion and taking on the church with the Woman's Bible. For another, she was a wonderful writer. In her great speech, The Solitude of Self, she ends it with simply asking the question, who can take, who dare take upon himself the responsibility for another living human soul?
Here lies the cornerstone.
CREWTV is a movement. We are civically re-engaged women, and this is the Seneca Falls Revisited virtual experience. It's CREW's Centennial Celebration event commemorating 100 years of American women's right to vote. So go to CREWwomen.tv to get your subscription today.
Just have to make sure my mask is off. Good afternoon. Hello, Monumental Women. My name is Sharon Nelson. I am the CEO of Civically Re-Engaged Women, also known as CREW. Congratulations. The day is finally here on this wonderful Women's Equality Day, August 26th. Want to congratulate on behalf of all of the women advocates that are out here doing all of this work to Monumental Women. To you, Pam Elam, to you, Colleen Jenkins, as well as your board members, colleagues, and collaborators, we thank you. We thank you for this amazing day where we're here to unveil the statue of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, and Susan B. Anthony. This is so amazing and my heart is so filled. And on behalf of many of the women advocates, I just wanted to say thank you and let you know how important this day is for many reasons. Not only are there centuries worth of unsung women heroes that we're paying tribute to as a result of this auspicious occasion, but before the many more that are to come. We have the little girls and yet unborn little girls who will know this day where the statue in Central Park was unveiled, where they can see a powerful image of women who look like them, whether they be black, white, or other, but just the fact that women are bonding, and we're here to say that we helped build this country, and we are here to claim our rightful place in this more perfect union. So we thank you, Monumental Women, for this amazing occasion and this opportunity to be part of a sisterhood, to be part of a solidarity, to be part of a movement that matters. And we hope to see many, many more statues coming in 2021 and beyond. I thank you again, Pam Elam and Colleen Jenkins, for your amazing hard work, and continue onward, as they say.
A giant step toward dignity and full participation in American life and affairs was taken by the American Negro in the capital of the United States on the day of August 28, 1963. The step was taken solemnly and in union with many of their white countrymen.
We shall
The footstep of the march in Washington was firm, with a quiet purpose and a mannerly rhythm. It aroused, even in dissenters, a larger awareness of the right of the Negroes as Americans to share equally not only the sun and air so clear and free on the day of their march, but their right as Americans to share opportunity and privilege as well. America has known this intellectually for a long time, for 100 years by history's calendar. On August 28th, America learned this emotionally, with clarity more penetrating than intellect. Every kind and class, every generation of America participated. If not in the city of Washington, across the land by television, America mutely attended the feeling of the march and heard the all-encompassing cry for freedom from indignity. America heard back into the miles of her history to Lincoln, Jefferson, Tom Paine, Patrick Henry. Everybody attended the march in Washington of August 28th. In this city that has a massive traffic problem even in normal times, traffic had been rerouted and acres of space had been reserved for the buses that brought the thousands of visiting demonstrators. Momentum for the march began slowly. By 11:30 a.m., a mounting tide of children, students, parents, grandparents, placards and banners held aloft were walking down the wide avenue named in honor of the Constitution of the country. No attempt was made or thought given to strict lines of marching. The mood of the day was serious, but relaxed. 200,000 strong, they marched in the largest demonstration for civil rights in the history of the United States. Catholics, Protestants, and Jews, the humble and the famous, Westerners, Northerners, and Southerners. A cross-section of the 50 states were represented as they progressed along the avenue, loosely grouped together by states or organizations or busloads. Some arrived by roller skates, some by train and plane. Some drove private automobiles 30, 50 miles. All now walked to the memorial site preserved in honor of Abraham Lincoln. They walked to express to the nation in a peaceful fashion their rights to freely assemble and be heard, as spelled out in the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment requires that the government not only refrain from interference with peaceful assemblies, it must restrain the restrainers as well. The Boston Tea Party led off a long chain of effective social protests in America. The suffragette demonstrations spread to many cities before their cause was victorious. And the struggles of American labor were traditionally advertised through the right to peacefully assemble and be heard. A renowned American jurist recently said, "A function of free speech under our system is to invite dispute, It may strike at prejudices and preconceptions and have profound unsettling effects as it presses for acceptance of an idea.
We're going to walk together. We're going to stand together. We're going to sing together. We're going to stay together. We're going to moan together. We're going to groan together. And after a while, we'll say, freedom, freedom, freedom now.
I give you Mr. Burt Lancaster.
All Americans traveling no matter where in the world today are in the position of ambassadors and are very often made bitterly aware of our country's reputation. It is not easy to be an American abroad, nor is it easy to make coherent to those who are not Americans the nature and the meaning of our struggle. And we are therefore forever indebted to those Americans represented by the March on Washington movement for giving us so stunning an example of what America aspires to become, and for helping us to redefine in the middle of this dangerous century what is meant by the American Revolution. We recognize that it is not only in America that the battle for freedom and dignity of peoples is being waged. The struggle toward freedom on the part of the previously subjugated is occurring in capitals and villages all over the world. It is on our awareness of what this struggle means and in the degree of our dedication to it that our future and the future of the world depends.
"150 members of the Congress of the United States arrived at the rally to add their support. and the support of the people of the states they represent to the spirit of the March in Washington.
Spread the message far and near. The time is now. The place is here. The acknowledged champion of civil rights in America, Mr. Roy Wilkins, Executive Secretary, National Association for the Advancement of Colored.
I want some of you to help me win a bet. I want everybody out here in the open to keep quiet. And I want to hear a yell and a thunder from all those people who are out there under the trees. Let's hear you. There's one of them in the tree. Let us bow our heads in prayer. God of history and of all mankind, God of Abraham and Moses, Amos and Isaiah, Jesus and Paul, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, pour out thy benediction upon the United States of America. Pour it out upon President Kennedy.
As the Freedom Marchers remained at the monument grounds to close their demonstration in prayer, their leaders moved on to the White House to meet with President Kennedy. The President's active concern with the progress for the Negro in housing, education, and employment is well known. The members of the Overall Policy Committee of the March in Washington reported the conference was friendly and cooperative. Chairman A. Philip Randolph reports first.
We believe that it's going to have its effect on the image of our country all over the world, because it will indicate that not only are Negroes struggling to achieve a transition from second-class to first-class citizenship, but that our white brothers and sisters are marching arm in arm with the Negro citizens of the country for the purpose of achieving this objective. And consequently, this is and has been a great American experience.
The Reverend Dr. Eugene Carson Blake, United Presbyterian Church of the United States of America, was another of the march leaders.
Judgment was right. The thing we wanted to do was to get in behind the leadership of the Negro community. Clearly, the religious leader of this occasion was Martin Luther King, And we are proud to have served behind and strengthening the witness that he's been carrying. The other thing is that we did produce a non-segregated march.
Mr. Walter Reuther of the United Auto Workers of America was also a member of the committee that met with President Kennedy.
And I believe that the real significance of what we have started here today is that we have laid the groundwork for the building of a functioning, broad coalition of Americans from all walks of life, from all points of view, from all races and creeds and color, who can carry on not only the common struggle to achieve an effective and meaningful civil rights legislation, but who can do this practical work, the day-to-day job of fighting discrimination in education, in housing, in employment, in public accommodation. And I think this is the true significance of what we have started today.
Pleasure now to present the moral leader of our nation, one who has conducted a massive moral campaign in the southern area of the nation against the citadel of racism, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. I would simply like to say that I think this has been one of the great days of America. And I think this march will go down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, demonstrations for freedom and human dignity ever held in the United States.
The slumbering conscience of America stood aroused, tall and awakened, as twilight fell over the march in Washington of August 28th. It admitted a lingering sense of shame. It admitted pain had been overlooked. In so doing, America reminded herself of her destiny, her aspirations, the dream which brought forth her birth. And America turned her eyes full upon the issues of freedom and justice, issues for all. She turned her attention to the Civil Rights Bill before the Congress, which is currently under examination of the elected representatives of all the towns and cities of the land. She turned her thoughts to the job ahead. The sound and spirit of the massive reminder of the meaning of freedom traveled around the world on the day of August 28th, rightfully initiating from the grounds where Abraham Lincoln sits silently and gravely, watching over this land from the memorial erected to his memory. The U.S. is reminded it is not enough to hope together, to pray together. She is reminded she must speak and act for the common good.
giving women the right to vote became
official launch of Civically Reengaged Women's TV Network, also known as CREWTV. So here's what I want you to do. Follow us on Twitter at CREWWomen and tag us. All be civically reengaged women together. So before we go any further, it's time for another one of what I like to call mama songs, because hey, she brought you in this world and she'll, well, you know the rest. Here's Doc Martin.
Hey, it's DJ Doc Martin. Let's get this launch party started with the Spice Girls and Mama.
Catching me in places that I knew I shouldn't be.
100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, when the 19th Amendment was trying to be passed by all the states, in Pennsylvania, some suffragettes came up with this idea that they were going to make a replica of the Liberty Bell and use it to get out the vote. Because they had to get men to vote for a women's right to vote. And they created this bell. It was like the Liberty Bell. It was a huge bell, and they put it on the back of a flatbed pickup truck. And they went around Pennsylvania, going from county to county, and wherever they went, they'd make an event around, come out and see this replica of the Liberty Bell, and people did. People were really interested. But what they'd done is they'd taken the clapper, the part of the bell that makes it ring, and they had chained it to the side of the bell so it couldn't ring. So when they'd go to ring it, people would be like, why doesn't it ring? It doesn't ring. And they'd say, because it is chained, just like us. Its voice is chained and it cannot ring out. It cannot be heard. So we're asking you to unchain our voice and let us be heard. It didn't happen right away that Pennsylvania passed the amendment, but eventually it did. And when it did, they unchained the clapper and rang the bell. I am no one's baby. Decades rattling round this world. I heard this story. I realized I had to be a part of this story. The video opens on a little girl pulling on a rope. Nothing happens. So we follow this rope up to this enormous bell, and we see that it's chained. And then we shift to a path along the river with Megan, that's me, walking along, and I'm singing this song. And as I walk, another woman joins me, and then another. She's bringing with her more women join, and more and more. Destination, the Justice Bell. We are strong. Now, at this point in the song, the gospel choir joins in. With all the women picking up this long rope, hands of all different strengths and colors. The bell drops to the ground, and as the last chord of the bell rings out, and then the final shot brings us back to the older woman and the little girl standing at the bell as the little girl reaches up and takes the older woman's hand. I wanted to sing it as a thank you to all of the women who have been courageous enough to speak their truth, especially right now into a society. Together, there's this thing that happens, it feels really, really good. If you raise your voice, especially with other people, it resonates. Feel it.
And that was just the world!
And it's also an election year. We've been given a voice, so let's raise it. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. So to find out how you can add your voice to this movement, please click the link below for the new nationwide casting call for River Rock. I am no one's baby. I am not a girl. I have spent some decades rattling round this world. I am not the next new thing. I've been here too long. I have spent my life turning stories into song. I am not silver. I am not gold. No precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock. Life, this life I choose, through a prism lens, as I make this journey closer to its end. At many times I'm troubled by much of what I see, but I won't waste my breath declaring you've done this to me. I am not silver, I am not gold. No precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. Every step along the way, I made my own choice. I tried to choose the truth. That's how I found my voice. I am not silver, I am not gold. No precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life. This life I choose.
The women of the suffrage movement were incredibly brave, unbelievably persistent, and absolutely unwilling to take no for an answer. And they got no, and no, and no, and no, and no.
The women of the suffrage movement were tenacious, they were courageous. They were women who were fighting against a system where everything was stacked against them. They really were told to sit down and shut up, but that is not what they were going to do.
If I were to describe them in one word, I would say fearless. They 100% were willing to take on this massive American institution that was men in politics.
The women of the suffrage movement had a degree of courage and optimism that is something that should be a model to all of us. We stand on their shoulders, and we have to recognize that we have people standing on ours as well, and would that we could draw upon their courage, their optimism, their determination, that they would succeed.
I do see myself in those characteristics. I believe I am determined, I am persistent, and I am ready to make a change in this world.
I think for anybody who wants to move the needle on rights and opportunities for people in this country, even a country that describes itself and embraces the fact that it's a democracy, you have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to take those rights. You have to be willing to stand up and argue for those rights for yourself and for other people.
The fight for equality, for the right to vote, was 72 years long. It wasn't a short fight, and it wasn't one that many who started knew that they were going to be able to finish. But they did it anyway because they knew the importance to future women, to me, to my granddaughters one day, to the people who will come behind us.
I think they believed that in their core, that no matter what circumstance that they were in, that their voices should and would carry the power to be able to change things.
I think the word stubborn is a very gendered word, but I have learned to embrace it. I think that the women of the suffragist movement were extremely stubborn and refused to yield, and that is extremely important in how I see myself.
Oh, I'm definitely tenacious, like the women who were in the suffrage movement. I really am going to make my point. I'm really going to insist that justice be done. I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to let somebody tell me that blue is red and red is blue.
I think persistence and resilience is something I see in myself. Others might describe it as being pig-headed and not giving up. So I'm not sure it's always described in a positive way, but I don't mind.
I really believe those women paved the way for us to have our own voice. They spoke up, and I think they spoke up on behalf of us so that we would be able to have our own voice in this era.
Hey guys, it's great to see you, to reconnect in the cybersphere. I want to introduce you first of all because everybody needs to know who we're talking to. And I don't know if the world is seeing you in the same order that I am, but I've got Vivian Lee to begin, left to right, then me, I'm Roma Torrey, Kristen Shaughnessy, and then on the bottom two, Amanda Farinacci, followed by Janine Ramirez. You guys are just wonderful women. We're talking about a sisterhood, and you are definitely tops in my sisterhood, and it's always great to join you. When we talk about the theme of sisterhood, let's get to first, we are women, we are sisters deep down, but we're also working individuals. And I want to get a sense from any of you to share what a great day is at the office. As a woman, what has been a wonderful moment for you? What makes a good working situation? By the way, I can start for a second. For me, working in the newsroom has been such a joy whenever we're in a live event and we've got all of our systems running at the same time. And there's this sense of teamwork and everybody's doing what they're trained to do. And they're all achieving their strengths. You know, for me as an anchor, it's the opportunity to coordinate so many disparate elements. And when it all comes together, well, there's really no writing at that point if there's a live event, but taking the visuals and taking all of the graphics and whatever is on social media and being able to put it all together into a coherent report that informs our audience the best way we can. To me, it's like a symphony. And that's what makes a great workday. Whether we're talking about women or men, that to me is the ideal work situation.
Well, for me, you know, I anchor, but I also am a reporter, so I'm out in the street a lot. And as a journalist, you're a storyteller. And a great day for me is really giving a voice to those people who don't have one, right? So television is a powerful medium, and those who see themselves on television or get their story or their message across on television, it empowers them. And so a great day for me is to tell that story that really brings out whatever issue it is that sort of, it elevates their story. And a lot of these people just don't have anywhere to go. They don't know how to get their story across. And so to be able to interview them, get their words, put it into a storyline, a 2-minute story, a powerful news piece, and get it out to the world. And now really, you know, we work in New York City, but this story, because of social media, could be seen all over the world. So really the impact could be great when you tell a good story.
Just to piggyback on those, I'm sorry, Roma.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys sort of nailed it, Roma. You describing the live situation. As a reporter, you want to be the person who is taking the toss from you, who's watching and explaining the situation from the scene as it's unfolding. That's like a lot of work and a lot of stress, but also like a lot of adrenaline and a lot of fun. And I know that sounds silly a little bit, but that's sort of the high that gets you through so many hours and so much stress and so much being so on. And then at the same time, I think that there's a nice balance being the person who gets to tell the story, like Janine mentioned, that has not been told before, right? Where you know you're going to have, your story is going to be out there and it's going to have like a kind of a gut punch impact where you are giving voice to people who don't have it, where you're raising an issue that hasn't been appropriately or adequately addressed before, and you're the person who found it, who researched it, who sort of like hit it, you know, brought it all the way home. And so it is a different kind of fun, but also like you put the piece out there and then you sort of watch the ripple effect, right? And that's like, for me, where I get my highs, I guess. Yeah. Those are the good days.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? The whole notion of having a voice and being able to use our voice in a unique or powerful way really does make my day. But the other side of the coin, though, is that, you know, we talk about the suffragists and all that they managed to accomplish, that they gained a voice when they won the right to vote. But even today, 100 years later, a lot of women don't have a voice, or if they do have a voice, they don't use it to speak up. And so the other side of the coin is, have you guys ever experienced situations where you've been in a work situation and you were scooped, or because you were a woman, you were taken advantage of, or you had to defer to a male presence in the newsroom? Has that ever been your experience? And Vivian, let me start with you. Has that been something that you can share?
You saw me nodding, like
yeah.
It's happened on a couple of occasions in different jobs when I was much younger, and I had found a story. And there was one in particular that I remember. It was a story that another senior reporter had actually touched on, but I was updating it with a new development. So what ended up happening, to my surprise, was a meeting was called with me, the senior reporter, and the managing editor. And the three of us kind of hammered it out. And I guess I felt the bull rising in me in terms of like a serious anger and some consternation that I was facing this in that day and age. And I pushed back. And I actually turned to the managing editor and said, so when stories are a few years old and somebody who's more senior says, no, that was mine because I touched it several years ago, is that reason enough to have that person continue to cover that story? And I remember the managing editor and I had a great relationship, and he agreed with me. He agreed that I should be able to take it. And I don't think my relationship with that more senior reporter was ever the same again, but that was an example of being big-footed. I think there was a gender-based impulse behind that treatment, and probably my age might have had something to do with it. Maybe that senior reporter thought I was too much of a whippersnapper to try and take on a subject that reporter had already touched. So yeah, it's a very disheartening feeling, but it feels great when you stand up for yourself and fight back and prevail.
Yeah. Here, Vivian, way to go. And have you had a similar experience?
I can't think of like any specific example like Viv has had, but I think we've all just kind of run into roadblocks in our career where you can kind of feel the weight, where you have to find your voice and stand up. So,
Amanda, I think you once told me you had experienced something similar to that.
A couple of actually a lot. It's happened to me a lot of times where I delivered the sort of the original tip that led to the big story. I did the first big story, and then more resources or more help or more support went to a male who was either a political reporter or somebody that they deemed sort of quote unquote more appropriate. There were obviously some gender issues there that should pick up on the continuing, coverage of the thing that I first brought to the table. It's infuriatingly frustrating to feel like you have innovated something and you've brought and delivered something unique and amazing. And even if it's not really amazing, you just get that sort of high at knowing that you've done something, that you've brought something exclusive, or you've got a scoop, and then realize that like it doesn't matter. Even though you were the original, it's just going to go to somebody with, someone else that's probably not a woman or me.
All right, I'm going to describe a behavioral trait, and tell me if this resonates at all with any of you. That women tend to be self-defeating, that they second guess themselves. They don't think maybe they measure up to some of their other colleagues, particularly male colleagues. And they often apologize for not being better. Is that something that any of you can relate to? Kristen, I see you smiling.
yeah, I think I had a really bad habit of saying sorry to the point where I recognized it, and I try not to do that anymore because I wasn't apologizing really. It was just sort of, that's a female thing to do. I think for a lot of women, maybe not for you guys, but so I had to break that habit. I think as you get older, you find your voice. And I always felt like I knew my voice, but you're also supposed to be polite, and you're supposed to have a certain temperament, and you're not supposed to push back, so that you have to find a way to do that, but still hold your ground, and still you can still be polite, but you got to hold your ground.
Yeah.
It seems like men don't care about that, right? Men don't care about being polite. They say what they need to say because they feel like they have the authority to say it. And women, when they second guess themselves, do I have the authority to say this? Should I be saying this? Should I weigh in? Should I just step back? Because you don't want to be deemed as, oh, she's such a bitch. She comes in there and she just, is trying to take over. And, it's just the whole other thing. It's being assertive versus being, like you're right, like a bitch. Like you just don't want to be in that category.
Yeah, so it's different labels, don't you think, Janine? In terms of, a woman is described one way, and a man would be described as powerful. It's just, you're going to get if you do the same thing, you're going to get a different label if you're a female.
Right. Yeah. On this particular, but a woman's a diva, right? Like,
right.
Same idea.
Well, one time I did a story, and it was written up. The press wrote up the story, Hurricane Sandy coverage, and I was described as chatty. Chatty. Would a man ever be described as chatty because I talked a lot during my live shots? Never.
They would be described as informative.
Right.
Yeah. Authoritative. Yeah.
Well, and also
authoritative.
Men, when men are forceful, they're aggressive, and that has a positive connotation. When women are forceful, you said it, they're overly assertive, they're bitchy, and I wish we could change that perception in our own work situations, but also from the public, because I sometimes, and unfortunately through social media, people are just chime in anonymously and say, the most insulting things to me. But oftentimes they resent if I say anything that has, well, I hate to use a strong opinion. I don't render opinions, but if I call somebody out in an interview, for example, if they're lying or whatever, they jump down my throat. When a guy does it, they go, here, he's being tough. He's a great interviewer,
Right.
So
I think a lot of it starts with recognizing first how we all were raised and what generation we were raised by, and from what generation we belong to. Because I catch myself telling my daughters, keep your voices down. And it's funny because I've only in the last couple of years realized how much I heard that as a young girl. And I don't want to pass on to my daughters that they should not voice an opinion, not stand up for themselves, but volume has a lot to do with how you're conditioned, like the level of volume that is considered appropriate for both boys and girls at this age. And I catch myself doing that. So now what I try to do is counter that by saying, okay, we are not in a place where we can use our outdoor voices. If you have something to say, ask for my attention first. Just say, please, Mom, can I say something? And I try to couch it in a different way, because that is definitely not something that I grew up with. And when I entered news, I kind of felt like this is a business where everybody's opinion helps to make the final product, and everybody's opinion will be valued and cherished, whether you say it privately, like in a story meeting, or publicly as an anchor or reporter. That is not the case. Even our own business is deeply affected by these generalizations that I think we all become socialized with.
100 years later, we're still dealing with it, right?
No, we are. And I can extend that socialization to, I think we end up giving the perception that we're undeserving of perhaps the money that we get or the accolades or whatever. And it goes back to that whole, we apologize too much. But I think oftentimes we feel that maybe we don't deserve the salaries that our male colleagues get. And I'm just wondering, have any of you experienced that, where you didn't fight for a comparable salary that you really did deserve, but you just felt like, well, who am I? I don't think I'm worth that much money, for example. Have you ever had that experience?
I actually did fight, and I asked for a lot more than I was making, just to let them know I knew what my worth was. I had also found out what the guys were making who had less experience and hadn't been there as often. And I think, Janine, you and I were the first ones to share our salaries. This was years ago, probably 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago. And it was helpful because, we started knowing what people were making, what we were making, and it really helps you negotiate. And I will tell you what my brother-in-law, who owns a company, said. I've never had a woman come to me and ask me for a raise. Never.
Really?
25 years, 30 years.
The men do, right?
Men always do. Yep.
Yeah.
And the women don't want to be seen as demanding, right? Oh, she's so demanding. But when men go in there being demanding, the same thing. It's like, that's okay. But for a woman, it's like, who does she think she is coming in here demanding A, B, and C? So it's the perception of when a woman asks for something versus what a man asks for something.
Yeah, I actually went into a contract negotiation a long time ago saying, I don't want to be greedy. And so.
And then they have you right there.
Total undermining of your worth, right?
Because it's not about greed.
Right.
It's about pitting your worth based on your experience, where you've worked, what you've done, what you've achieved. That's not greed. I don't think a man would be accused of being greedy if he listed all of his accomplishments and where he managed to get them done.
Yeah.
It is the one area that can be an equalizer with an employer. If female colleagues or all colleagues share their salary, that makes you more powerful as a group.
Yeah.
And I think that you need that. Go ahead, Amanda.
When I was in high school, I worked at the Gap, and I worked with like 7 other friends. We all worked at the Gap. We all made like $12.50 an hour. We were all like very open about the fact that we made $12.50 an hour and, whatever. And then once you sort of get to the real world, people just stop, as women, just stop discussing it. And so you can enter into this sort of very lonely realm of, you feel happy that you have a job, especially we work in news in New York City, the #1 market. You feel grateful that you've made it. Like me, I started out here, so I wasn't coming in from someplace else. So I was just like, oh, wow, I'm here. I'm going to take whatever they offer. But I had literally years of ignorance and not wanting to rock the boat and not wanting to be demanding or oversell myself or price myself out. Meanwhile, I know there are males who have either less experience or as much experience who are making significantly more money than I am. And I have accolades. I have worked for 20 years but it's all because we are preconditioned almost since we're from college, the age to just sort of like, I've had the same best friends my entire life. We don't even talk about money. And that's just, we did before we were younger, but once you get older and things start to get more real, it just becomes an uncomfortable conversation. And that's really something that needs to change, because like the information is power. Like I say to younger women now, like, guys, talk to each other and tell each other, because like, if you don't know what everyone else is doing, that's by design. That's meant to keep you at 80 cents or whatever on the dollar, right? I think it's the figure. That's purposeful.
It's that, yeah, it might be 77.
It's already happening. There are people in their 20s who have told me, the new thing now is to tell each other what we're making, especially if we're all going for the same kind of job. And it's kind of smart, because then it completely neutralizes competitiveness and almost puts the issue squarely in the lap of employers.
Who are accountable for not caring. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I credit Janine for that, because I think you came to me, Janine, and I was like, you have to make a decision. Do you trust each other enough to do it? We didn't know we were friends, but we didn't know each other that well. We had both sort of started it. We weren't, and it was a really good, smart move on your part.
Well, I think a lot of times women have to bond together, and information is power, and you empower each other so that when you go in there for your negotiation, you kind of know, what your next move is. Like, what am I'm going to go in there and ask for this level because I know, A, B, and C are making that, and I am in that category, and I should be at that level. And so to have that information, especially as a woman, because most of the time, the people that you're asking for a raise or a contract negotiation, they're men. And so the men are not, you're already like at a disadvantage as a woman. With men looking at, she's going to be demanding and she's going to try to sell herself and I'm more powerful than she is. So you're already going in there in a vulnerable position. And so to have information, that empowers you.
And I will say, you should never be upset about if someone is making more than you shouldn't be upset about that, because that means you can make that too. That gives you a goal to reach for, and it only helps all women. And that should be the goal, to help all women, everybody really, not just women and men, but for women particularly, when it comes to pay, the more somebody makes, you should be happy for them.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is the competitive culture of the workplace. And, maybe that's a generational thing, because I think young people are getting it now. They realize that there is power in sharing information. Mm-hmm. But for us, I have to be honest, I didn't want to reveal my salary because I was afraid if that came out, then other people would want that salary. And then instead of raising others, I'd be lowered, as if there is a finite amount of money to be given out and that we all have to share it, equally. Right. Guys never think of it that way, and that's part of the problem. And I think, we really do have to open up to one another and, make it, and share that kind of information. That's really strong. The whole notion, though, of women in a workplace being supportive has always bothered me too, because a lot of times people will ask me, we have this lawsuit and they say, well, is your management male or female or whatever? And, granted, there are issues with male bosses, but women bosses can be equally unsupportive. And that has always struck me as so strange that women work against one another oftentimes when they're in leadership positions. And, we've had our share of some female bosses who've been actually worse than some of the male bosses. And they have judged us on our appearance. And, that's another area that, I think would be worthwhile to get into. The fact that we're in a business where we are judged based on cosmetics, hair, the wardrobe, the makeup, and all of that. And yet we're in a business that is all about imparting information, informing people. Men are not judged in the same way we women are. And so suddenly, and maybe this is the foxification of the news business, but suddenly well, I guess it's been building for a long time. Women are expected to be young and very pretty. The whole, the beauty queen syndrome. It's so frustrating to me as a woman that I have to look a certain way. I have to dye my hair. I can't go gray. There is pressure to Botox. By the way, I've not done it. Maybe I should say yet, but I really resist that whole cosmetic treatment there, surgical treatment. But what do you guys think about that? I mean, how frustrating is it to you that you have to go through all these machinations to look a certain way in order to be accepted on the job? Anybody?
I agree with you. I think the problem starts with the number of international, transnational media companies that are governed and led by men. I think there was a study put out some time ago that showed around the world there was like an appalling lack of female representation at almost every senior level of management in all the major media companies in America, and a few that were identified in Europe. There's that, as well as this seemingly age-old obsession with the idea that youth equals beauty, number one. And so what you need to do as a woman especially is preserve your youth as much as possible in order to at least start to fill in the equation that makes up and results in beauty. I think we are in a very optics heavy business. I think looking professional, looking like we take care of ourselves is a dominant kind of predisposition that I think every man and woman is subjected to when they enter any kind of business that puts them in the spotlight. However, there is much more leeway given to men to age, and that idea that they become more valuable as they age, the graying at the temples and maybe some more wrinkles on the face connote wisdom, experience,
gravitas,
but not the same to women.
Right.
And I think changing that, I know we had all had this discussion before, all of us, with, I think I had asked you all, when did you realize that you had to start taking extra measures to preserve this idea of youth? And you all came up with your own examples of it. And it was really kind of just like really upsetting to know that this was a shared experience among women. And our business is in a lot of ways perpetuating it. There was that anchor in Australia. I think it was like the Today Show in Australia, where he wore the same outfit, the same jacket. And just
been a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, and that went viral, and it touched off so many conversations in media newsrooms and media pens when people were working out in the field, where it was so apparent that it was true. The man was not bothered for having worn the same blazer every day. And he himself even called out his industry for having a different standard set for women.
And if a woman wore the same color 2 days in a row, it would be like an epiphany.
Right. A woman has to have season-specific colors and textures.
Green yesterday. What are you doing?
And yes, you know what? I have subscribed to the pressure. I have a rotating wardrobe account. You know, I have not canceled it in this age of COVID. I've kept it. I'm only human, but I am aware that I'm under this pressure. I'm happy to discuss it out in the open because I think at least having that discussion about that double standard needs to start.
I agree. You know, we started talking about having our voice, and I want to end this with a discussion on what happens when you use your voice to speak up and defend your rights, and suddenly you're retaliated against, or you fear you're going to be retaliated against. Obviously, we did speak up, and we have experienced retaliation, but what advice do you guys have, or what can you impart to other women who maybe don't want to go the route, obviously, of you know, that extreme of filing a lawsuit, but how would you advise women who feel that they have been victimized in some way in the workplace and don't want their bosses to get away with it? What would you say to them?
Well, my new thing is document everything, because you know what? You go to your human resources department, and this is what really has, like, what I really learned throughout this whole process is that the human resources department really just works for the company. They work for the company. So they're really not looking out for an employee's best interest. They're really just, an internal investigation is for the company. So it's not, so I would just say just document everything for now and kind of see if there's a pattern, see if there's other people within, you know, with colleagues that you could talk to, but to turn everything over to human resources or to somebody within the company who's really just protecting the interests of the company is not a good idea.
And I would say just do it anyway. I would say if you feel strongly enough about the wrong that's been, you know, done to you, then, and you are a woman who has XYZ set of beliefs, or and you feel like you know, we all have daughters, and we think about what comes in the future. I would say that, I mean, this, I speak for myself, but I think we all agree on this. This has not been easy. This is not an easy road to go down. It hasn't been, I mean, we've had some moments of fun, you know, lightness and laughter because we're friends, but mostly this has been really hard, but also really worth it. And I think that that's sort of the message that should be conveyed, is that anything worth changing is worth fighting for, and you do the work, because nothing easy ever, no big change ever comes easy, you know? And so it's scary. Yes. Retaliation stinks. Yes. Being looked at a certain way by people is not comfortable, but like, oh, well, you know, it's not comfortable not being treated nicely. When we were being mistreated, that wasn't comfortable either. So at least here we can stand up and say, you know, our back straight and hold our chins up high and feel like, you know what, I'm not going to be treated badly. And here's how I'm going to prove it to you. So, you know, there is a lot, I get a lot of strength from all of you, but also just like in knowing that if I was doing a story about this, I would commend the woman who spoke her mind and say, I'm so happy that I could give you the voice. Here's me giving myself that same courtesy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I completely agree. And I mean, if you don't stand up, who is going to stand up? I think that's the question we all asked ourselves. And it's just going to continue and perpetuate if you don't stand up. And nobody has really stood up on this issue in our business. And, you know, there's been a few, but not as a group. And it just became time. And at the end of the day, this is a huge issue. It is bigger than any of us. It affects, we have heard from women all over the world. So we know there's a problem, and it's time to just call it out and let the chips fall where they may.
And you know what, ladies, this is where sisterhood comes in, because, you know, we were talking earlier about the importance of sharing with one another. I don't think we would have gotten this far if we hadn't started to talk to one another and share our experiences and our feelings of being marginalized and sidelined in the office. And suddenly we kind of realized we were joined by a similar treatment, similar experiences, and that's what allowed us to come together. I don't think individually we would have gotten very far at all, but together, as the five of us, there is strength, and that's the value of sisterhood. So we can come full circle in this wonderful discussion with you, you four brilliant, beautiful ladies that I'm so proud to call my sisters. And you know what? I always end my little speeches or whenever I make any kind of presentation with that wonderful quote from Margaret Mead, because I think this gives strength to all women who feel that they need to speak up and they don't want to take it anymore. And the quote is always, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens, women, can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So thank you all. And it's always an honor to share the same space with you, even if it is on a computer screen.
Right back at you, Roma.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Roma. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Faith Frazier, aka D. in Greek. Congratulations on the new platform. I'm so excited to see what's in store, and thank you so much for highlighting and empowering women all across the globe. Make sure you join the movement.
he has never permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education. We insist that they have immediate admission to all the rights and privileges which belong to them as citizens of the United States. We do this day affix our signatures to this declaration. Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Hello, I'm Lynn Scher, and I'm here today to tell the story of an American Revolution, a revolution of courageous women, a story you are not likely to find in the history books. 150 years ago, women began to fight for full legal citizenship. They were fighting for the right to vote. These women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, and Susan B. Anthony, are my heroes. More than 150 years ago, they had the foresight to understand that without certain rights, and specifically without the right to participate fully in our democracy as voting citizens, women would never take their rightful place in the country or in the world. And in case you believe this is very old news, that their cause belongs to another century, consider this. My mother was born without the right to vote. Thanks to these women, she and I and you, children. And we are here today so that nobody forgets how we got that right. That's what this statue is all about. This is Lucretia Mott. In 1848, a 55-year-old Quaker from Philadelphia who was an outspoken leader in the fight against slavery. It was Mott who was a bridge between the anti-slavery movement and the women's rights movement. She served as a mentor to both Stanton and Anthony. Meet Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a young mother who lived in upstate New York in the mid-1800s. She organized the first women's rights convention and worked for more than 30 years writing speeches urging women to recognize their inferior status and work to change it. It is Stanton who rewrote the Declaration of Independence along feminist lines and demanded the right to vote. And this is Susan B. Anthony, co-founder of the National Woman Suffrage Association, who devoted her entire adult life to winning the vote for women. Anthony died before women got the vote, but in recognition of her life's work, the 19th Amendment, which granted women voting rights, was aptly named the Susan B. Anthony Amendment. The statue that celebrates this battle, the suffrage statue, has its own story to tell about equality for women. As fate would have it, the statue that immortalizes them also had to fight long and hard to take its place in American history. With its creator standing by, the feisty sculptor Adelaide Johnson, the statue was presented to Congress in 1921, the first statue of women by a woman dedicated to women's rights.
Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor of the statue, had a vision about having these three women in the United States Capitol. She felt that moving that statue and these three central women in the movement into the Capitol would symbolize the entry of women politically into the heart of the political life of our nation.
I am the grandniece of Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor. I was at the original dedication of the monument in 1921. I slept in a dresser drawer because I was less than a year old, but my mother felt that it was important that I attend.
As historians, we know that the statue only stayed in the rotunda a matter of days, and shortly it was spirited away under cover of darkness to the crypt of the Capitol down in the basement. And there had been a very praiseworthy inscription that the women had put on the statue. It had been stenciled in gold, and very deliberately that was removed, and the names of the women were even turned to the back so that people who stumbled upon the statue by accident would not be able to read the names of the women.
They didn't want the women's names on the statue. They didn't even call it the woman's statue. It's a portrait statue. And they called the inscription blasphemous, and they had it removed. I'd like to quote, "Women first denied a soul, then called mindless, now arisen declare herself an entity to be reckoned." End quote.
The difficult and circuitous journey these ladies have had from the crypt to the rotunda is in many ways emblematic of women's struggle for justice and equality throughout our history. For too long, women in this country had to endure the myth of what or where a woman's place should be. According to the out-of-date stereotype, a woman's place should only be in the parlor, the kitchen, and I suppose the crypt. Since then, a lot has changed. Today, a woman's place is in the House, the Senate, and yes, in the rotunda.
It took us 72 years to get the vote and 76 years to move the women from the basement of the Capitol to the living room of the Capitol. All the great revolutionary leaders of our country are here in the rotunda. Lincoln, King, Washington. But for too long, the great revolutionary leaders of the women's movement, the women that worked so hard to empower and enfranchise half of the citizens of this country with the vote, were kept in the basement.
For years, a silent revolution stirred in Capitol Hill as women tried to have the statue of the women moved up to join the men in marble. There were several attempts over the years, but none were successful. Finally, as the 75th anniversary of women's suffrage approached, there seemed to be a chance.
During the fall of 1992, while organizing the 75th anniversary task force, of which I was president, we added to our list, return the suffrage statue to the Capitol Rotunda. Little did we know what a huge undertaking that item would become. Just prior to the 3-day celebration of the 75th anniversary, Senator Ted Stevens sponsored a unanimous resolution to return the statue. It was successful, and he opened the doors for us in Congress.
So we had high hopes for this. The bill passed, was introduced one day, was passed the next day, and then when it went over to the House side, we had no indication that there was any opposition until a member over on the House side raised an objection about the $75,000 that was required to relocate the monument in September 1995. The bill died on the floor. And following that, literally 5 minutes after it happened, someone stood up and passed a bill that required money out of the architect's budget for a statue of a man. It was literally 5 minutes apart.
There were many, many excuses as to why they couldn't move the statue. We even started our contest, our State of the Statue, a newsletter, and we listed them. First, they said it would cost too much money. So the women's suffrage movement went out and raised $75,000 to move the statue.
On February 15th, which was a historic date because it was originally the monument dedicated on February 15th, 1921, which is Susan B. Anthony's birthday, we launched our grassroots campaign with Senator John Warner, who at this point had taken over the Rules Committee. We didn't have a professional PR firm. We just got the word out through organizations.
My name is Arlis Indris, and I became interested in the statue when my mother read an article to me about the statue and where it was. I raised $2,000 by myself. I wrote letters just saying what I was doing and that I needed help bringing the statue out of the basement.
The mail just came flooding in with the money. It was very inspirational to me, and gave me the courage to keep going when things got rough, because as soon as we would get one obstacle out of the way, then another one would pop up.
We had some opposition from some minority groups who believe that Sojourner Truth should be represented in the statue. And we've worked through all these things, but it really was a struggle every step of the way.
Then they said it was too heavy. But the engineer's excuse did not hold up after an engineering report showed that, in fact, the rotunda could hold the statue it had before and they can today. One of my favorites was, "It's too ugly." Seriously. Well, have you taken a look at Lincoln recently? Believe me, Lincoln is not in the rotunda because of his looks, and neither are these women. They are here because of their accomplishments.
To appreciate fully this piece of American history, let's consider what life was like for an American woman born in the early 1800s. She could not own property, could not earn a living wage, and could not attend college. There were none for women. Any rights she did have were taken away by law once she entered marriage.
It was based on an Anglo-American principle called coverture, which was that when a woman married, she ceased to exist before the law. And this meant that women couldn't contract. They couldn't contract for property, but they couldn't contract for their wages. Once a woman was married, she had no legal right to claim the wages that she earned. She had no legal right over the children that were her children in cases of divorce.
What these women, along with the others who joined them, proposed were ideas that challenged the social and legal structure of the day.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was married at that point and lived in Seneca Falls, which is upstate New York. And nearby were some of Lucretia Mott's relations, so she used to come up there and visit. And they were all sitting around the tea table over in Waterloo, talking about how they were cooped up and were dissatisfied with this and that, and they decided right on the spot they were going to have a convention. And in 10 days they had a convention, and they didn't have the key to the place. They had to boost one of the boys in to open up the chapel there so that they could have the convention.
It was Stanton who seized on the idea of rewriting the Declaration of Independence, adding a declaration of sentiments.
All men and women are created equal.
The Seneca Falls Declaration also addresses other things. It addresses women being kept out of higher institutions and out of the professions. And this speaks to people like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, middle-class people who were eager to be, in the language of the Seneca Falls Declaration, teachers of theology and medicine and law, unable to be ministers in churches.
The response to the convention at Seneca Falls, New York, that summer day in 1848, was so great, not everyone could fit into the Wesleyan Chapel. Some 300 people attended, 47 of them men. At the meeting, Lucretia Mott led the debate. Stanton read the Declaration of Sentiments. All the resolutions passed unanimously except for number 9, the one demanding women's suffrage, the right to vote. Only after Frederick Douglass, an escaped slave and fiery orator, and Stanton argued that it was the right by which all others can be secured, was this most revolutionary resolution passed. Douglass was the only man who signed the demand for the vote. The final declaration was signed by 68 women and 32 men. 3 years later, Susan B. Anthony joined forces with Stanton and Mott, taking to the lecture circuit to promote the cause. Stanton, who had 7 children to raise, stayed home and at first wrote the speeches that Anthony would deliver. As Stanton put it, "I loaded the gun and Susan fired it."
She'd come to Elizabeth Cady Stanton and say, "You've got to write a speech for me for next week at such and such a convention. And I'll take care of the kids and I'll stir up the cake, but you've got to sit down and write."
At the same time that Stanton, Anthony, and Mott were fighting for women's right to vote, Sojourner Truth, a very powerful black woman orator, was very active in that period and traveled throughout the country speaking on behalf of women's rights. Later in the 19th century and then early in the 20th century, there were a number of black women who were active in supporting women's right to vote, such as Mary Church Terrell, Ida B. Wells, Nannie Helen Burroughs. They often wrote in black magazines and spoke to black women's groups about empowering black women through the vote.
The writing and the speaking would take several generations, years of conventions, petitions, meetings, lectures. In the process, the Civil War tore the country apart. After fighting for the end of slavery, these women expected equality for not just black men, but for all black and white women, too.
What we might call the universal human rights approach of the early women's rights movement that it derived from its connection to abolitionism reaches a high point after the Civil War with the impending passage of constitutional amendments. They're going to first clarify who are citizens of the United States, and secondly, the right to vote of those citizens. And those are what we now know as the 14th and 15th Amendments.
The 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment were passed. That enfranchised black men at the constitutional level, but it left women out. And since the states were the ones who defined who could be a voter, that meant that the women had to concentrate on state referenda to get woman suffrage passed.
So these women aren't dumb. They say, well, we're persons born in the United States. Therefore, we're citizens of the United States. And therefore, we have the rights of citizens of the United States. And who could think there's such a category as national citizenship if it didn't have at its very peak the notion of voting? What does citizenship mean otherwise? So they take the 14th Amendment and they prepare to go to the United States Supreme Court with this constitutional interpretation, which basically argues that women are citizens and therefore they deserve the rights of citizenship, which include the right to vote. By 1874, this argument has come before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finally rules. It doesn't rule that women aren't citizens. It concedes that women are citizens. It just rules that the right to vote is not a right of citizenship. It's only at that point that the Votes for Women movement starts focusing on specific enfranchisement of women, which we know to be the 19th Amendment.
The struggle waged on. Lucretia Mott continued as an activist for women. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton traveled the country, inspiring and inciting local suffragists. The trips were long and arduous. Anthony recalled one journey.
A most horrible road. A great deal of corduroy turnpike, which smashed our wagon. The tire flew off, down went the wheel. The driver had to take one span of horses and go back 2 miles for a lumber wagon.
The first successes began to appear in the West.
Why is that? One answer is that, and a common answer given, is that sex roles are less confining in pioneer environments, and there's a truth to that. I think there are other things going on as well. This is an era of literally of state formation, territories being formed into states. Whenever that happens, questions of citizenship, of democratic, are women waiting to push the debate in terms of women.
Women in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho all gained the right to vote. When the territory of Wyoming became a state, their legislature declared they would stay out of the Union for 100 years rather than join without votes for women.
The next time and place where the issue of citizenship is raised is in a very different environment. It's in the great cities of the East and the Midwest, places like Chicago and New York. And it's there where the suffrage movement has its final and most powerful rebirth.
By the time the 20th century rolled around, women are participating in public life at every level. They are participating as full citizens. They're in the workforce, they pay taxes, they have professions. The only thing that makes them second-class citizens is they do not have the right to vote.
None of these women lived to see the passage of the vote, but each was recognized and honored for more than half a century of extraordinary commitment. Lucretia Mott was described by the Vice President of the United States, Henry Wilson, this way.
One of the most venerable and noble of women whose voice has been heard.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was honored in New York City at the Metropolitan Opera House on her 80th birthday, an event that drew 6,000 people. She remarked at the time,
I thought of the Seneca Fall days. Who would have believed then that in less than half a century, I, at the moment, the laughing stock of the press and public, would today receive such a tribute?
And in 1906, at Susan B. Anthony's 86th birthday celebration, she inspired the final drive to victory with her last public statement.
Failure is impossible.
Impatient energy marked the next 20 years. This generation in American women's history, their tactics. Pickets and, daringly, a protest outside the White House, all by women. Never before in America had anyone picketed the White House or marched down New York's Fifth Avenue. But Alice Paul and her National Woman's Party introduced this technique, and it's been used ever since. Carrie Chapman Catt, an Iowan who'd learned her lessons well from Anthony and Stanton, led the National American Women's Suffrage Association. And Elizabeth Cady Stanton's daughter, Harriet Stanton Blatch, followed in her mother's footsteps, but instead of writing speeches, began using the tactic of public protest marches. It all came together on August 26, 1920. 72 years after the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York, the women of America had the vote. Roxy Hand, a 100-year-old Connecticut woman, was one of the first women to vote in this country back in the election of 1920, several months after the passage of the 19th Amendment. She was 23 years old.
My name is Roxy Hand, and I voted in 1920 when the voting went through for women, and it was a great, exciting time. My grandmother and my mother and I all went together to vote, and all the ladies there that came were as excited as we were. And I remember the different ladies talking about how to vote, who to vote for, and so on. We had a good time and went and had some coffee and cake afterwards. But the event was a great time for everybody.
When the statue was dedicated in February of 1921, Speaker of the House Frederick H. Gillette, accepting the statue on behalf of the Congress, said it was, quote, symbolic of a change of tremendous significance which has just occurred, the admission of women into our electorate as equal partners in the great business of government, unquote.
I don't know how you feel, but I feel very deeply moved when I stop to think it took 76 years. The vote for women coming in 1920. And the next year, in 1921, the vision of the National Woman's Party to commission this statue, carved in Italy, shipped across by an ocean liner, arriving here in the United States Congress, only to be resting in the rotunda for a single day and then relegated to the basement.
The statue was finally moved back into the rotunda on Mother's Day, 1997. On June 26th, it was officially rededicated.
Susan B. Anthony, Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, welcome home.
We are still 71 cents on the dollar for equal pay for equal work. There is much more that needs to be done, and many people in this country and members of Congress will be inspired as we look at the mound of hope from this statue of what we need to accomplish for women in this country.
What questions will I face in my lifetime?
that are worthy of the courage and the persistence and the dedication that these three women committed their lives to.
Women need to see themselves as actors and participants in American history. I think there's a very crucial connection between having your history visible in the past and empowering yourself in the future.
It means a great deal, and I'm sure that, well, to all women, I think, that to come into that beautiful big room and see these three women along with all the famous men around the edges of the room, it should mean a lot to them, even if it doesn't.
It means a lot to me in that now that it's in the rotunda, more children and even grown-ups can learn more about women and the right to vote.
All I can think about is how happy she would be today, because when it was taken down to the basement, it broke her heart, and I think how happy she would be today to know that it's back up, and I think back up to stay.
Thank you for honoring the achievements of women like Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony, and also the thousands and thousands of men and women who supported their movement. Now it is up to all of us, not only to move a statue into its rightful place, but to encourage every American, and especially American women, to assume their rightful place in the halls of power and influence and in the life of our country today and into the 21st century.
Nothing makes me so mad as a woman that says, I'm not a feminist. I did it all myself, you know. Well, how the devil do they think they got into law school in the first place, or whatever it may be, except for all these women that had gone before.
CREWTV is a movement. We are civically re-engaged women, and this is the Seneca Falls Revisited virtual experience. It's CREW's Centennial celebration event commemorating 100 years of American women's right to vote. So go to CREWwomen.tv to get your subscription today.
And an expert on women in politics. Yeah.
So this makes it really exciting because Julie has a wonderful presentation that she's going to share with us. Julie, we're really excited to have her because not only is she an attorney and a constitutional law expert, but she also has done such tremendous work on women's advocacy. So the whole thing in compress it into like a half-hour, 45-minute presentation. And I mean, it's just amazing. So, without any further ado, you're in for a big treat. I present Dean Julie Suk. Yay!
Thank you.
From the Graduate Center, no less, okay?
Yes. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your patience. And I do actually want to share with you why I am late this morning, because it ties into, I think, some issues with regard to women in politics. So I'm late this morning because of my duties as a mother. My son was signed up for an 11:50 audition at the National Opera Center around the corner from here. Over and they said, didn't you get the email? We actually changed the location. He needs to be at 55th Street and 12th Avenue. And, I'd gotten him there early because I was going to come here at 11:45, just one block away. But things never work out. If they look like they're going to work out, timing perfectly, they don't. And so, of course, I had to run him up to 55th Street and then run back down here. And then there was a little bit of traffic. But I do think that it ties into, I think, a lot of women. I noticed one of my friends is actually running for office in Virginia. She's a law school classmate of mine, Larissa Kautz. And she just got an endorsement by a group called Vote Mamas. And they
That's Lumia's group.
Yeah, and they support candidates recognizing some of the difficulties for women in politics, particularly women who have young children, not just in terms of discrimination or perceptions of women, which is also a huge set of issues, but also just the practical realities of how do you do it all, and what difference does it make to the politics we have if we don't have women and mothers in political representation. And I want to start with, I know that the name of this course is Parity Politics. And parity is a term that's actually very important to a lot of the earlier work I did about constitutional amendments in European countries, including France, because it has a particular meaning in the European context, where when they talk about parity democracy is that unless, this is the cabinet, Francois Hollande's cabinet when he was elected in 2012 in France, the idea is that unless you have at least 50% women in a leadership organization like the cabinet, there is something wrong. And there are certainly something wrong if you have a Congress or a Supreme Court or any political institution in a democracy that has no women in it, right? And this might seem obvious to us in a group like this, but we might actually start by asking the question, why? Like, what's wrong with not having any women? Why is it important to have at least some? Or why is it important to have half, or at least half women? And I think that once we actually start to answer that question, we see how complicated and slippery some things can be. And it also raises this question of, well, what exactly is the relationship between women's participation in politics, creating bodies that are actually balanced, gender balanced, and problems of gender equality that are the subject of lawmaking itself. In the European context, this is one set of answers, right? Women are half the population. And what that means also is that women are not an interest group, right? There are a lot of groups that are lobbying for their interests, but you can't think of women that way because they're half the population. And what that means is that gender unequal institutions just lack the basic requirements of political legitimacy in a modern democratic society. And also, what's been very interesting in the context of parity movements in the European context is this idea that constitutions and constitutional amendments can play a really important role in expressing the principle that any democratic institution that's not gender equal is actually an illegitimate institution. And for over 100 years, both in the European context and in the United States, and actually longer than 100 years, women have participated in constitutional movements for gender equality around the world. A lot of attention is being drawn to the 19th Amendment, the movement for women's suffrage, because we have a centennial coming up. And it's worth noting that the United States is actually one of the few countries in the world that actually don't have a constitutional guarantee explicitly about equality for women, equality for men and women, or sex equality, or a constitutional provision that prohibits gender discrimination. We're one of the very few. Most constitutions in Europe, Latin America, Asia, they all have a provision that is about equal rights for women or non-discrimination on grounds of sex. And part of the explanation in the United States for that is that because of the groundbreaking work of women lawyers, like then Justice Ginsburg, who was a lawyer for the ACLU Women's Rights Project in the 1970s. That's her many decades ago. And of course, there's now a film that portrays her struggles to get sex equality constitutionalized. And the strategy that was used in the 1970s was to argue that the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution, which includes a general equal protection clause, actually prohibited sex discrimination. So it's worth taking a look at what that says, right? That is, it doesn't talk about men, it says all persons, right? It says all persons, and it also says, so it says all persons are citizens of the United States, and which has long been understood to include women, even though it doesn't say so explicitly. And it prohibits denying to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And so the very important project throughout the 1970s was to argue that meant you could not discriminate on the basis of sex, that would be unconstitutional. Interestingly, though, and this became a very important part of, that is, she's an iconic figure, not just a Supreme Court justice deciding cases about federal energy regulation and all that other stuff. But she's an iconic figure because we now understand the 14th Amendment as including women and including a prohibition of sex discrimination. But one puzzle or one difficulty that comes up in this arrangement is Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, right? Nobody actually goes on and reads Section 2, and it's often thought to be kind of defunct, as opposed to the Civil War thing. But what's very interesting is that it is the first time in the US Constitution that the word male gets used. They also then say, they're talking about the right to vote here. They say that if there is a denial of the right to vote only to the male inhabitants, then there's, or an abridgment, then they're going to reduce the proportion of which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens in deciding how to apportion a district, right? So what they're saying is equal protection of the law, Section 1. Section 2, we're only going to count men when we decide how to apportion political districts, right? And so this is a puzzle because it suggests that the Equal Protection Clause didn't necessarily imagine women as being fully equal with men if they could, in the same breath, write something that looks like this. And of course, this got borne out in cases after the 14th Amendment because people like Susan B. Anthony and other women's suffrage activists believed that we could say 14th Amendment, Section 1, equal protection. Privileges and immunities of citizenship. But the Supreme Court said, oh no, women are citizens under the 14th Amendment, but not all citizens have the right to vote, right? So there were cases that said that in this period, and that's why the 19th Amendment became necessary, where we had to make explicit that you couldn't abridge or deny the right to vote on account of sex. And of course, when we got the 19th Amendment, some of the proponents of the 19th Amendment, like Alice Paul in 1920, believed that the 19th Amendment was just one step in a larger package of constitutional change. And so after we got the 19th Amendment in 1920, she introduced and worked hard to draft the Equal Rights Amendment to the US Constitution. It was first introduced in 1923. But it really didn't go anywhere until 1972. In 1972, both houses of Congress adopted the ERA by 2/3 of a majority, and then under Article 5 of the Constitution, what then has to happen after both houses of Congress adopt by 2/3 majority is that it has to go to the states for ratification. You need 3/4 of all the states. What happened then was that we only got 35, and 38 is what you need to have 3/4 of the states. And so it stalled, and there was a deadline. The deadline was originally set for 1979, but then Congress extended the deadline to 1982. Didn't really matter, though, because no state ratified it after 1977. And so it stalled. The deadline came and went in 1982, and everyone long assumed that the ERA was dead. And it's important to understand why the ERA failed for our purposes. That's Phyllis Schlafly over there. She's sometimes credited with having single-handedly stopped the ERA, but I don't think anyone in American politics can do anything single-handedly. And I think in part because of her political genius in arguing that the ERA was actually going to be bad for women, and particularly bad for mothers. Right? And so you see this quote here. This wasn't during this period. I think she said this much later in a campus speech. Feminism has changed the way women think and has changed the way men think. But the trouble is, it hasn't changed the attitude of babies at all, right? And of course, this is very consistent with the arguments that she made in a huge Stop ERA campaign. She claimed that if you had constitutional equal rights for women, protections for mothers, would disappear, and women would actually end up being very disadvantaged if they chose traditional roles like motherhood or being a housewife. And you'll note, I mean, of course, there were a lot of men who helped to kill the ERA too, but I believe that she would not have been quite so successful if she hadn't appealed in her message with so many women across the country who were worried about the fate of motherhood and women's role as mothers under a regime of equal rights. And I believe that this is actually a central issue for women in politics. This is not to say that this is the only issue for women in politics, but I think without addressing and appealing to the problem of motherhood, it'll be very hard for any politics of parity. A politics that's not just about interest group politics, but women as half the population for that politics to succeed. And it's important to note that today, of course, I'm talking about the ERA because it's actually back in contemporary debates. I would say its real comeback came with the Women's March, where the organizers of the Women's March actually mentioned the need to revive the ERA and their unity principles. And then some very curious and interesting things happened. Nevada, which had previously rejected the ERA, actually ratified the ERA in March 2017. And I think a lot of, just like the Women's March, I think the new interest in the ERA was a reaction to the Trump presidency and the misogynistic political rhetoric that has been part of the Trump presidency. And then between 2017 and May 2018, when Illinois ratified the ERA, there, I think we had the Me Too movement and a new energy around women in politics and women's issue in politics. So now we actually have 37 ratifications. So if we have one more state, we'll have 38, which is what you need for the ERA to become part of the Constitution. It's not a foregone conclusion, though, because of the deadline, there will be legal and political fights about the significance of the 1982 deadline with regard to the validity of the two ratifications that we've already had, and the third, which I think is easily on the horizon in the next few years. So, and just getting back to what I was saying about the politics of motherhood, this actually really surprised me when I saw this statistic. But as it turns out, today, 86% of women have given birth by the time that they're 44 years old. And that's actually, and I guess, and I know I'm a mother, but in the circles that I move in, this seemed like a very high percentage to me. But in any case, it's an interesting one. This was a number that had declined actually from the 70s until around 2006, but it seems like it's climbing back up. And yeah.
So they're saying that women over 40 are having babies?
No, what they're saying, it's counting, if you count everyone who's now 44, have you ever given birth at all, right? It's not, have you given birth in your 40s, but have you ever given birth from, whenever you were of childbearing age until now? And that's to say that this is a very large majority of women in this generation who are actually mothers. And also, I mean, there's similar data about how women in this age group, vast majority, are also in the workforce, right? And so I think a central issue for how we make meaning out of what gender equality can and should mean has to address the problem of working motherhood. And if we want to think about what equal rights has traditionally meant, right? Under the frameworks that were developed in the 1970s by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, there was a real emphasis on prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex, right? So you don't want the law to make distinctions between men and women or treat men and women differently. That is probably the most important contribution of Justice Ginsburg and the legal feminists who stretch the Equal Protection Clause to cover gender and discrimination against women. But I think it's also very important to note that if we're actually going to address the issues of working motherhood, the simple guarantee that there's no discrimination on the basis of sex is probably not enough. And the non-discrimination right has been really important. It's been very important for fighting stereotypes. It's also been very important for the general principle that all human beings should be free from irrational and bigoted forms of discrimination. So that's the idea of non-discrimination has also been extended now to many other groups, including LGBTQ individuals and various other vulnerable groups. And of course, the idea of non-discrimination was not invented in the United States with the idea of sex discrimination. It really originates in the concept of race discrimination, which is central to the way that the 14th Amendment has been interpreted really from the beginning. But is that if it's true, so with so many women in the United States, very vast majority in our generation who have become mothers, it's really tragic that the ERA fails because it's seen to be unfriendly to mothers, right? And it's tragic that the interests of wives and mothers were deployed as a way of arguing against something that's obviously about, or should be about, the emancipation of women. And I want to mention where I started, that in most other countries in the world and in many European countries, the rights of mothers or the protection of motherhood or the state support of motherhood has actually gone hand in hand with the constitutional meaning of the guarantee of sex equality that you find in European constitutions worldwide. So I want to say a little bit about that. And perhaps the best way to think about it is by coming back to the 14th Amendment for a moment, right? Because we mentioned that even though it says equality, there seems to be a refusal in Section 2 to recognize women's fully equal status with men. And so why? Why does the 14th Amendment not guarantee totally equal legal status to women? Is it just an accident, or is it a deliberate exclusion? And I think that it's not that simply that the drafters, who are mostly or all male, forgot that there were women. Yeah, go ahead,
Wouldn't
Chair.
it be also a matter of economics?
Mm-hmm.
Because the federal government has a proportional dissemination of funding to the states. So therefore, if you have your smaller and your larger states, so therefore if you count people differently, like creative accounting, the federal government doesn't need to subsidize in the same proportional kind of way, because it's creative math, so to speak.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So when we talk about Section 2, they're really talking about punishing. I mean, what this section is really about is punishing certain states that deny the right to vote to the newly enfranchised African Americans, right? And one question is, though, but by framing that, they really make it clear that they're the only holders of those rights, or the only people who count, are men, and expressing then, of course, our whole constitutional framework that exists until now. Women are citizens, but we don't assume that women are fully equal legally or in status to men. Why not? I mean, part of the answer has to do with the implications of what it would mean in, like, with regard to the right to vote and apportionment. But I think there's a deeper and more general set of issues with regard to women's exclusion from full legal and political equality at this moment, which the Supreme Court addresses.
It's a touch screen.
Okay, there we go. In the first set of cases in 1873 that actually interpret the 13th and 14th Amendments, the Civil War amendments from the US Constitution. So this is a notorious case, Bradwell versus Illinois, Myra Bradwell had studied law and kicked butt on the bar exam, but the Illinois Supreme Court said she could not be admitted to the bar because she was a woman, or the state of Illinois excluded married women from admission to the bar, even if they passed the exam. And the U.S. Supreme Court explains that even though we have the 14th Amendment, practicing law is not a privilege and immunity of citizenship. And what's interesting, so they say it's fine for states to deny women entry into the legal profession, right? It's not unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment, equal protection, privileges and immunities, whatever language in the 14th Amendment you're going to look at. And one of the justifications for this, though, is that actually subsumed by the legal status of their husbands. And it has to be that way. Women cannot make and enforce contracts because what would happen if women made and enforced contracts? And Justice Bradley's concurring opinion, more so than the majority opinion, really lays out the logic behind this position. So if you look at what he says, the civil law, as well as nature herself, has always recognized a wide difference in the respective spheres and destinies of man and woman. Man is or should be woman's protector and defender. The natural and proper timidity and delicacy which belongs to the female sex evidently unfits it for many of the occupations of civil life. The constitution of the family organization, which is founded in divine ordinance as well as in the nature of things, indicates the domestic sphere as that which properly belongs to the domain and functions of womanhood. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to try, okay, so we're going to do an exercise. Try to ignore the sexism of the quote for a minute. I know it's hard, but try to ignore the sexism for a minute to try to make sense of the worldview, right? Because I don't think the worldview is just sexism, although that's a huge part of it. If you look at what he then continues to say, the harmony, if not to say identity of interests and views which belong or should belong to the family institution is repugnant to the idea of a woman adopting a distinct and independent career from that of her husband. So firmly fixed was this sentiment in the founders of the common law that it became a maxim of the system of jurisprudence that a woman had no legal existence separate from her husband, who was regarded as her head and representative in the social state, right? And so I want to talk a little bit about what this means, because I think we often look at it and just see, oh God, there's divine ordinance sexism, like it's just a bunch of drivel and we don't need to pay attention to it. But I actually think what he's saying is actually quite important, because women's exclusion in the 14th Amendment has to do with what is the society's plan for how to raise the next generation of citizens. The plan is women stay home and take care of the household, and men go out and have a legal existence and make and enforce contracts and vote and run the polity, right? Because every society has to have a plan by which the next generation gets raised. This is our plan, right? And of course, part of the justification then for excluding women is that if every constitutional system is actually interested not just in setting up institutions, but setting up institutions for a society that plans to perpetuate itself, because a constitution, of course, is supposed to outlive the people who are writing it. It creates fundamental law that's transgenerational, right? And so this is the society's plan for how we're going to perpetuate ourselves. Of course, it's gender unequal, but it's a framework that works in the sense that if you keep women at home and men in economic and political life, it is a system that is going to ensure that somebody's around to raise and educate those kids. And of course, a lot of this changes, right? That is what our plan becomes. And of course, but the fear here is what's going to happen to this plan if women start enforcing contracts and getting jobs and becoming lawyers and being in Congress, right? Then our plan is going to fall apart. Then who's actually going to raise the children? Plan intact, and of course this also then draws attention to the huge problem with anti-discrimination as a solution. We can wake up today and call mothers and fathers equal, right? We could say they now have legal rights. We could say get rid of the sexism. But it doesn't necessarily mean that by saying everyone's equal, you're then going to have a new plan that works pretty well and is up and running without a lot more work thought into how we're going to construct that plan. And I think this comes into sharper focus if you look at 20th century constitutions, particularly the ones that grew up in Europe after World War I and World War II. Because after World War I and World War II, one fundamental problem, well, there were many, but one huge problem in World War I and World War II in countries like Germany was that the male population had been decimated. And because so many men were dead, it became really clear that women actually had to do everything. They had to work and raise children at the same time in order for the nation to be able to rebuild itself. And because they kind of understood that, and you see it very clearly in the Constituent Assembly debates, gender equality becomes a fundamental political principle. And it doesn't just mean non-discrimination. It kind of also means we need a new plan for how this nation is going to get rebuilt. And so if you look at, for example, and what's interesting also after World War I and World War II, is that starting with the German Constitution after World War I in 1918, there are actually many more women in the German Constituent Assembly in 1918 than there are in 1948-49. In 1948-49, there were only 4 women, largely because it's a much smaller Constituent Assembly. The one that wrote the Weimar Constitution after World War I was actually much larger, had hundreds of people in it, and 10% were women. You have 4 women in writing the German Basic Law, which is the constitution that's currently in force in Germany. And these women came from all sides of the political spectrum. So socialists, Christian Democrats, and what's very interesting also is that it's not partisan politics in terms of their advocacy for constitutional sex equality, as well as the advocacy for other provisions that are in the Constitution. And I think it's important to note, and if you want to know a little bit more about their work, I highly recommend this made-for-television German movie that dramatizes their experience of getting gender equality into the German Constitution. It wasn't an easy feat. And so, there's pop culture with RBG in the movies here and the German founding mothers in their movies. And I highlight the German example because what's very interesting is not only that they wrote a provision in 1994 that said men and women shall have equal rights, and then in 1994 they added an amendment that you see in blue that the state shall promote the actual implementation of equal rights for women and men and take steps to eliminate disadvantages that now exist. Right? That's a late 20th century intervention. But if we're just looking also at the post-war experience, 1949, when they write men and women shall have equal rights, they also write this provision into law. And this becomes a very common feature of constitutions around the world. Section 6.4, every mother shall be entitled to the protection and care of the community. Right? And in Germany, they see equal rights for women as going hand in hand with making sure that mothers get the protection of the community because of this understanding that they need a new plan. If you're going to actually rebuild a nation after war, women are going to work and have kids, and there needs to be some state support for that new arrangement that's different from the arrangement that's celebrated in the Bradwell versus Illinois case. And I just also want everyone to know that we're not just talking about Germany, that it becomes very common in the 20th century for constitutions to explicitly mention gender, sex, even pregnancy and marital status, sexual orientation, these categories, gender categories in constitutions. So this is the Constitution of South Africa, the Constitution of Ecuador, which is a 21st century constitution, have a provision that's specifically refer to equal rights for male and female citizens. There's another provision in addition to that that prohibits discrimination, and you'll notice there are many categories of discrimination, not just sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, but also things like cultural identity, socioeconomic condition, HIV carrier, disability. Just they list many, many different forms of discrimination that are prohibited by the Constitution. But in addition to that, there's also something special. Pregnant and breastfeeding women have special rights. free maternal health care services, facilities needed for recovery after pregnancy and during breastfeeding. These are all constitutional rights in Ecuador. And I give you these examples because I think it's important to reflect on all the different ways in which constitutions think about problems of gender inequality as both problems of discrimination on the one hand, and also problems having to do with lack of support for the sources of women's disadvantage. And sometimes that lack of support is itself a form of discrimination, but in my view, it's not really just discrimination that's the problem, but it's our inability to have created political and social institutions that actually deliver a plan for social and biological reproduction, how we're going to raise the next generation. The old plan that we can sort of make fun of in the Bradwell decision is mom at home. But we actually have not, now we've just said that's sex discrimination to say mom at home, but we haven't actually gone the step further of creating the social and political institutions necessary to have something other than mom at home as our plan. And what that means is that if you don't have something other than mom at home, we revert back, and women, by virtue of maternity, end up being severely disadvantaged, both politically and economically. And I think that's something to which there ought to be a solution that should not be partisan. This is something that should be of interest to women on all sides of the political spectrum. And just to give an example, this is not a constitutional example, but I think it's quite telling that a few years ago, in 2015, the Supreme Court decided a case called Young versus UPS. And it was a case in which a woman who was pregnant asked for light duty. She had to do a lot of heavy lifting in her job, and she wanted an accommodation during her pregnancy where she would only be lifting things under 20 pounds. And UPS refused to give her that accommodation, and she sued, claiming that it was pregnancy discrimination. And it may seem like a no-brainer to you that she should get the accommodation, but it was actually a very complicated question under the pregnancy discrimination law that we have in the United States, because we just have to treat pregnant women the same as the way we would treat anyone similarly disabled or similarly able or unable to work. And the question is, if an employer then refuses light duty to everyone, then it's okay for the employer to also refuse light duty to the pregnant worker. Her case is complicated by the fact that there are some men who are getting light duty, and those are the ones who are injured on the job. And the employer is claiming, if you get injured on the job, then of course we give you light duty. But if you get injured off the job, like you get pregnant or you get into a skiing accident, then we're not going to cover that. We're not going to accommodate that, right? So it's a complicated case, but what I want to point out about the case, without getting into the details of the anti-discrimination framework that the court analyzes there, what I found most interesting about the case was the way in which it brought both feminist groups, women's rights organizations, in support of the pregnant worker, as well as pro-life conservative groups in support of the pregnant worker. And the logic is simple. If women are disadvantaged by virtue of maternity, they are going to be incentivized to just not have children and get abortions, or even before we think about abortion, just not reproduce at all. If becoming a mother is actually an economic disaster for those who choose to become mothers. And I think this just shows the extent to which concerns about social reproduction should be a bipartisan issue. It's not an interest group issue, but it's something that I think can and should unite women in politics from across the political spectrum, as it has in many other countries where constitutional equal rights movements have actually been successful. Many of you are running for positions locally or at the state level. You'll notice that Governor Cuomo made a statement in March on international. It is unacceptable that more than 100 years after women won the right to vote in New York State, our Constitution still does not ban discrimination based on sex or afford women equal protections under the law. That needs to end this year. We must pass the ERA this legislative session to ensure New York continues to serve as the beacon of progress for this nation. So even though New York ratified the federal Equal Rights Amendment in the 1970s, New York never actually added an equal rights amendment to the New York State Constitution. What we have in the New York State Constitution right now just says no person shall, because of race, color, creed, or religion, be subjected to any discrimination in his or her civil rights. But it doesn't mention sex or gender. And there is now a bill, and it actually passed the Assembly quite recently. It was sponsored by Assemblywoman Rebecca Seawright. It's a very simple bill that just adds one word to what we already have in the New York State Constitution. So it inserts the word sex, which I put in red there so that you could see what the constitutional change will be. But meanwhile, it hasn't passed the Senate. In the Senate, I've been involved with Liz Krueger's office. Liz Krueger's the state senator who's been working and sponsored this bill. This is the existing bill, and there are other drafts that I've been on the team of attorneys working on. But another draft, another possibility is to have something much more expansive, sort of like the examples from Ecuador that I showed you. Equality of rights shall not be denied or abridged because of race, color, creed, religion, national origin, citizenship, marital status, age, gender, sex, pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, physical or mental disability, other immutable or descriptive characteristic, or like grounds for discrimination, exclusion, or disadvantage, right? So this is what's known as the more expansive ERA. And you can try to think about, as a woman in politics, I think the solidarity with all the vulnerable groups is extremely important. On the other hand, this has this kind of simplicity of saying we need to add sex to a framework that already has race in it. And I guess I would also just perhaps leave you with this, or we could use it as a topic for discussion. What are the relative advantages or disadvantages of focusing on sex or gender, or focusing on women even, versus focusing on all the different categories and groups with which women can be in solidarity. And so I think that one of the virtues of focusing on sex is that it really draws attention to the uniqueness of gender exclusion in the constitutional framework. That is, it's not just any old form of discrimination, or it's unlike other forms of discrimination in that it was actually a plan for how to grow the nation, right? It is, so if you think about sex discrimination as not just being about sexism, but about having a set of social arrangements, and then you see sex equality as not just end the sex bigotry, but a sex equality as a commitment to having new institutions that reconfigure what our social reproduction framework looks like, right? That makes it extremely different from almost everything else, although arguably it makes it very similar to race, because if you think of race as not just being about bigotry, but about the economic system of slavery and Jim Crow, right? Slavery and Jim Crow was absolutely 100% about bigotry, but it lasted for as long as it did and was sustained by people who did not think they were bigots because it was an economic framework by which the nation had a plan for survival. It was not a very, it was an immoral plan based on exploitation, but the idea is that it's been a framework rather that goes beyond discrimination and bigotry. And so if you think about it in those terms, you might think that having these kind of limited lists of prohibited categories makes more sense for a constitutional regime. And on the other hand, though, if we're focused more on this idea that each individual is entitled to be judged on their own merits without regard to a lot of irrelevant characteristics, then the solidarity with all these other vulnerable groups that are differently situated with regard to the sources of their vulnerability in a diverse democracy, perhaps this would be the more preferable framework. I will note one thing, though, and it's something that you see at work every time people have a discussion of the so-called inclusive ERA, right? This may look like a really exhaustive list to you, but if you compared that to this, right, you'll notice that in New York, nobody has really inserted socioeconomic condition or migratory status into the New York version, right? And it's not simply because we have forgotten. I think in part it's because sometimes there's an interest group politics that drives which groups get included and which don't get included, right? And if we really stick to the idea that really the constitutional prohibition of discrimination on grounds of sex or the constitutional rights of women should not be regarded as an interest group issue, but is actually something fundamental about women as half the population and women's role in reproducing the nation or reproducing the polity, reproducing New York, that might give us reasons to really focus on women's issues and appreciate the distinctiveness of those issues while also remaining in solidarity with all the other vulnerable groups that deserve legal protection. So I will just end there and open it up for discussion or questions. Yeah.
One quick question. The young lady, Young versus GPS, what
Yeah.
was the outcome of her case?
So the outcome of her case was basically that the Supreme Court said that she had enough to proceed. It didn't mean she won. She had enough to proceed in litigation because for the lawyers in the room, the case had been dismissed on, I can't remember if it was an early motion to dismiss or a summary judgment. But the case had not gone to trial on the assumption that the employer would automatically win, because even if she could prove that she was not given the accommodation, the lower courts had taken the position that as long as she's treated the same as anyone else who's similarly situated, right? But the Supreme Court took the position that if she's treated the same as anyone else similarly situated, then that's not discrimination, but she should have the opportunity to prove that the real reason why they're covering the workers' comp or the on-work injuries and not pregnant women is out of hostility to pregnant women and not because of some economic rational policy, economically rational policy, right?
That's one hell of
So,
a way to move the goalposts.
right, but so the reaction to that decision was, on the one hand, since the Supreme Court she had lost in the lower court and the Supreme Court kept her case alive. So in that sense, it was a victory. But it wasn't a victory in the sense that unless she could really prove that the real reason they didn't cover or they're covering everything else, right? That is, they still made it pretty hard for her to ultimately prevail. And so even though it's getting sent back, I mean, I believe the case then settled, and that's often the dynamic, but.
More questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think this was very interesting, so thank you. And then I just wanted, I just think that today in class we were talking about communication. We were talking about basically relating to our voters. And I wonder, how do you think some of the conversation around ERA and some of the constitutional amendments, how is that something you feel like is relatable to people in terms of their everyday lives?
So I think it's actually very complicated because the answer is yes. But the way in which people find it relatable is actually different from the way that lawyers think about why or why not we need the ERA. Because I think if you tell people women are not in the Constitution, right, and you hear this a lot, we are not in the Constitution, right? Look at the 14th Amendment. We're clearly not there, right? They didn't intend to protect us with the 14th Amendment. So we put women in the Constitution. When I went to the Women's March, I was marching with the ERA Coalition. I actually was holding a sign that said, put women in the Constitution. And I think that speaks to a lot of people. Like, what? We're not in the Constitution? We need to be in the Constitution. On the other hand, every lawyer knows that we kind of are in the Constitution because of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? Because when a lot of the movements, when the ERA started to stall, lawyers ramped up their efforts to make sure that the Equal Protection Clause would be interpreted to prohibit sex discrimination. And arguably, the ERA is the victim of its own, of the success of the, right? Because now people are saying, oh, legally, we don't really need the ERA anymore because we've gotten everything we need through the workarounds that we created, right? But I do think that most people fundamentally just, without really knowing what the legal workings are, if you tell them, do you think sex equality should be a principle in our Constitution? I think a lot of women would say yes, or women and men would say yes. And to my mind, apart from all the legal arguments, to my mind, the politics is what makes it so important. The fact that we have a constitution that we've had to create a lot of workarounds for in order to make sure that women are protected against sex discrimination. I don't think that's the constitution that we want.
Well, I mean, people of African descent are only considered 3/5 of a human being. In the 13th Amendment, subsequently the 14th Amendment becomes irrelevant because only 2 sections of the 13th Amendment are, typically viewed as opposed to the 20 sections of the 13th Amendment. So, I mean, when we talk about the ERA, you're concerned about the fact that we've not addressed that issue.
So the issue of
people of African descent, I don't say blacks because that's a slave term in my mind, or Negro or African American, only considered 3/5 of a human being hasn't been adjusted in the Constitution still to today. So my concern is when you say that, and we know that this is a reality. But when we talk about the 14th Amendment, given the fact that the ERA and the Civil Rights Act is supposed to be somehow blended in this new paradigm, it blows my mind that we haven't addressed the 3/5 issue.
So I think there's some disagreement, and I agree with you that what's interesting is that we did not explicitly repeal the 3/5 clause in the same way that I think the only thing that we've actually ever explicitly repealed, and it's a topic on which I'm doing a lot of research and writing now, is the Prohibition Amendment, right? So we get the Prohibition Amendment, it's the 18th Amendment, and then the 21st Amendment says we're actually actively repealing all of it, right? What we did about the 3/5 clause was we assumed that by writing all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And actually, that was actually supposed to be a repudiation of the Dred Scott decision. But then you get, sorry, I keep touching the screen when I don't mean to. But if you then get, arguably, this is also what is supposed to repeal the 3/5 clause, right? Because they're saying now every male inhabitant counts for the purposes of apportionment, right? And so that was what is intended by this. And of course, there's this problem that they say male, right, from the standpoint of women in this period. But this is supposed to repeal without explicitly saying we're repealing, right? But I'm interested in hearing, I'm interested in hearing why.
That's a long discussion if you're joining us with Dave, we can have that.
Yeah.
I want to have that chat.
Yeah.
I do, because, I'm sitting here and listening, and I do understand what's going on and understand what you're saying. So, I'd love to have that conversation.
Yeah, no, there is a very...
Since you're working around that issue, because that's a concern for me.
No, I think that is actually a really good concern to raise, because why do we? I think the fundamental question also is, this is the oldest constitution in the world, and why do we put up with it, right? Exactly. Many other countries have started over and written new constitutions in the 20th century, right? And so why should we, So I'll show you, like, I could take out my...
The so-called Negro, African American, and so-called colored still constitute a slave term. And therefore, there is no nationality for people of African descent in that Constitution. So the 14th Amendment is really, to me, a joke.
Right, because we carry around the pocket Constitution and the 3/5,
They all have it.
right, and it's still sitting there, right?
It's still sitting there with me, and it blows my mind.
Yeah.
Because in fact, when you talk to particularly people in Congress about this, they just goes out of their mind. It's just
right.
Like they see.
Well, I think so. Here's what I think. I think that we all grow up in a culture of constitutional reverence, right? And it's almost like a religion in this country that I think, and all the oaths in court, it's about defending the Constitution, and children are taught about the First Amendment, particularly, and the freedom of speech, and I think we're taught to revere the Constitution in ways that make it almost blasphemous to say that it's 200 years old and it's not really doing a very good job and we need to start over, right? And I think it's not just that people are too religious about the Constitution. I think a lot of people who see the Constitution's flaws don't want to start over because they're really afraid that if we start over, there's all kinds of, because we live in such a divided country, we'll end up with all kinds of things that we may not necessarily want if we try to open up that can of worms. Yeah.
I agree with part of what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
think if there's a profit margin, we still talk about the economics behind it. Was particularly when we talk about the 14th Amendment. I look specifically, I'll give you for instance, what happens to the life of black and brown folks in the legal system. And the 14th Amendment certainly is a moneymaker for that particular system, and so I tend to take it a little bit further in that particular instance.
Okay,
You know,
Sharon.
But the social discourse is an exercise of cleverness and timing, as far as I'm concerned. I thought that your talk today was brilliant because there were things that are there in front of all of our faces that we just, because of society, because of the question of patriotism, which is what you're talking about, how we're revered in this country, to understand that we have this de facto governance, and to put it in less than optimal terms means that you're treasonous. You know, there's no middle ground. There is no middle ground.
Yeah.
And now the current administration that we have has underscored that in such a way that really leaves 90% of the world out. Or 90% of America out.
Excuse me.
But
excuse me. I'm a Republican.
No.
And I
But I'm not making it a partisan
I know what
issue.
you're saying, but you.
I am saying by the
said this
rhetoric.
administration.
Yeah, but I just didn't mean it to be specific.
No,
listen to me. I'm talking about not a partisan issue. I'm saying the groupthink of America, which is a really much bigger part than a partisan issue. I mean, you know, Dean Sook already said that this is not a partisan situation, even though it's been couched as a partisan situation. What happens is this is the classic have and have not discussion. Because the have-nots have never been able to weigh in. Because they don't have power or access. And that's why they're have-nots.
Right.
So my point is, if we are going to have this discussion, if we're going to really be a more perfect union, as the goal of the Constitution was, and the whole e pluribus unum situation is really going to be embraced, then what needs to really happen is we have to overcome our prejudices. And there, at this point, there's so many of them that the country really has lost its way. And we don't trust each other, nor do we have the leadership quotient that once this country depended upon. Because it was a de facto acknowledgement, well, this is my senator, this is my governor, so they must be right. There was no questioning of that. And now there's a lot of questioning going on based on motive and opportunity, to put it in legal terms. But that's why you're here, okay? As the future leaders, as the people who understand, like Dean Sook said, this is about making recommendations for the next generation. This is going to be your job as the future leaders. So you need to really understand this and be very, very well versed in this. So I encourage you to ask the questions of the Dean while she's here. That's it.
Have
you looked at any data that shows, because I'm noticing a lot of more women are born than men, so I do see this changing in the future, the Constitution adding women in and changing it so that it fits more for women to feel more equal. But do you happen to see that data where a lot more women are being born as a transitioning, like the culture that women might, you see a future woman becoming president or more and taking on more leadership roles, and I don't know, I just
do.
See if you looked at that, because I see that could be an interesting looking at the future, what the future holds for women in terms of that parity in the Constitution and also in terms of the laws. But I don't know, have you seen anything?
So I've not seen data suggesting that more women are being born than men, but there's a lot of data about how women are actually, or girls are outperforming boys in school in almost every advanced industrialized country in the United States and all the European countries. So a few years ago, I was part of a symposium called The End of Men.
So there are a lot of people there?
Some, but the time before women become president and run the world, because women, so we're half the population, and women outperform boys in school, women outperform boys in college, they even outperform boys in law school. So I've seen a lot of the law school data. But what's so interesting is that then, so women have been entering law school, and I'm just going to talk about law school because it's a context I'm very familiar with. I taught law school for 13 years before I joined the Graduate Center. So women have been joining or have been entering into law school in equal numbers to men since the 1990s. Okay, that's law firm partners, leadership positions, they lag far behind. And women have been outperforming men in school for many decades, getting better grades in law school, for example. But if you look at leadership now of like women in my generation who entered law school in roughly the same numbers as men, but in terms of partnerships, judgeships, leadership positions. And so one question is why? And some economists who have studied it say it's actually not a gender gap, it's a motherhood gap. Because if you control all the data, whether it's pay or leadership positions or anything, if you control all of it for motherhood, there isn't actually a huge gap between women who aren't mothers and men in general, whether they're fathers or not. But once you factor in motherhood, it explains the gap. And part of it might be just the practical difficulties of the juggle, and part of it is also discrimination against mothers, stereotypes about mothers. All those things are coming into play, right? And this is why I think when you think about parity democracy is really about the idea that until you get 50-50, you're not done, right? Until you get 50-50, it's not legitimate. And the idea behind that is that you can go on for a really long time with just having like 20% women in leadership positions or 1 or 2 token women, right? And very often if you look at the women in leadership positions where there's only 1 or 2, often they won't be mothers, right? And you'll notice that 2 of the 3 women currently on the US Supreme Court are not mothers, right? Justice Kagan and Justice Sotomayor. And so one of the explanations is that if you actually insist on 50-50, someone will have to be a mother in that group, because that's a lot of women, right? And if you end up requiring that institutions be 50-50, and none of those people is a woman, none of those women are mothers, then it probably means that you're not reproducing the nation at a very desirable rate. So what I'm trying to say here is that once you insist that every institution be 50-50, it does mean that mothers are represented. And it's important that mothers be represented because, not just because we think their perspective is important, but if you don't have mothers represented, then there isn't like a real problem on the ground forcing people to come up with a new plan for social reproduction in all the institutions of society. And we're just talking about really basic things like, are there after-school programs? Because if there aren't, somebody is going to be taking care of the kids. Is there affordable childcare, right? Is there protection or any form of support for maternal health, right? So these are all things that if you have, the reason for wanting to have 50-50 is that it's the only way that you can make sure that on the ground someone's going to pay attention to those social reproduction issues. So, yeah.
You kind of started answering it. As you were speaking, I've just been thinking a lot.
Yeah.
But where I'm running, particularly in my district, it's all men represented.
Oh wow! Where's your district?
It's District 36, Senate District 36, but Council District 12 in the Bronx. and from the congressman to the assemblyman to the council and the senate, everyone, they're all men. Everyone in leadership is men. So I'm thinking I'll be the first, not the first one, but I'll be the only woman, particularly in that district, that would be running. How do you kind of use that message that you were just talking about? You hit on a few of those topics like childcare and women issues, but how do you kind of use that as a strong point in running?
Can I underscore that to give you a little bit of perspective? The Bronx County Committee is also the battleground that she's talking about. This is where Ruben Diaz Sr. comes from. And Marcus Crespo, who is the county leader, is a member of the Reuben Church. Okay, so it's sort of like incestuous. So what's going on? And then the borough president is the son of the father. So that's why it's like a little bit convoluted, because the seat that she's looking for particularly was occupied by Senator Ruth Hassel Thompson before the current person. So she wouldn't be the first woman, but it sort of ended an era when the senator did not get the nod. And because I asked the then county leader, Carl Hasty, why she could not come back, because she stepped down to run for mayor. Because I'm very familiar with this situation. And what was said by Carl Hasty, the county leader at the time, was, we asked her, and she said that she wasn't going to come back but I think it was short-sighted on his part as the county leader, because there was an assumption made that she felt she was going to win as mayor. When she didn't win, there was time for her to come back. And county made the decision, we're going with another young mayor. 20-something, he needed the nod versus somebody who had already been seasoned in the job and was familiar.
In our community, in our district.
Well, this is the bigger platform of what is being dealt with. And that's why a class like this is so important, because we're telling the truth. And we're not shutting our eyes and believing the Kool-Aid. We're sipping the Kool-Aid.
So I think
just running in general, that's what you said. Everything you said is so paramount, because even running in the seat that I ran in as a Republican woman of African descent, being a Republican, the first to run in that space in 35 years, really 50.
Wow.
50. But the truth of the matter is that the few women who are in so-called leadership roles, positions of power, far and few between if we look at it across the board, unfortunately, throughout New York City. And there should be more women that should be clamoring to get in. When we talk about what you bring up in terms, I'm a mother as well, 2.2 children. And what happens is, when I ran,
that's the dog and the cat.
No, because when you have two, it's more than 1 and 1.
Exactly. So at the end of the day,
it's not mathematical, it's just true.
And when you run and you're on the platform, you talk about how to use it. I use everything in my background and every arsenal and everything I can think of, even the lint in my pocket, depending on the day. Because as a mother, you really learn and develop different skill sets. And so it's critical that as women, single and or as a parent, to understand that the future generations do depend upon your leadership. It's really critical that we understand the responsibility of even sitting here. If you choose to really seriously run, whether you win or lose, there is no other platform in which to engage the audience.
Well, let me say something. I do think that the kind of feminism that we got through the law and through the stretching of equal protection was one that was really about gender stereotypes. And I think as a result, in the 1970s, one way of being a successful woman was to really never mention the fact that you were a mother, right? And just be just like the men, and successful on those same terms, right? And I think we've seen, and that was actually what's really interesting is that even in the 1940s in Germany, those women are talking about motherhood on the floor of the Constituent Assembly debates. And even the women who are not themselves mothers are going in there and saying women are mothers of the nation. And so it's a very interesting thing where there's a real kind of embracing of the identity of motherhood. Whereas I think that the way that our anti-stereotyping sex equality or gender equality law developed in the United States, and not just the law, the politics around it, was that if you say that you're a mother, it's a sign of weakness, or it's a stereotype of women, and essentialism, right? And so it was always something that was downplayed. But I think we're actually seeing a shift now. If you see the Democratic women who are coming forward for 2020, I think the fact, and not just the presidential election, I think that a lot of the women and the younger women who have been running in the last 3 years have actually been very vocal about their experience as mothers and how that gives them a perspective, not because like it's biological or something, but how the experience of juggling actually helps us understand what's needed at a public policy level in order for the next generation of Americans, not just my own children, but everyone, to be successful, whether it has to do with things like education policy or childcare policy or affordability of housing. Yeah.
You know what else I think is interesting? In this whole presentation, this whole discussion today, nobody mentioned about fathers. And what is the responsibility of fatherhood? That's not a focal point. But this is the discrepancy. In a way, the founding fathers don't even address fatherhood. But it's a de facto responsibility of the woman. I mean, it's sort of like when you're in therapy, and I've never been in therapy, but from what I understand of the whole process, it's always the mother's fault. Think about it. Because you weren't held long enough, you know, nobody took care of you. But where's the responsibility of the father?
I just wanted to add, when you were talking about the stereotypes of women running in politics, you know, when I look at all these prospective candidates running for president, the women, you know, and I say to myself, you know, one, as a society, is one getting used to seeing women run for such a big office. So that, as a whole, for me, is like, because, you know, we're so used to seeing men run for those offices and try not to be, set a stereotype or a tone of how she should act or, you know, what is an issue she should be addressing. Like, all of those things, like, you know, for me, at least when I look at these candidates, I haven't really quite, not one really resonate with me. You know, and say, oh, I think she would be great. And I feel because I think a lot of our, like you mentioned before, are trying to portray themselves something that they're really not. I think none of them have really, truly, in an authentic way, show, you know, what is it to be a woman, you know, to be themselves instead of trying to be something that they need to be when they shouldn't. And I think that's hurting a lot of the candidates. And so I think they could do so well and so much better if they would just touch upon a lot of women issues, but just in general, just kind of be themselves, you know, when they're going out and campaigning. Because I've listened to a couple of speeches and I don't know, I just felt a little bit disappointed. I think Elizabeth Warren was more a little bit closer because when she speaks, you can tell she's speaking to like her heart is in it, you know. But along the way with some of the lies about her being Indian and all that stuff, I just don't understand, you know, why they need to lie, you know. They have so much going for themselves. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of bring up the whole stereotype thing. It's really interesting. If you know, the survey was done and how women perceive other political candidates running and sort of weigh in.
Yeah, there's a chicken
perspectives on like why do you think this candidate might? What are some things that you wish you would see?
I think there's a chicken and egg problem with it too, because I think if you just had more women in politics, I think there would be less pressure in terms of the expectations of what a woman in politics should look like, whether it's be like a man or be a mother. You know, if we actually get to a point where it's 50-50. But I think there are a lot of institutional reasons having to do with raising money. You know, there are a lot of things going on that make it difficult. But one thing I will throw out there, and it's coming a little bit on the scene in the United States, and in fact has always sort of been on institutional amendments that validated gender quotas in Europe. They're very commonly used now, where there are laws that say that when you're running a political party, like a political party has a list of candidates, and you're just voting on party lists, they actually have to alternate male, female, male, female. Yeah. And so that means that if the party wins all the seats, half the people are going to be women. Right? And when most of my American constitutional law colleagues hear me talk about that, they say that would obviously be a violation of equal protection because you're making sex distinction in the law, right? Right. And in the United States, we actually have an experience with this because after the 19th Amendment was passed, a lot of states passed laws that said for political party county committees, you had to have one committee man and one committee woman per county or per district. So a lot of states, I think 14 states had these laws, but people started challenging them using the 19th Amendment, using the 14th Amendment, saying, how could you say one woman and one man? That's sex discrimination. Right? Or how could you, because it becomes sex discrimination because let's say a man doesn't get to be a committee man because they pick a woman and he thinks he is more qualified, right? Then he's saying that's sex discrimination against me as a man. And a lot of this, and so some of these things were struck down, some of them are still on the books in the states that had them. But they date to the moment after the 19th Amendment was ratified. But the reason they're coming but everyone is saying that's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause because now you're saying if the corporation wants to name an all-male slate, you're telling the corporation that they have to reject a qualified man and put a woman on there instead, and that's sex discrimination, right? And that no one has litigated that yet, but they've litigated other things. So in California, there was a lawsuit against. This was based on California civil rights law. There was an organization called Women Get Paid, or Ladies Get Paid, that's what it's called, and they ran seminars for women about finding out about unequal pay practices, negotiating better pay for themselves, just like a skills course. But they only opened the course to women and not to men, and some men sued the organization under civil rights law, saying that was sex discrimination. And they settled. Oh, they were afraid they were going to lose, so they settled the case. Yeah. And now they let the men come to the seminar. So I'm just saying that these are. So one solution might be to have a bunch of public policies that actually try to get parity in leadership positions, corporate boards, political party committees, other positions of influence. But because of the way that our law has developed around sex discrimination, it's actually not a foregone conclusion that we'd be able to do that in this country.
I was just going to say that,
we gotta time out now.
Yeah.
So
right.
I thank everybody. I mean, okay.
I'm so sorry I was late.
Do you have one last question? I don't want to.
Is there a question? I just want to add on to this parity in leadership roles. We have that in contracts, city contracts with the NWBE. You know, a certain percentage of women should be given an opportunity. Yeah, preference. So we have it. What I'm saying is we have it. It's just a matter of putting it in the political positions and city political positions, but it's there.
So let's take a class picture with Julie.
Great. And I brought some materials. I brought you an article and some materials about the graduate section.
Okay. We need your pretty face in this picture. Come on. Pretty faces in the picture.
Oh my God, I thought I missed an award ceremony, but it's next week.
Well, you guys get your
No, it
photo
just
as well. Thank you. Come on. Yes, this is Sharon Nelson from CREW, Civically Reengaged Women, sitting here talking with Jennifer Rajkumar. Jennifer, we're so excited about your campaign. The young ladies that are watching this are really excited because they hope to one day run for office. So tell us, how's it been so far?
It's been never a dull moment, and I think all the girls should do it. I think that we are the future. We need more women doing this because we're still underrepresented at every level.
Exactly. And Jennifer, I want to tell you, we're so proud of you because you're just getting in there and you're doing it strong. And Southeast Queens is where you're running.
Yes.
What made you pick this area?
So my family's originally from South Queens,
I didn't know
and it's
that.
where so many immigrant families first launched from.
Okay.
And then I went all around the country in search of opportunity. And I came back to my roots to uplift the rest of our communities so we can navigate America.
Beautiful. And we're here at the opening of your office. Very, very exciting. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the space is great.
Thank you so much.
And you're so nice to feed folks and just really wonderful. Good music playing in the background. How'd you find this place, this particular campaign location?
Just by being really connected to the neighborhood, you learn where the spots are. And so we knew this was the hot spot, and we're going to be in the hot spot because we're a hot campaign.
Good. And it's in good traffic area and everything.
Yes.
Very easy to find. So definitely did good homework on that.
Thank you so much. And we have attracted all the celebrities like you, Sharon Nelson. So we've done pretty well
Too
today.
kind, my dear. Tell me, what do you enjoy most about running for office?
I enjoy meeting the people most of all. Because when I go door to door and I meet all my constituents, I meet immigrants who want to succeed in this country. I just meet so many people, and it's those stories that keep me going. It's the single best part of campaign.
Okay, well, wonderful. What we're going to say, we love your literature. Here's her lip. You see, everybody, literature, very important.
Very important.
Okay, but I thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
All the women, I'm in your corner, so please reach out. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
We are in Saratoga Springs celebrating the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote, very close to where that movement all started.
My name is Michaela. Good. Thank you. You too.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
Begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them. For 6 years, we've been working on breaking the bronze ceiling over Central Park, and we're putting the first statue of real women in the park. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
That's wonderful.
They all fought for women's rights. Ceiling. And whether it's in your office space, whether it's in an inappropriate relationship there, whether you check and find out that you're being paid less for the same job, you either accept it or you do something about it to change it.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates, history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating. It was not a perfect movement. These women pushed democracy forward, but they did it at the expense sometimes of African American and other women of color. They made the argument, give women the vote, because white, native-born women outnumber Negroes and immigrants, and women's suffrage is a way to maintain white, native-born supremacy. How many years have we not had the multiplicity of voices that it takes to make good decisions that are in the interest of everyone?
I love the dresses.
Isn't it amazing what they've done with the hair?
In the 19th century, there was a burgeoning of all kinds of experimentation, esoteric religions, there was spiritualism, there was theosophy. This new religious voice opened the door for women's leadership in churches and other religious organizations that then gave them the tools so that they then could organize women for the vote. It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
In April of 1888, he was giving a speech in Washington, D.C. He was reflecting on his time in Seneca Falls in 1848. He said, "When I ran away from slavery, I did it for myself. When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act." Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched. And when I think about what Frederick Douglass and the abolitionists and what they were up against, imagine living at a time when your federal government said it's legal to own you and illegal to teach you. Your government is saying that. I think that many people would run away from that challenge, and thank goodness he and many others didn't, or we would be a very different country today.
Driving to the 19th Amendment. Use it. We will. For so long, we have just been consumers of technology and not the producers. We must insist that in every arena, in every boardroom where technology decisions are made, that women have voice. What would happen if all of these voices could come together to unify behind issues that are important to women and then work together in order to find solutions, either through our legislations or through our own sources of empowerment. These are the early suffragists striving for freedom. Sarah Breedlove, slave-born. Don't sit down and wait for opportunities to come. Get up and make them. Thank you, Sarah Breedlove, Meg Williams Davis Walker.
As women, elevating our voices, what do you think would be our goal within the next, let's say, election cycle?
We talk a lot about gender parity, and I think that means all women have accurate representation in all legislative bodies. And so I'm completely behind the energy to get more Republican women in Congress, to get more unaffiliated and independent women and more women of color, because I think it's really only when people see themselves in government that the government really can thrive.
And we need to galvanize the inspiration of our young people, our girls, our young women, to be better, to have ambition, to demand more.
Starting this fall 2019, there will be 19.2 11. These women went out and voted, who represent what matters to us as women. We're going to have our reproductive rights protected. We're going to have equal pay. We're going to have childcare.
Keep on representing, baby. We're going to ignite their minds.
Ignite their minds.
Their passion.
Their passions.
Let them feel it, understand it, explore it.
I would describe the character of the women in the suffrage movement as relentless and courageous. These women were not playing.
I had no idea that women had spent 2 weeks in prison because they were protesting, as is their right, in front of the White House. The women were tortured and chained. Why? When quitting would be so much easier, when everyone would fully understand if you just stopped and did the easy thing, which would be to walk away and not fight for your rights. And they didn't give up. They just didn't quit.
I'm inspired by all of them, but Inez Milholland died at age 30 on the public stage. She collapsed during a speech she was giving in Los Angeles. She accomplished so much, and she pushed the movement forward, and she was the icon of the movement. She was on the white horse, holding a flag that that said, "Forward to the light," and I think that she's just who you think of when you think about a suffragist.
If I could travel back in time and talk with any suffragist, I would pick Susan B. Anthony. She was certain that women would get their rights, but she was also very fearful that people, especially young women, would quickly forget what it took to get the right to vote.
She voted in the presidential election in the 1800s. She was arrested, and she insisted upon a trial because she wanted it to become part of the public record for exercise. I do believe I read she never actually paid the fine.
I would love to tell her that after elections today, men and women make this sort of pilgrimage to her grave, and they put their "I voted" stickers on her headstone. And that she hasn't been forgotten, and the work and the risks that she and generations of women took has not been forgotten.
If I were talking to a suffragist and I were going back in time and, sitting down with a suffragist today, I would thank her for putting her life on the line to make sure that future generations had full citizenship rights. I would tell her that we are really trying to carry that torch, that we are not going to sit down, that we are going to take the spirit that they created for us and push it forward, and we are persisting.
CREWTV is a movement. We are civically re-engaged women, and this is the Seneca Falls Revisited virtual experience. It's CREW's Centennial celebration event commemorating 100 years of American women's right to vote. It takes place on July 23rd through the 25th of 2020. So go to crewwomen.tv to get your subscription today.
Do you know me? Well, American Express did not know me. Because when I was in the Congress of the United States and I applied for an American Express card, they said I couldn't get one unless my husband signed for it. So I called up Martin, my husband, and I said, what do you believe? You love me because American Express doesn't, and they want you to sign for my card. He said, I love you, Bella. I wouldn't trade you even for Joe Namath, but American Express is going to have to give you their own card, and I'm going to fight with you until we do. And so in the Congress of the United States, we passed a credit law in which we were able to get women to get their own credit. And so I didn't know whether I should really get an American Express card, but I decided I would so I could tell this story. So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
I'm Harold Holzer, and it's an honor for me to join in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, the 100th anniversary of someone who used to represent the 19th. And if that's an awful lot of numbers to digest, they hopefully add up to one extraordinary woman who was born the year women got the vote. and that's my friend and my boss, the late Bella Abzug. I'd be negligent if I didn't mention that this is another milestone in the life that we somehow were fated to share. It's the 150th anniversary of Hunter College, which is Bella's alma mater. She graduated in 1942. Hunter, I would say, changed her life, if for no other reason than it gave her exposure to lifelong pals like Min Kelber and Judy Lerner, who's still with us. Great teachers, great fellow students, activists all. And I know it meant a great deal to her. So I'm going to offer today a capsule race through, I guess, my life with Bella and Bella's life as I got to observe it and participate in it, with an eye on her role as an organizer. Her opponents often dismissed her as a rabble-rouser, but she was in fact a brilliant and effective coalition builder. As a lawyer, as a civil rights activist, organizing the first Mothers Against Nuclear Testing, and then ultimately formal organizations like Women's Strike for Peace and the National Women's Political Caucus. I met her, I will say, kind of as a prologue here in the middle of my talk, 51 years ago when I went to a place called the Pharmacy Center on West 69th Street in Manhattan with my wife-to-be. We were both reporters for a newspaper called the Manhattan Tribune, and we went to cover the first congressional debate for the 1970 race between Bella Abzug and Barry Farber, the radio host who died just a few days ago as I record. And we saw her for the first time, hat and all. And I should say, by way of explanation, that I intentionally put this hat in the background here in my den at home. And it is not a mere prop. It is Bella Abzug's hat, or one of them, which she was nice enough to give to me and sign inside the brim. So that is a Bella relic behind me. Anyway, that 1969 debate, framed at the dawn of the women's movement and the middle of the anti-Vietnam movement, was just revelatory. We both kind of just lost our hearts and our minds. Well, we didn't lose our minds, but we gave our commitment to Bella. Maybe we lost our minds. It was a good thing, though. And as we watched and reported and supported to the extent we could as journalists, as Bella built a candidacy against the anti-war movement and the women's movement, running against an entrenched pro-war congressman named Leonard Farbstein, who'd been there an awfully long time and had defeated opponents like future Congressman Ted Weiss. And to complete this concentric circle, the man who was our publisher at the time, William Haddad, who owned the Manhattan Tribune and who also, as I speak, just passed away about a few days ago. Now, Bella got the nomination that year, or at least the reform designation, to be in the primary by organizing. There was a reform caucus, a big convention, and when it began, one of the organizers said to Bella, well, you can't bring in these women's groups and have them act as delegates. And Bella's famous reply was, that's what you think. And guess what? All of the delegates who represented women's organizations were seated. Bella got the designation, and she became the reform designee to run for Congress. And it was a wild primary. And she had shopping bags that said, carry Bella to Congress, and a great slogan, this woman's place is in the House of Representatives. And celebrity supporters like Alan Alda and Jerry Stiller, who just passed away as I speak a few days ago as well, Alan Alda, all supporting her. And this woman's place was in the House. We covered that campaign. She won it doorstep to doorstep and defeated Leonard Farbstein, and then won a pretty tough race against Barry Farber. And again, had to organize like no other Democrat did in a largely Democratic district, once again, as showing her skill as everything possible that was negative was thrown at her by her foes. Her first few days on the House floor were pretty legendary. No, she did not tell the doorkeeper of the House what he could do with her hat when he demanded that she remove it before going on the House floor. She never wore it on the House floor. I know that because I was with her more than once on the House floor. But yes, it's true, as my friend the playwright Harvey Fierstein just dramatized. She did tell the Democratic leadership that she loved to swim and she was going to use the House pool every morning at around 8 a.m. And she was told, well, that's not possible because the men use it from 8 to 9. You can use it after 9. And she said, well, I've got to go to work at 9. Why can't I use it while the men use it? And she said, and they told her, because the men swim naked. Bella said, well, just tell the boys I'm coming in. They never swam naked again, and Bella integrated the House pool. Now, for those of you listening who have watched the series on YouTube called Mrs. America, which is on one side the life of the political life of the anti-Bella, Phyllis Schlafly, but also the lives of Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and Jill Ruckelshaus and Bella as they fought for passage of the ERA. Bella did not smoke, and she did not play the game as an entrenched, compromising Paul. Did she build coalitions? Yes, she built extraordinary coalitions. She was put on 2 committees where they thought she would fade away, Public Works and Government Operations. She did brilliantly at both, and she built consensus among members to get trade-in money for Westway to New York City mass transportation, to get funding for the money that New York City has always spent for UN protection during the General Assembly. She could not have done that if she did not know how to build coalitions. But she was also a dramatic, radical thinker. She got us the Freedom of Information Law, the Sunshine Law. She introduced the first gay rights bills, unsuccessful at first, but she kept fighting for them. And she won the respect of her speakers, but she not only dramatized the fight for the ERA and other issues, but she built consensus, which was her genius. She knew procedure and she knew the law. And anyone who underestimated her was bound to be quite surprised and astonished by what she could bring to any debate and any vote. Shows you how important the census is. New York lost congressional seats, and her district was combined, of course, with that of a fellow progressive named William F. Ryan. And lots of people said, you should just give the seat to him. And she said, why? Not just because he's a man. It was her home district, Greenwich Village, the Lower West Side and the Upper West Side. And she ran. It was an ugly race, the bittersweet taste of which was still in people's mouths for years and years to come. She lost the race, but Bill Ryan, who was sick through the entire campaign, died soon thereafter, and she was nominated by the party to run, and therefore remained in Congress without interruption in 1972 and was reelected without opposition in 74. In 1976, she had a big choice to make. Stay in the House and continue to accumulate power and influence, or run for the United States Senate against an accidental senator from Connecticut who happened to represent New York named James Buckley, who had won in a 3-way race 6 years earlier and was perceived as very vulnerable. Bella decided being a woman senator was worth it. And let me remind the listeners that at this moment in time, there were no women in the United States Senate. And Bella thought that that was something that had to be addressed. In fact, her slogan was, a stag Senate is a stagnation. Maybe not quite as clever as this one is in the House. But it was a reminder that that glass ceiling had yet to be cracked. I mean, it had been cracked a few times, but it needed a permanent shattering, and she was the person to do it. I was her press secretary for 2 years during that campaign, We visited 60 of New York State's 62 counties. She won support in every part of the state, but as history shows, in the end, she lost the race by less than 1% to Pat Moynihan, and he became the United States Senator. Bella did not rest on those laurels or on that, did not let herself get defeated or defeatist by that very agonizingly close loss. She immediately became head of the Women's Advisory Commission to the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, in an effort to get ERA passed, ratified by the required 38 states. She campaigned tirelessly, and in 1977 chaired the National Women's Conference in Texas. Ford, Rosalind Carter, along with Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, Billie Jean King, Coretta Scott King. It was an extraordinary event, never repeated again, really like the Seneca Falls conferences in its innovative organizing and its extraordinary array of diverse women, black and white, gay and straight, urban and rural, Native Americans and non-Native Americans, immigrants, an amazing consensus group of women representing themselves, their mothers, their daughters, their sisters, and even the reluctant women who did not understand or appreciate the struggle, trying to create a better world for women in the future. Later that year, Bella tried organizing one more political race. There would actually be two smaller races later. She lost a couple of comeback races for Congress, but she did run an exciting race for mayor of New York. One of the best remembered and most fractious and extraordinary races in the history of New York. She did not win that, but her loss was for the world in a way, because Bella, her fame and her celebrity undiminished, moved to an international phase and created the Women's Environmental and Defense Organization, a non-governmental organization in the UN, and worked in Africa, in Asia, globally, to invest in women entrepreneurship, climate protection, really at the vanguard of issues that we now take for granted today, even though the fight continues. She went to Beijing for the Global Women's Conference. Hillary Clinton remembered her there well. In fact, I remember that when Bella died, Hillary, as First Lady, appeared at a Washington memorial for Bella wearing a hat, one of the great signs of respect that any political leader could communicate in that very difficult time. Bella also wrote an extraordinary book called Gender Gap, which reminded women of their power in deciding elections if they turned out, if they stayed true to the cause. Rather influential in women's studies, still taught today. And she raised that amazing voice, that clarion, that loud, brassy, but brilliant voice for as long as it held out. Always colorful, always topped off by that trademark hat, although Bella always said it's what's under the hat that counts. Inspiring a new generation. I worry, speaking of the new generation, that her legacy is a bit in jeopardy. She should not be forgotten. And it should be remembered she did it all. She fought against McCarthyism as a lawyer for people who faced the blacklist in the 50s. She fought for civil rights in the 50s and 60s, was the appeals lawyer in one of the most famous civil rights cases in history, the Willie McGee case, in which an African-American man accused of rape that he clearly did not commit was electrocuted after several appeals. She was a founder of the anti-nuclear testing movement, and of course, will always hold a leading and secure place in the women's rights movement, not just leading women to organize, but working for equal pay and reproductive freedom and LGBT rights as the so-called leader, as the leader of the so-called third wave of feminism. She made a lot of dreams of the founding mothers come true in the 70s and 80s. She took almost all of the incoming fire. There was something about Bella that got a lot of guys and conservatives angry. But in absorbing the flack, in enduring brutal, ugly criticism from time to time, let's never forget that she paved the way for future generations to have it a little smoother in their own activism. Remember again, she was born the year women got the vote, and she made her vote and her voice count beyond what anyone could have expected of a daughter of a Bronx, New York butcher. Maybe everyone but her mother and herself. Her mother gave her all the confidence that she needed to succeed, and she took advantage of every learning opportunity at Hunter, at Columbia Law, and turned her attention to public service almost immediately. It's also worth remembering that there were 11 women in the House of Representatives. Bella ran for Congress in 1970, 15 when she began serving a year later, and that was considered a wave. There were 101 women in the House in 2020, the Centennial year of suffrage. Still only 23%, but almost 8 times what Bella found when she first ran. Had she and people like Shirley Chisholm and others not run in those years, in 70 and 72, we probably would not be even at a fourth today. When she ran for the Senate, no women in the Senate. Today, there are 26. Extraordinary. Still only a quarter, and Bella would probably say that's all, but it's an amazing, amazing change over the last 40 years. For me, she was a beacon of light and an inspiration. Not only what made New York great, outspoken, fearless, also brilliant, impassioned, and ingenious. The kind of teacher that comes along once in a generation, maybe once in a lifetime, like a comet, really. And that's why I said in my eulogy of her more than 20 years ago that she was, for me, my graduate school, my teacher, in addition to my boss. So when you look at the YouTube special, Mrs. America, try to remember that it's not quite the original, that it's possible to be a coalition builder and an activist. All you have to do is look at the legacy of Bella and go beyond the caricature to the real person. She once said, women have been trained to speak softly and carry a lipstick. And Bella carried a lipstick, but she could outspeak any woman or any man, not just in volume, but in ideas and inspiration. So happy anniversary to the 19th Amendment. Happy centennial anniversary as well to Bella Abzug. She may not have been Mrs. America like or Miss America like Bess Meyerson, one of the figures of the 1970s that did not appreciate her greatness, frankly. But Bella was Ms. America. And for that, we're very, very eternally grateful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. In 2020, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in our country. And all of you who are following in the footsteps of the incredible New York suffragists who made this happen. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. Please accept my best wishes for a wonderful event.
The 19th Amendment
giving women the right to vote became enshrined in our Constitution.
My mother stands before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior. It will help open up more options for women.
What about the youth vote? We heard so much after Parkland and the March for Our Lives movement. They were really motivated. Are they really?
So there's two ways to look at that. The glass half full version says that yes, they are turning out in larger numbers than they have in previous elections. The glass half empty side, though, says that they're still underperforming. Let me give you an idea. 18 to 24-year-olds represent 8.9% of all registered voters, yet only 4.2% of them have voted so far. 18 to 34-year-olds represent about 26% of all registered voters, but only 12% have turned out.
A July analysis from the polling firm TargetSmart looked at the change in millennial voter registration before and after the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They found that since then, youth voter registration has increased nationwide by 2.1%.
We saw the response to the tragedy in Parkland was this sort of unprecedented surge in activism where you saw these Parkland students who really began the movement and brought in students from around the country where they had the March for Our Lives. And a lot of that movement was talking about turning that into political power.
Some of the biggest jumps in youth voter registration happened in key battleground states, like Pennsylvania with a 16-point increase, Virginia with a 10-point jump, and Florida with 8%.
A feeling of humility and a feeling of honor and a feeling of being blessed.
Are all emotions Michelle Jones-Galvin feels when she thinks about her family's history. Jones-Galvin is a fifth-generation descendant of Harriet Tubman, and along with her mother, they co-authored the book Beyond the Underground, which chronicles Tubman's life and her most precious beliefs.
Freedom for every single human being in this country and the world. She believed that no other person should own another person, and I think we can all agree to that, and that's what her work was all about.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
Begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right!
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates, history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating.
It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
I did it for myself. When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act. Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched.
is this a good time for drinking? Like, is this a renaissance? Like, absolutely, it's a revolution is what it is. Everything's changed. So there's something that I'm just gonna call before the cocktail, BC, right? And really that's just thousands of years of human experience making mixed drinks, whether it's 6,000 years ago, rice distillate, hawthorn berries, all this junk thrown together, but it was a mixed drink, right? Greek drinks where they'd mix it with like feta cheese and wine, all the way to like punches and colonial drinks like syllabubs and rattle skulls and all these pretty awesome but weird drinks. Then the cocktail comes along. It's first defined in print in 1806, and it's like lightning. There's something about the cocktail that's so beautiful and simplistic. Its form is perfect, and it's sugar, water, bitters, and spirituous liquor of any kind. Before that, certainly some drinks like that existed, but this was like an individualized drink. Now that golden age extends all the way to Prohibition. An entire country that can't agree on anything, an entire legislature that, you know, just gets ground to a halt when they have to like figure out any little detail. All of a sudden, you know, they agree, yeah, drinking's bad. It's like remarkable how this happened. And it really had to do with so many different things. Anti-immigration, women's suffrage, religious conflicts, everything just fed into it. Coming out of Prohibition, home bartending became a little more important. My grandmother, her era, 1950s, and she said, well, when people would come over to parties, I would serve them a Manhattan or a gin martini. If they didn't like a gin martini, then they could have a Manhattan. If they didn't like a Manhattan, then they could have a gin martini. Tiki drinks became huge, and tiki was like a perfect foil for serious cocktails in a not so serious environment. Then the Mad Men era. We all like really admire that, even though it's probably like the most sexist, racist, like homophobic era of our time. Like, I mean, what awful political sentiments, but the drinking was cool and the style was cool. And then we get up to this, sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages, the 70s, disco. And what is cool at that point can't be your grandfather or your father's old fashioned, right? Like the Mad Men went from this real stylistic, cool era to like, those old guys? No, we're not drinking that. We are smoking pot, we are doing LSD. We're not concerned with alcohol. Then you get in the 80s and it's like really angular drinks that are like fluorescent colors, you know, blue, green. Oh, who cares what it tastes like? It's a blue martini, it's a green martini. But it just means that that was a time that was sort of more, you know, style than substance. From 90s to 2000, you see this renaissance of cocktail bars and cocktail bartenders, and all of a sudden, everyone started to look at it and go, cocktails are cool. 10, 20 years later, it's everywhere. Everyone's expected to make a good cocktail. And so when you look at the context of alcohol and you look at its long past with humanity, you realize that it's something that has a special status in our culture and in cultures past. And we're in not the golden age, we're in the platinum age.
Good evening. Tonight's program is one of many inspired by our exhibition, Spirited Republic, upstairs in the Lawrence O'Brien Gallery. If you haven't seen it yet, I urge you to return and have a look. To learn more about the fashions of this lively era, let's get right to our discussion.
We're thrilled to be here. We're talking about Prohibition-era fashion.
World War I was over and everyone just started to party.
I would have, certainly. Absolutely. So we have Charleston dancing near the Capitol. What's going on here?
Well, all these modern dances had already started before the war, but then they really took off in the 20s.
So during the war, people felt that they needed to exercise some restraint.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
You had to welcome the boys home, too, when they came back. In Atlantic City, as you know, the whole business with bathing suits caused a huge scandal. They were arresting people for wearing bathing suits that didn't have a long enough skirt, and gals who were not wearing stockings.
What? Stockings with the bathing suit?
Right. So there was one woman from California.
And a corset? Too?
The older ones were wearing the corset and the long dress, but the younger ones were wearing things like this. But it had to be long enough. It couldn't be without the skirt. The Annette Kellerman style got them arrested. And it was so unjust because while they're arresting people for wearing this on the beach, they're having these commercial beauty boardwalk festivals where the girls are strutting back and forth in the Annette Kellerman skirtless bathing suits with no stockings or stockings rolled all the way down, but that made money for all of the boardwalk executives.
Isn't it interesting, though, for all of us to look at this and reflect upon where we used to be and think of where we are today? I mean, I'd like to arrest a few people today. I don't mind at all. That's fascinating.
Well, they did have a few conflicts with men, too, because
what were the male conflicts?
The men wore a bathing suit, which was briefs, but also a top. And once in a while, some daring person would take off the top, and he could be arrested for that.
Good heavens. Well, I'll say about myself, the only way that I'll go to the beach is if I'm in what is it called? A Victorian bathing tent? That's the only way still. And some menswear.
Oh, yes, we had fun with the menswear. I mean, again, it was like we were, determined not to do the black and white sepia version of menswear. And in particular, we were dealing with the dynamic of sort of shifty characters who were coming newly into wealth and were very much about presentation. They, our Nucky, when he walked on the boardwalk, he wanted everybody to know that he was on the boardwalk. So we dressed him appropriately. And this is Chalky White, who is sort of the black counterpart to Nucky. Photography and film were both so huge, so people were much more conscious of their image and presenting an image, and that it was actually going to be documented. So with Nucky, we always made sure that he was presentable and ready to be,
I think these clothes are great.
These are really great.
Yeah. Thank you.
The menswear is also amazing. We tend to forget that, but it's so fascinating.
Yeah. Well, again, that speaks to the young men coming back from the war and just not wanting to have anything to do with the older generation.
It's so different than Edwardians, much stiffer and more
color.
Uptight, and this is just so
exuberant.
Exuberant, exactly.
Yeah.
So that is our look back at the 20s. With Valerie and John, and we're going to have a little fashion show.
Yes, hurrah!
Oh, our first model this evening is Andy. Andy, come on out. So Andy is wearing an early 1920s mid-lightweight salmon-colored herringbone tweed suit. And this suit is comprised of a single-breasted jacket with patch pockets and matching +4s. +4s are a variation on knickers and are comprised of a 4-inch fold over the knee. Knickerbockers or knickers were popular sportswear for many young gentlemen. The suit was made by Marley Clothes and tailored by the Syracuse Clothing Company. And also, this suit was used during season 4 of Boardwalk Empire, and it's part of Andy's own personal collection. Thank you, Andy. So Lori Crandall, come on out. Lori is wearing this absolutely remarkable casual day dress in silk crepe from 1922. It's adorned with fuchsia panels with colorful peasant-type hand-stitched embroidery in shades of lilac, Victorian rose, and marine blue with metallic gold accents. 1920s wide-brimmed straw and silk beaded hat with grosgrain ribbon appliques. And this hat was made by the Heart of Paris. Quite extraordinary. Thank you, Lori.
Hi, I'm Gerald Alston of the Manhattans, and on this special day, I'd like to sing this special song and a shout out to Miss Sharon Nelson. I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother, and I said, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. And oh, there have been times that I thought I couldn't last for long. But now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. God bless.
I live in Detroit, Michigan, in the city on the west side of Detroit. My mother took me to see Dr. King in Detroit as well as here in Washington, D.C. August 28, 1963 was my 12th birthday.
The buzz on the March on Washington started buzzing about a month beforehand. And as a beginning freelance, I did a lot of work for USIA, and this job came along. The caveat was that I I would get paid twice my day rate, but they would own the negatives for the National Archives. I said, okay, that's fine. Not knowing at the time that this was going to be one of the great historical moments of U.S. history.
Part of our job as the archives is to accession, preserve, and make available records created by federal agencies. One of the roles of the USIA was kind of document what America was all about, to project a view of the United States overseas to foreign countries during the Cold War.
And I was 26 or 27 years old and very spry and very athletic, and I climbed over everything and went everywhere, and I photographed close-ups, long shots. I worked pretty hard that day.
Okay, and what I'm going to do now is take the folder out with the photos in it. These are the photos of the March on Washington.
Okay.
And this is a copy of your folder, the photo here.
I learned about the photo about 2.5 years ago. My cousin was browsing a catalog, and it had calendars in it, one of which was a Black History calendar. She saw my picture on the back, and she called and said, your picture is on a calendar, and you're holding a banner or a pennant or something. So I was just in shock, and I still am.
She was on one of the front row of the crowd on sort of the left side of where Martin Luther King made that speech. And I see some people laughing and some people crying and some people earnest. And she was one of the ones, not only was she beautiful, but she was so involved.
This is the banner that I held August 28, 1963, that I proudly held up as Dr. King and others were speaking. I tell my grandchildren that marching with Dr. King was a very significant part of my life. As they learn about him in school, they can share with their classmates that their grandmother was part of something that was very important.
Her picture was used and has been used since then as the face of the March on Washington. She deserves it.
This is for the grandmothers, the great-grandmothers, the mothers, and others. I am excited because we are actually going to have Juneteenth. The virus is not stopping us, and this is what's going to happen. We are going to walk. I'm leading the walk from downtown Fort Worth out Lancaster to Will Rogers' facility. That's 2.5 miles. And you know that symbolizes that slaves didn't know they were free for 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So don't want you walking, I want you to get in your car and follow me. Have signs on your car that said Juneteenth on either side, and have one on the top, because there's going to be a drone that's going to take all this in. The reason we celebrate Juneteenth was the gains. Are you aware that you couldn't name yourself or your children on property of any kind? You couldn't go to school if you didn't. Somebody taught you something, you were in danger of the two of you being killed. There are so many reasons why you need to celebrate Juneteenth. Thank you, Fort Worth ISD. I am asking that you continue to support us. And one of the things we need is for classroom teachers, librarians, and all of them to make the children aware and to have in their libraries and the classrooms the story of Juneteenth. Juneteenth, a children's story.
Boys think they can play sports better than girls, but I don't think that's true. And like in the old days, the men would go out and get the jobs, and the women would have to stay home and do all the housework and stuff. And I don't think that was fair either. That's the way it was. I couldn't help it.
my dear brother Silas. Today began like any other day. The sun rose over the fields, lighting my sweet family's way to wakefulness. I prepared breakfast, tidied the house, and does not want to wear any of the lovely dresses I make for her. I counted the blessings the good Lord bestowed on me and tried to remain calm while getting them ready. Okay, now go. But all of this I accomplished with much impatience and an eye toward the clock. For a most out-of-the-ordinary event was to take place at 10 o'clock at the Wesleyan Methodist Chapel. It was a convention for the discussion of the rights of women. My dear friend and neighbor Ann Dewey showed me the notice in the newspaper. Oh, now I can see you raise your eyebrow and give me your stern look. And I beg you not to disapprove of me. But a public meeting for women is such a curiosity. And my beloved husband, Mr. Griswold, did not forbid it. So I made up my mind to go. I am only slightly anxious about letting Mr. Griswold take care of our children and our home for the next 2 days. Your loving sister, Lucy.
Years earlier, Lucretia Mott, a Quaker leader who had already earned a reputation for speaking out for the rights of slaves and women, traveled to London as a delegate to the World Anti-Slavery Convention. At the convention, Mott met Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a newlywed who was there on her honeymoon with her husband Henry, also a delegate. Mott and the other women delegates caused an uproar on the convention floor. The entire first day, the men debated not about the evils of women should be permitted to participate. Finally, it was decided that they could remain silent in the gallery. The humiliation of this experience forged a lifelong bond between Mott and Stanton. They vowed to expand the crusade for women's rights after their return to America.
My dearest sister Lucy, you will be pleased to hear of my new position. I now have full responsibility for managing the mill. However, my increased duties have not kept me from doing my work against slavery. I was a little confused by your letter. What did you mean by women's rights? I have just returned from a church meeting where we were given more accounts about the terrible conditions of the slaves. They have no freedom or rights. Don't women already have rights? Men must work very hard to provide their wives with a home and security and to support their children. What more could women desire? Your friend Anne was always strong-minded, even when we were children. I'm surprised her husband still tolerates her. He must be a saint or too old and feeble to control her. Have I not told you that what men most prize in a woman is her affection? My Martha understands this, and it is truly the success of our marital bliss. I urge you to follow her ways. Your brother, Silas.
In the summer of 1848, Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton joined Mary Ann McClintock, Martha Wright, and Jane Hunt for afternoon tea in Waterloo, New York. Stanton, no longer infatuated with being a homemaker, recalled her feelings on that day. I poured out the torrent of my long accumulating discontent with such vehemence and indignation that I stirred myself, as well as the rest of the party, to do and dare anything. They decided to call the first Women's Rights Convention.
What a very good idea. We need some kind of a document that will set forth exactly how we feel about these things. Really?
One week later, they met at the home of Mary Ann McClintock to discuss a plan for presenting their grievances.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
They chose as their model the document which had brought charges against the King of England, the Declaration of Independence. The women called their document the Declaration of Sentiments, and it would indict an entire society.
that I introduce to you my dear friend, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed... that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among liberty and the pursuit of happiness. The history of mankind is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations on the part of man toward woman, having in direct over her. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has never permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to the elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has withheld from her rights.
This is election day, and my brother is 21 years old. How proud he seemed as he dressed up in his best Sunday clothes and drove off in the big wagon with father and the hired men to vote. To vote as well as Oliver? Don't you and I love the country just as well as he, and doesn't the country need our ballots? Then she looked scared, but answered, "Of course we do, and of course we ought, but don't you go ahead and say so, for then we would be called strong-minded."
He has taken from her all right in property, even to the wages she earns. He has made her morally.
I have earned enough to school me a while, and have I not a right to do so? Or must I go home like a dutiful girl, place the money in father's hands, and then there goes all my hard earnings?
In the covenant of marriage, she is compelled to promise obedience to her husband, he becoming to all intents and purposes her master. The law giving him power to deprive her...
As the Lord Christ is the head of the church and the head of the man, so is the man the head and governor of the woman. This is God's choice and should not be transgressed.
He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education, all colleges being closed against her. He allows her in church as well as state, but a subordinate position.
Our colleges were never intended for the education of females. The male brain weighs more than the female brain. This proves that women are intellectually inferior and should be educated for different purposes.
He has usurped the prerogative of Jehovah himself, claiming it as his right to assign for her a sphere of action, when that belongs to her conscience and to her God.
I felt that I had found my vocation. I forgot God and did not know it, forgot philosophy and did not care to remember it. But alas, I forgot to get Bard's dinner. Not only once did I do this, but again and again. The fire went out or the bread ran over in the pans while I painted and dreamed. Had the passion seized me before marriage, no other love could have come between me and art. But I felt that it was too late, as my life was already devoted to another object: housekeeping.
He has endeavored in every way that he could to destroy her confidence in her own powers, to lessen her self-respect, and to make her willing to lead a dependent and abject life.
Dear Silas, you sound more like Father than Father did when he was alive. I must confess, I am confused by all this talk of women's rights. My heart is inflamed as much with a fearful anxiety as it is stirred with new ideas. I never expected to see women speaking so eloquently and with such power in public. Yes, dear Silas, they spoke like men. or even better. Yet, I know I'm very happy in my own home with my wonderful children and loving husband. But what about my lovely Sarah? Should she stay home like I did while her brothers go off to college? Shouldn't a man want a woman who can think and is well educated to be his companion and raise his children? Your loving sister, Lucy. P.S. No need to fear, Silas. I have not signed any declaration. I could not be sure how Mr. Griswold would feel, so I held back. Oh, and by the way, Anne didn't sign either.
300 people attended the Convention for Women's Rights in Seneca Falls. Of these, 68 women and 32 men signed the Declaration of Sentiments, including the African-American abolitionist Frederick Douglass. This gathering demonstrated to those women unhappy with their status that they were not alone, and it proclaimed to the world that here were women and men willing to change the conditions and injustices which oppressed them. They knew their path would not be easy.
My dear Lucy, I urge you not to look away from your own little family circle for the means of producing moral and social reforms. You can be a guiding light within your home and should not participate in public demonstrations.
Amy, come back here.
Amy, you don't want to keep playing with us. Back with your mother on the blanket, okay?
I pray you still believe that women are far superior to men morally. That is why it is your duty to instill your children with those values our dear departed mother taught us. Your loving brother. Ladies.
And at the present time, with the prevailing fashion, one lady occupies 3 times as much space in the world as a gentleman. If the gentlemen are the sufferers,
Little did the critics and newspapermen realize that the negative attention they gave to the first Women's Rights Convention served to spread the flames of discontent to others. The issues, now hotly debated in the public arena, could no longer be ignored.
This meeting, as I understand it, was called to discuss women's rights. Well, I do not pretend to know exactly what women's rights are, but I do know that I have grown for 40 years, yea, under a sense of women's wrongs.
As far as marriages, well, my mom, she's a teacher and she works also, so does my dad. But she quit working for a while to stay home with us until my brother was in kindergarten and we were old enough to stay home alone and everything. And she had to put her career on hold. My dad could have done that too, I think.
But I would expect to, have her own profession, like I would have mine. And though I would expect the food to be on the table at the same time, So it's got to balance out on that.
You see how all the basketball games for boys, they always get on TV and the dream team and all that. But for girls, what do they get? They hardly get any recognition, Well,
they had a dream team for girls.
Yeah, but nobody really paid attention to them.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they did not.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't tell me. They did not pay attention.
In the eyes of the law made by men, women were classified with minors, lunatics, and idiots. They could not own property, make contracts, sue, or serve on juries. A woman was only one husband away from poverty.
Dear Silas, I write with a sad heart the news of Uncle Edward's death. Unbeknownst to Aunt Grace, he had deeply encumbered himself in debt, and the creditors have claimed everything. Now she must leave the very house which her father gave to her. It frightens me that a woman who loses her husband may... And who would take care of us? I shouldn't permit myself to think such thoughts. I must confide in you that I will do everything in my power to secure a good education for Sarah, so she can be independent and realize her own self-worth. We have stopped buying sugar produced by slaves. It is my small way of helping the cause. Love, Lucy.
Dearest Lucy, I will miss Uncle Edward. He was always so much fun to be with, although he helped himself too much to the bottle. Surely Aunt Grace was aware of his drinking and financial extravagances. Perhaps Aunt Grace will remarry and thereby ensure the security of her family. Husbands are the best protection from poverty, even though they are not immortal. My boys are shooting up like cornstalks. I urge them to study hard so they can earn a living and support me when I'm too old to earn any more. My work keeps me so occupied that I worry that I do not spend enough time with them, although I do not know how much time they want to spend with me. Martha is still frail from the birth of Joshua. She looks forward to spending some time with you. Your loving brother, Silas.
The common experience of childbirth and child rearing bound most women together. They spent much of their adult lives pregnant, giving birth, nursing, recovering from births, and supporting their female kin and friends.
By God's grace, I have given birth to 10 children before my 34th year, and though 4 of them have not survived, I am still alive. With God's grace again, I will give life to this one, and he will not take mine. I pray that Jonathan will not take an interest in me again. I cannot bear much more.
Dear Silas, today is Sarah's 16th birthday. Where, my dear brother, do the years go? Sarah is very involved with herself. Oh, I know the stage will pass, but sometimes, she is impossible to be with. I took her to town to buy material for a silk dress. Her ideas about fashion differed from mine.
How about this one here? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Hoskins.
We passed a woman wearing blues. I must say they are not very flattering to the hips. I told Sarah that I would relish the freedom of movement they give. Sarah declared that if I wore such a scandalous outfit, I wouldn't be welcome to visit her at school or tell anyone I was her mother.
My dear sister, mark my words, if women insist on wearing those vulgar fashions, the next thing you know, we will see them smoking tobacco. It is fortunate that your Sarah has not inherited her mother's radical notions. She will need to attract a level-headed young man for her husband, and no healthy member of the masculine sex would ever be attracted to a woman in bloomers. On a more serious note, I am daily more concerned about the great rift that grows between the North and South. I know that Eli is worried over whether he will be able to keep the factory running. So much talk of war that I fear for all our sons and our country. Your loving brother, Silas.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about. He can laugh.
When the Civil War came, women kept the farms producing and the factories running. They donned nurses' caps and marched to the battlefields to heal the wounded. They taught the children and kept the home fires burning. The leaders of the women's movement led the campaign for the passage of a constitutional amendment which would free the slaves. Women expected equal rights for the slaves and themselves after the war.
My dearest Martha, the sadness wells up in me as I write to you about the great loss we share with the death of my dear brother Silas. I hear very little from Eli and my sons. I have been comforted with Sarah's presence as she awaits the return of her husband. While we don't always hold the same opinions, we manage to have lengthy discussions to fill our lonely hours. Once the slaves are free, I believe the Negroes must have the vote to protect themselves from any more abuses. Sarah says that women must also get the right to vote. She feels if women would have a say in the laws of the land, then there would be no wars. Maybe she's right. I still feel that even if we have a say, who would listen to our voices? Martha, Am I just growing old and tired? I wish we could be together now. With loving comfort, Lucy.
When the war ended, most abolitionists supported a constitutional amendment giving African American men the right to vote. They refused, however, to include a woman's right to vote, fearing it would be too controversial and would defeat their cause. This decision created a major split between those woman suffrage advocates willing to put their desires on the back burner and those unwilling to wait any longer for the basic civil rights of all women. The seed planted 20 years earlier in Seneca Falls still had not blossomed.
See, girls always put you down. Yeah, you always put us down. Not all the time. Not all the time? Well, see, look, you just put me down right there. Well, you're yelling at me for putting you down when you put me down, so it doesn't really matter. So both girls and boys say that, but it still means that girls are treated differently than boys. Yeah, true. Have you ever seen a girl president? No. Have you ever seen,
It'll never happen. I don't think it'll ever become equal. Just.
I think it will. I think it will.
Unless we lose gender, it'll never.
See, he still thinks he has all the power, and it's not.
No, I'm not saying that men are overpowered. I just don't think it'll ever be totally equal.
I think it will.
My dearest Sarah, at 40, I know you feel you are too old to take advice from your dear old mother. But at my age, I feel I have earned the right to speak my mind about your daughter and my granddaughter. I sense that you and Charles are afraid that Hannah will be criticized and ridiculed if she enters the medical profession. I hope you will accept this money as my modest investment in Hannah's future. If your father were alive, he would have wanted this too. We must make sure our daughters have the same opportunities as our sons. I'm afraid I won't be around much longer to see all the changes that are yet to come. And yet, I can't help but think about how far we've come since that remarkable day in 1848, and how much of the road is still left to travel. Your loving mother.
The Constitution is a living document. It is not static. As citizens, we need to make it real, not just for some of us, but for all of us. The phrase "with liberty and justice for all" mean all. We're one people. We're one family. We're the American family.
The discovery of an individual's liberty is one of the foundational values of being an American citizen. America has been struggling to define the rights and justices associated with that liberty since the creation of its Constitution. From this struggle evolved the monumental Bill of Rights and 17 more amendments to define and protect our liberties. Over time, the amendment process has been tested by a nation whose national sense of liberty, equality, and the inclusion of all citizens evolved with turbulence and struggle.
When we were planning the March on Washington in August of 1963, I would hear Dr. King say things like, "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters. If not, we will perish as fools."
Freedom, true freedom, is not given by governments. Freedom is taken by the people. The people of America are becoming aware that this freedom to their fellow human beings, and I call them human rights, are theirs to give.
The issues that compel America to continue to define equality and fairness, I think it's innate. I really believe that it's in our soul, that we believe in freedom, freedom of the individual. We believe that humans have a right to peacefully coexist with fellow human beings.
So there are two monumental statues on the Pennsylvania Avenue side of the National Archives building. One inscribed, "Study the past," the other, "What is past is prologue." The message is we should be able to learn from our history so that we're not repeating the same mistakes over and over. And the role of the National Archives is to ensure that people have access to the records that demonstrate how those rights were achieved so that we can learn from those records.
With over 11,000 proposed amendments to the Constitution, and only 27 of those actually ratified, our pursuit of rights and justice continues to be a vibrant part of our democracy. It's up to every generation of Americans to own our democracy and continue this national dialogue of defining our personal liberties.
It is very, very important for all of us as citizens, for all of us as one people, to take ownership of our system of justice. This is our democracy. It belongs to all of us. We must talk about it. We must debate it. We have to continue to fight every single day. If we do not, we will go backward. We don't want to go backward. We want to go forward and complete our effort to create a more perfect union.
I wonder how you all, if you could talk a little bit about how you all came to have your individual passions, your passions for individual freedom, and the concerns that we're really here to talk about today.
I'm lucky to have been here for a very long time. I won't say how long, because then you're going to look at me and go, really? But I've been here a long time and came up, started as a very enthusiastic volunteer, actually, and ended up working on individual cases of human rights violations. And then I got to work with President and Mrs. Carter. And I had lived overseas. I'd lived in Zaire, now the Congo, and understood how important it was what President Carter achieved with putting human rights at the front of foreign policy. So I think for today's conversation, I think what I'm feeling the urge to think about, to talk about, is to build on what the conversation was that they had, which was, where are we on our journey for human rights? Because civil rights, as we understand it, is very specific to participation, access to participation in civic life. And we have in recent years been looking at the rights of women, because not only that we have strong women, and President Carter and Mrs. Carter feel strongly about it, but this is an area where human beings, half of the planet, are actually not full human beings in the way we live. Even in this country, we never were able to pass the Equal Rights Amendment. Women in this country do not enjoy the equal protection of law. And so when we have victims of violence, they are not protected by the law in the same way that men are.
I was able to see how the definition of human sometimes is actually the real root of the problem when you're talking about human rights. Whose rights are we protecting? And in cases, for example, like Thailand, oftentimes the people most often trafficked are young girls from hill tribes. They're not citizens, they don't have any paperwork, so they're not protected by the state, and they're not considered human. And I think you could apply that to pretty much every situation, whether it's refugees without paperwork or people living in poverty here in the United States or in Atlanta.
The necessity for any movement to advance, it had to resolve the internal contradictions. And to the extent that those internal contradictions were not resolved, then you will have a continuation of problems such that a particular kind of movement would not succeed in this effort. So let's expand on that and apply it to this national project that we see here in these United States of America. So there has been this discussion, a conversation in a sense, about freedom and human rights. But there needs to be, I think, a conversation about the conversation. Right, that gets to one of our internal contradictions, which is this capacity, and I think it came out in President Carter's comments early on in his interview, where we almost have this juxtaposition of being able to proclaim with pride the values, the exceptionalism that define, again, this American experience, right? And at the same time, refuse to grapple with the contradictions that defy those proclamations that we make about ourselves.
Getting people, one, to step out of their comfort zones, and whether it's taking a tour of different part of town or different neighboring state, let alone if you go overseas, do you really want to take time off the beach to go and visit an orphanage and see what the struggles are and how you can help? Because sometimes it's something as simple as $20 that a girl needs a birth certificate, just the paperwork processed, so that she can enroll in school. And that $20 that you would have spent in 2 or 3 days at Starbucks could go a long way towards allowing someone's whole entire life outlook to be different.
We started because of an injustice for a little girl who was 10 years old. We shared that rhetoric much like they did contact with in community, on our jobs. And then they rallied with us. And then there were hundreds of us speaking on behalf of that child who was once voiceless. And then we took that voice and we went to legislatures and we said laws must be changed. And there wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4. There were thousands of us across this state of Georgia. And that moved us to work in concert with people we would normally not work in concert with. We worked in concert with men and Republicans and Democrats and independents and people who didn't think like us but knew that there was an injustice, and together we could do something that would change this state and the dignity of those children who were being bought and sold in our communities. And that materialized on May 5th, 2015, with the governor here signing Rachel's Law into act. That's a direct correlation back to the 60s and the Civil Rights Movement. We just took a page book because we didn't have to reinvent that.
I wondered if you all could talk about social media and how this has impacted the work that you do. If it's facilitated it, if there are things in social media that make this work more difficult, what the net balance of it is.
Depending on, again, the concreteness, we have to make those decisions of the proper instruments based on the realities. And I'm not sure if we're having those conversations. Maybe it's our challenges in the kind of intergenerational transfer of technology, intergenerational transfer of movement that we have that conversation. And maybe it's our fault or previous generations' fault for not having this dialogue with our young people and those who proclaim to use social media in the context of movement. Maybe they're just reaching out and grabbing what's there in the absence of that discussion.
If you turn on the news, all you're really going to hear about is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And if you're like me, sometimes you just want to put that on mute. And it's easier to go over to social media and see what else is happening in the world and what else is happening in our state that is not being covered because it's not getting as many ratings. And so it puts the news outlet in the power of people and activists and, you know, to your point, younger people, which Carter said there won't be any change without. So
that's right.
FDR mastered the radio and got the public. JFK mastered the TV and got the public. And Donald Trump has mastered social media and is accelerating with using this. It was a really good point, I thought, because I think there's a caution that we can't dismiss it. We can't dismiss its power. We know that ISIS and Daesh and these groups are using it very effectively, so we can't be naive about it. We have to know it, we have to understand it and how to use it. I think we do have to understand, though, that the civil rights movement succeeded because they had a strategy. They had meetings, they had people meeting face to face.
What about this work makes you hopeful? If you're trying to appeal to people, say this is what you should do, what is it you see that gives you that hope that things can change and that the progress can be made?
I see it when we've rescued 13 boys and they said, thank you for rescuing us, even though we're not a girl, that you saw us. I see it when we'll go to the polls this November on November 8th, and we have the opportunity to vote for Senate Resolution 7, the funding mechanism, the constitutional amendment here in Georgia that will fund the services and the resources for children who have been victims of human sex trafficking. That's hope for me. It's hope for me when my baby girl says, I have a job, Ms. Williams, and no one is tricking me out anymore. We have to have hope in the work that you're doing, and because it's almost like it's the thing that nobody wants to talk about, right? And there are this great work that you are doing and others to provide services to people who are trapped in what we can call slavery, right? And there are whole jurisdictions where they have adopted a comprehensive approach. In Sweden, they passed a law 15 years ago that sees people who are trapped in the sex trade, child or adult. That's right.
And says, we know that this would not be a choice that any person would make if they had other options.
And I think the real way in which you can alleviate the pressure for organizations to pop up and save and recuperate and rehabilitate young girls and boys is for there to be other opportunities. And keeping kids in school is a huge piece of that, which is why all of the organizations always emphasize a component on staying in school education, helping girls finish at least K through 12.
Young people in Ferguson and other types of responses to some of the dynamics that we see unfolding in front of our eyes, I think they demonstrated a certain level of courage, which said that we are prepared to proclaim for ourselves that this is our movement and it's our time. And that's what I think gives me hope. Not that young people are moving, because again, to kind of complete the circle, young people are always moving, they're always responding in some kind of way to challenge what they see to be the distasteful or injustices of their time. But what I think I see happening now is that they're prepared to do so with a certain sense of courage, a certain sense of clarity.
Most people think they can't engage in human rights in their everyday lives. How can you guide us to be more involved in our thinking about thinking about and advocating for human rights?
Really think within yourself, what do you care about? Pick something that just really talks to your heart, and really dive in and go in for the long term. You know, try not to just dabble. You know, dabble until you find the thing. But human rights needs us all because it's actually quite in danger.
I have learned that when I save one male, I generally, on average, save 3 to 4 girls. Because he will not go to try to profit off of her body. Right. When I can put him in school, in a classroom, give him a support system, the mentors that are necessary, counseling if that's required as well, housing, food, and a part-time or full-time job, then he doesn't see it as a necessary evil for him to go and prostitute a child, another girl, or sell another woman.
There's a reason why all the great religions of the world have explicit reference to how one treats strangers. Because left to our own devices, we will hit the stranger over the head with the club. But we have to have these parables, and we have to have these surahs, and we have to have these religious edicts that tell us, don't hit the stranger over the head with the club, see the stranger as your brother and your sister. And hopefully after enough socialization to actually we begin to look at the world this way.
We are in Saratoga Springs celebrating the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote, very close to where that movement all started.
What is going on?
My name is Michaela.
Thank you. You too.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
It begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right!
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them. For 6 years, we've been working on breaking the bronze ceiling over Central Park, and we're putting the first statue of real women in the park. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
That's wonderful.
They all fought for women's rights. Ceiling. And whether it's in your office space, whether it's in an inappropriate relationship there, whether you check and find out that you're being paid less for the same job, you either accept it or you do something about it to change it.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating. It was not a perfect movement. These women pushed democracy forward, but they did it at the expense sometimes of African American and other women of color. They made the argument, give women the vote, because white, native-born women outnumber Negroes and immigrants, and women's suffrage is a way to maintain white, native-born supremacy. How many years have we not had the multiplicity of voices that it takes to make good decisions that are in the interest of everyone?
I love the dresses.
Isn't it amazing what they've done with the hair?
In the 19th century, there was a burgeoning of all kinds of experimentation, esoteric religions, there was spiritualism, there was theosophy. This new religious voice opened the door for women's leadership in churches and other religious organizations that then gave them the tools so that they then could organize women for the vote. It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
In April of 1888, he was giving a speech in Washington, D.C. He was reflecting on his time in Seneca Falls in 1848. He said, "When I ran away from slavery, I did it for myself. When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act. Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched. And when I think about what Frederick Douglass and the abolitionists and what they were up against, imagine living at a time when your federal government said it's legal to own you and illegal to teach you. Your government is saying that. I think that many people would run away from that challenge, and thank goodness he and many others didn't, or we would be a very different country today.
Driving to the 19th Amendment. Use it. We will. For so long, we have just been consumers of technology and not the producers. We must insist that in every arena, in every boardroom where technology decisions are made, that women have voice. What would happen if all of these voices could come together to unify behind issues that are important to women and then work together in order to find solutions, either through our legislations or through our own sources of empowerment. These are the early suffragists striving for freedom. Sarah Breedlove, slave-born. Don't sit down and wait for opportunities to come. Get up and make them. Thank you, Sarah Breedlove, Matt Williams Davis Walker.
As women, elevating our voices, what do you think would be our goal within the next, let's say, election cycle?
We talk a lot about gender parity, and I think that means all women have accurate representation in all legislative bodies. And so I'm completely behind the energy to get more Republican women in Congress, to get more unaffiliated and independent women and more women of color, because I think it's really only when people see themselves in government that the government really can thrive.
And we need to galvanize the inspiration of our young people, our girls, our young women, to be better, to have ambition, to demand more.
Starting this fall 2019, there will be 19.2 million college students in this country. Out of those, more than 11 million, a little more, 11.2, are women. For these young ladies in office who represent what matters to us as women. We're going to have our reproductive rights protected. We're going to have equal pay. We're going to have child care.
Keep on representing, baby. We're going to ignite their minds.
Ignite their minds.
Their passion.
Their passions.
Let them feel it, understand it, explore it.
Thank you all for joining us here in the theater, and for those of you who are joining us through C-SPAN or on YouTube. We're happy to have all of you join in this evening's program. I'm Jim Gardner, the Executive for Legislative Archives, Presidential Libraries, and Museum Services here at the Archives, and I'm pleased to be able to welcome you tonight on behalf of David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States. Today has been Magna Carta Day here at the Archives. We've been celebrating the 800th anniversary of the day in 1215 when King John of England agreed to a charter aimed at making peace between him and a group of barons who were in rebellion. Magna Carta established that no one, not even the monarch, is above the law, and everyone has a right to the law. These principles inspired our nation's founding fathers when they crafted our founding documents, the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights that are in the rotunda above us. Also on display here at the Archives is a very rare copy of the 1297 Magna Carta. It greets you when you visit our Records of Rights exhibit. As you came in tonight into the Archives, it was right ahead of you, not lit up because the gallery's closed tonight, but I hope you'll come back and see our copy of Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is part of an exhibit called Records of Rights in the David M. Rubenstein Gallery. Mr. Rubenstein provided support for the gallery and even put his copy of Magna Carta on permanent display there. Tonight, we have a panel of Magna Carta scholars who will explore the ties between this historic document and how we live today. However, before we go any further, I'd like to tell you about a couple of evening programs coming up soon here in the McGowan Theater. This Friday, June 19, at 7 p.m., the AFI Docs Guggenheim Symposium pays tribute to documentary filmmaker Stanley Nelson, whose films on the African American experience have received wide acclaim. The program is being presented by the AFI Docs Documentary Film Festival in partnership with the Charles Guggenheim Center for Documentary Film here at the National Archives. Then on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m., we'll have a panel discussing D.C. statehood and the current state of our representative democracy. The panel will include former Washington, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams, D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, and former New York Congressman Jim Walsh. The program is being presented in partnership with the U.S. Association of Former Members of Congress. If you want to know more about upcoming events here and all our public programs, please refer to our monthly calendar of events. Copies of the calendar are in the lobby, along with the sign-up sheet to be included if you want to be included on our mailing list for the calendar, either by regular mail or email. Another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the Foundation for the National Archives. The Foundation supports the work of the Archives, especially our education and outreach programs, such as tonight's. You can pick up an application for membership in the lobby or become a member online at archivesfoundation.org. Tonight's program, getting back to tonight's program, will be a discussion of the influence of Magna Carta on American constitutionalism, including its place in the charters of the American colonies, its impact on our founding era, and its continued influence today. This program is presented in partnership with the Constitutional Sources Project, also known as ConSource, and we thank them for their support. The project is a nonprofit devoted to educating lawyers, judges, teachers, students, and the general public about American constitutional history. And with us tonight to open the program is the Executive Director of ConSource, Julie Silverbrook. Julie holds a law degree from the College of William and Mary and a bachelor's degree in political science from the George Washington University. Now, to introduce tonight's panel, please welcome Julie Silverbrook.
Thank you for that generous introduction, Jim. As Jim mentioned, I'm Julie Silverbrook, Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or ConSource. All right, we're good? Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right? Okay, everybody can hear me now? All right, let's try that again. I'm still Julie Silverbrook, and I'm still the Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or ConSource. For short, we're an organization devoted to facilitating greater access to and understanding of U.S. constitutional history, and it is an absolute pleasure to join the National Archives this evening to celebrate the 800th anniversary of the sealing of Magna Carta. Magna Carta has left a profound legacy for law and culture around the world. To commemorate Magna Carta and its powerful ideas, like trial by jury and due process of law embodied in its text, we have assembled an impressive group of scholars to discuss Magna Carta's influence on American constitutionalism. Tonight we will be joined by Jennifer Paxton, a medieval specialist from Catholic University of America, Robert Polito, author of In the Shadow of the Great Charter, who I heard gave a wonderful lecture this afternoon, and Bruce O'Brien, a Magna Carta expert from the University of Mary Washington. Tonight's program will be live tweeted on the ConSource Twitter page, live streamed on the National Archives YouTube page, and I'm told that C-SPAN is also here with us this evening. I hope folks joining us at home and around the world will tune in online and on social media. And with that, I now have the great privilege of welcoming to the stage our expert panelists, as well as our distinguished moderator, Judge Royce Lamberth, Senior United States District Judge for the District of Columbia. Please join me in welcoming them. And with that, I'm going to hand the reins over to our very capable, distinguished moderator, Judge Lamberth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. It's a pleasure to be here at the Archives. As you know, it was 800 years ago today that a group of English barons forced King John to sign a charter known as Magna Carta with the idea that the king's capacity to kill or imprison should not be exercised at his whim, but that he should have explicit constraints, that is, that he would be subject to law, and that neither force nor detention would be used against a free man except in accordance with the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. Those are the words from that 1215 version of the Magna Carta. You'll hear a lot tonight about the impact Magna Carta has had in this country, in both state constitutions and, of course, in the United States Constitution. Since England never adopted a constitution, in some ways the influence of Magna Carta is even greater in this country. Certainly the notions of due process of law and the right to jury trials have developed directly from Magna Carta, as well as separation of powers principles and judicial decision-making on what law is. Some of this is really fascinating historically, I hope you find tonight. For example, when the barons demanded a jury of their peers in Magna Carta, they certainly were not envisioning a jury of commoners. Their peers were clearly other barons. So some of their notions would be a surprise to them if they were here 800 years later and know how we interpret a jury of your peers to include mere commoners. But Magna Carta has become a rallying cry for centuries now regarding what the law of the land requires. And as we debate today current topics like whether the president can legally authorize drone strikes to kill American citizens, we hear citations to Magna Carta even today in legal debates about the power of our president. As many of you know, there was a great ceremony today at Runnymede to celebrate this 800th anniversary. Queen Elizabeth was there, along with the archivist David Ferriero, who is there instead of here, I'm sorry to say, but not sorry for him. I'm sure he had a great time. And many of my colleagues, the president of the American Bar Association, many of my other colleagues from the American Bar Association were there as well. I have to tell you one story about Runnymede, because when I was a student in law school, my last summer before I graduated from law school, I spent in Europe, traveling through Europe, and I decided when I was in England that I would go to Runnymede to see where the Magna Carta had been signed, the original version in 1215. The American Bar Association actually put up the memorial that is there. It was only put up in 1957, so the actual memorial with the plaque was erected in 1957. I hate to admit, but I was there in 1966 while I was still in law school. There was no pathway just in the middle of this field out at Runnymede, so I had hitchhiked up there. I had a Euro pass for traveling in Europe, but it wasn't good in England, so I had to hitchhike during the time I was in England, and I hitchhiked out to Runnymede, and I rode various rides to get up there, and I had my suitcase with me because I was going to Stratford-on-Avon to see Shakespeare's production and to go to the Globe Theater after I left Runnymede. So I traipsed out there in the middle of this field and saw Runnymede and was somewhat dumbfounded there wasn't more of a production to this whole scene, and it was just in the middle of a field, this small memorial, and I trekked back, and as I'm getting back to go back to the highway, I start sliding down this hill. It was pouring down buckets of rain, sort of like when you came in tonight, only buckets of rain, and I slid down this hill. My suitcase came loose and slid down behind me and then on top of me. So I was really one muddy mess by the time I got to the highway. No one would stop and pick up this muddy mess. Eventually a lorry stopped and I was able to get in this lorry and get my way back to Stratford-on-Avon. So I have a very vivid memory of Runnymede. So I'm really delighted to be able to participate in this program tonight. The New York Times headline yesterday read, "Magna Carta still posing a challenge at 800. In typical New York Times fashion, there's also an opinion piece yesterday entitled "Stop Revering Magna Carta" by a law professor from the University of Chicago, naturally. He decries some of the myths that have developed about Magna Carta. We will deal with some of those myths during our program tonight, but the National Archives is a very special place to have a discussion about Magna Carta because, as you just heard, the 1297 version of Magna Carta is on display here. I was in this very room the night that David Rubenstein was honored by the National Archives for obtaining, through an auction in New York, the only copy we have in America of the Magna Carta, and for presenting it to the archives so it could be on display. And the archivist, David Ferriero, introduced me to Mr. Rubenstein that night, and it was one of my great thrills in life to meet one of our real American heroes who's really doing something with the $1 billion he made to improve our life of all of us in this country, and certainly preserving the Magna Carta as one of our charters of freedom is something great he's done for this country, I think. So I think I want to stop talking myself and get to our illustrious panel, and I will start as we do chronologically with asking Bruce and Jenny if they will give us, we'll start with Bruce, sort of a historical overview of the run-up to what happened in 1215, and then Jenny will talk more about the actual sealing of the Magna Carta itself in 1215. But Bruce, you want to start?
Thank you very much. As I was listening to your anecdote, Judge Lamberth, it struck me that your experience and King John's were not so dissimilar. So you could take some pleasure in that, that you have some empathy for that side. Early English Laws, which is a British state-funded project to publish, re-edit, and translate all early English law up to Magna Carta, including Magna Carta. And the reason I say that is because I think oftentimes people think here, and I don't blame them for it, that Magna Carta just springs from nowhere. Suddenly there's this medieval document that appears and it's very important, and there's not a lot of attention given to what came before. And also not a lot of attention given to what came after until it gets to the colonies. And then it does take on a very vibrant and different kind of life. But the texts that we do in the project, there are 150 of them, are in fact all legal texts that predate Magna Carta. So there's a very vibrant legal culture going on in England up to Magna Carta, and Magna Carta, from that perspective, is just part of it. It's not something out of the blue. It's not something so surprising as a legal text, a text where people try to hash out what they think the law should be. And instead of taking you through all of the weeds of those texts, which are a lot of fun, they're all online, they're all free, instead I'll just talk about, I think, something that leads up to Magna Carta that's quite important, and that is the relationship of monarchs to the law. And because Magna Carta itself is, I think, probably at its core, a rejection of tyranny. It's a statement that kings do not have absolute power, that there are checks on royal authority when royal behavior is bad, that these should be invoked. That is an old tradition, not spelled out with quite the same detail as in Magna Carta, but an old tradition in English law. And I think if you wanted to trace when monarchs really started to felt compelled to put promises in writing to their subjects that they will administer the law correctly, they will administer the law fairly, they want their judges to administer the law fairly. You're looking at the 10th century, Edgar, who's king at the end of the 10th century, who is a powerful king, and he is nevertheless someone who makes concessions. And one of them is he begins this practice of promising in his law codes to honor them, honor the very laws, and to not be abusive, not be a bad king. And that practice is followed by subsequent kings. The Scandinavian king, the Viking king who conquered England in the 11th century, Canute, actually creates probably a coronation oath, an oath the kings would take, promising to respect the laws of the land. And in his case, what he was made to promise as part of the deal by which he got England was to honor the laws of Edgar. So again, it's this backward-looking precedent. These are the good old laws, I will honor them. And you can follow that, hopping and skipping all the way up to Magna Carta, even over the Norman conquest in 1066. A dynasty, to call it foreign is wrong because they're cousins. But William the Conqueror fights a battle, kills the king, Harold, and takes over the kingdom. It's always a mistake to have a very centralized government. When they fall very fast. And for hundreds of years, scholars have tried to sort out, what happened. And one of the things I think that is interesting in terms of Magna Carta that happens is you see people taking a lot of pain and political power over the conquest, whether rightly or wrongly, whether that reflects reality. They create a concept of the laws of Edward the Confessor. And each king after, from William on, promises to honor those laws. And those are the laws of the last English king. Now, they don't exist. There was no code issued by Edward. But this notion that the Golden Age had produced laws that all English kings should honor is there. And so there again, kings putting themselves under the law, hearing the law from the people and then putting themselves under it. And so one aspect of Magna Carta is that. It's just that you have a king, in this case John, who is put, though the document is from him, so he's sort of saying, I'm happy to do this, but put under the law, and with a lot of safeguards in place in that first Magna Carta. The only other thing I'll add, and this I'll revisit later when we talk, I think, about some of the common misunderstandings of Magna Carta, is that you should keep in mind, with all these legal texts, it's still very hard to know whether any of them is actually official as we would think of a law as official, something that people would go to as a source or reference. There's just a lot of law floating around, and when you look at what happens to Magna Carta afterwards, people start to adjust it, edit it, merge versions of it. It's really very strange. And so I think we tend to see it as this document that appears, it has these rights, and it comes out of nowhere, and it has an influence. Well, there's a long lead up to it, and there is a different context for understanding it that should always sort of be there when we're trying to interpret what it actually meant to people of the time.
That's great. Jenny, you want to talk about how we actually did it?
Well, it's one thing for kings to promise when they're crowned to follow the law, and it's quite another thing for them to do it throughout their reign. And that's where effectively the rubber met the road with Magna Carta, because we come to a particular king, King John, and John is one of only 2 kings in English history never to have a successor named after him. So there's never been a John II, and I can confidently predict there never will be a John II. That name is definitely off the list. You think about when they name a new prince, what are the names in contention? Not John. Now, there really are 2 proximate causes for Magna Carta. One is a foreign policy disaster, and the other is the character of the king. And I would argue that without those 2 factors, we would not have had Magna Carta. So the foreign policy disaster. Bruce mentioned the Norman Conquest. What the Norman Conquest did was to make England a cross-channel empire. So they've got England, and then they've got lands on the continent that they still control. And that's Normandy, where William the Conqueror came from. But over the course of the 12th century, they acquired basically the whole western seaboard of France. So they own basically half of France, which is great for the English, not so good for the French. So there is a standing conflict between the French kingdom and the kings of England. And it is exacerbated by the weird sort of feudal situation that obtains between them, because those lands in France that the English control, they are held of the French king as fiefs. So the French king is actually the overlord of the English king in his capacity as Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, etc., etc. Now, this is really a false position for 2 kings to be in regard to each other, because the sovereignties conflict. But they haven't sorted that out in the 12th and 13th centuries. And so it leads to a standing conflict of interest between them. There is fairly constant war between France and England in the French territories that the English control. They're always going back and forth across the border. And so now we come to the reign of John. John takes the throne in 1199 when Richard the Lionheart is killed in really a rather unimportant skirmish in the south of France in a territory that he controlled. You have John on the throne, and the King of France is immediately going to try to take advantage of the relative instability of the succession to seize some land. But they come to an agreement. Everything is going to be fine, and then John gets married, and that screws everything up. It's one of the most disastrous marriages in English history for a number of reasons, but one reason is because of who the bride is, and particularly because of where she comes from. This is Isabel of Angoulême. Angoulême is a small territory in southwestern France. The problem with Angoulême is that it adjoins the county of La Marche, and La Marche was ruled by a family that were constantly rebelling against King John. Now, John did not want the Count of La Marche to marry Isabel of Angoulême. They were engaged. So he wanted to block that marriage because he feared that if these 2 territories were united, then there would be this big indigestible block of rebel territory in the heart of his French dominions. So he doesn't want this marriage to go forward. So what is his solution? He marries the bride himself. He scoops in, takes the bride, marries her himself, and oh, by the way, they had been postponing this relationship, the Count of La Marche and Isabel, because the bride was 12 years old. But the king marries her anyway. Now, this might have been okay if the king had compensated the Count of La Marche for stealing his fiancée. But John was just the sort of guy not to do that. It would have been much better if he'd say, well, I'm sorry, I took your fiancée, but here is some extra land, here is a payment, it's all good. He didn't do that. He basically thumbed his nose at his own vassal, and that caused the Count of La Marche to appeal to the King of France. Because, of course, the King of France is the overlord of both the Count of La Marche and the King of England. So he appeals to the King of France, and the King of France has just been waiting for an opportunity to do something against King John. And here this is delivered to him on a silver platter. The fiancé without compensation. And so the King of France confiscates the lands that the King of England owns in France. And then he actually makes good on the confiscation by force of arms. And he invades Normandy and he conquers it. Now, the King of England has lost all the land in France, or lots of it, okay? And particularly the land that people actually cared about, Normandy. And this is a complete disaster. Kings of France, or kings of any kingdom, are not supposed to lose land. If anything, you're supposed to increase it, not lose land. And now John is in a bind because he has to try to get the land back. He needs to pay for the reconquest. He can't pay for it because now all of a sudden he's not getting any revenue from that land anymore. So he has to tax England unmercifully in order to pay for the effort to get the land in France back. So he is now in a vicious circle because the more he taxes England, the more they hate him. Okay? But he has to get the land back or he will lose face as king. And it goes on like this for about 10 years. In 1214, he basically makes one last effort to recover the land in France. He gathers together a coalition of continental allies, in particular his nephew, who is a German nobleman. And he's going to do a pincer movement. So his allies are going to come into France from the northeast. And John is going to land in Poitou in the south on the coast. And then they're going to meet up, head towards Paris, and get the King of France sort of in a vice. But it doesn't work, okay, because John is bottled up on the coast. He can never meet his ally, so his ally has to go up against the King of France alone. And there is a battle between the King of France and this German ally, and the French win the battle. And the battle is called the Battle of Bouvines, and all commentators on Magna Carta will agree that there is pretty much a straight line from Bouvines to Runnymede, because the barons in England are basically waiting on the sidelines to see if John is successful. If he is, maybe they'll forgive him all the other stuff he's done. But if he's not, they're done with him. And this battle takes place in July of 1214. In the fall of 1214, the barons are already gathering together to talk about what to do about King John. And by the spring of that year, they are actively discussing some of the issues that end up in the draft of Magna Carta. So that's the foreign policy cause for Magna Carta, but there is also a character cause for Magna Carta, which is the fact that John was detested widely by his barons. He was regarded as untrustworthy, vicious, cruel. He was just the sort of person who you would have to extract promises from because he didn't keep his word. He was basically well known for that. He was somebody who acted arbitrarily. One of the things that he did to raise money for this continual effort to recover land in France was to fine people arbitrarily for offenses that sometimes were real and sometimes invented. He would lend money to people in unrealistic amounts and then have the debt hover over them. And so people were always scared of what John would do. He was very unpredictable and really just the best example, I think, of the kind of cruelty that John engaged in. He got into a dispute with one of his vassals named William de Brieuze, and he actually had the wife and son of this vassal starved to death. Okay? And this was widely known. All the chroniclers of the time report it. It was widely known. So that was the kind of thing he did. And he also would go around to the castles of his barons and demand to sleep with their wives and daughters. This is the kind of man he was. So this is the kind of person who you would definitely want to promise on parchment that he was going to be a good boy.
Now, Bruce, you mentioned before, it's sort of anomalous that this became such an iconic document in the United States, and I guess part of it, maybe you can also talk about the reinterpretation by Edward Coke and the impact of the English Bill of Rights in this country then. But
sure, it's actually an interesting tale, and it's pretty straightforward. When at one point, strangely, I ended up teaching the American Revolution in graduate school at Yale. Ed Morgan was there, and they were desperate. The Americanists were all off doing work, so he said he'd take anyone who could stand and read, and I could do both. But I had to bone up on American history because it had been a few years. And what I realized in doing that was there was this interesting connection between Magna Carta through the Petition of Right to the Bill of Rights, to the colonial petitions, to the Constitution. And that's actually, I started my students that semester with Magna Carta. They were a little puzzled that that was their first reading. And the reason we see the link is textual. Each of those sources is citing the earlier source. But what happens to it in the 17th century is pretty remarkable. This is England coming out of the Tudor period, which is exactly like the TV show, The Tudors. Oppressive, violent, driven by personal motive. And the Tudors were monarchs who believed in their own power. They thought that they were, in fact, quite the best thing around. And they weren't going to be troubled by the niceties of parliamentary precedents that had been built up over many decades. And they're powerful kings, so they did what they wanted. And Elizabeth is not that much different from her father, Henry. So England in the 1500s is a period where you have a lot of smoldering resentment amongst people who operate in the law, people who operate in the state, not just religious dissenters or Catholics, but these folks. And they began to consider, what they could do. And a lot of them gathered in London. They were associated with the Society of Antiquaries. Sounds very tame, kind of a thing to go, a sleepy place to retire to after your active life. But it actually was a hotbed of revolutionary zeal. And the members there would read old documents. They would read old laws coming back from the Anglo-Saxon period and all the way on through Magna Carta and then laws that have been passed since to try and figure out what their strategy should be. One of them, Edward Coke, ends up as Chief Justice. And he rules in a number of cases in such a way in the 1606 to 1616, somewhere around that's when he serves, in such a way as to reinterpret Magna Carta. Magna Carta is a very narrow partisan document. The people who draw it up benefit from it. The same kind of argument was made about the American Constitution by Charles Beard many years ago. This is partly true and partly not. The barons were very interested in themselves, and so when they talked about people, they were really thinking of well-to-do people. They were thinking of free people, not the unfree. They were thinking of men, not women. That's kind of where they were. And Coke, in changed circumstances and a changed notion of what justice was, rethought it and said, we're going to extend this as a precedent to all men, to all people, not just to, in fact, this very narrow clique. And so in a number of rulings during that period, he did so. That led to, part of that was the Petition of Right, which followed, which was asking the king of the time to, in fact, honor a number of the basic items in Magna Carta that show up there. Those later get expanded on in 1688-89 during the Glorious Revolution to the Bill of Rights. The legal principles burnt out, and that's what the Americans get, because that's when they're settling. That's when they're coming over and colonizing. They have libraries, they have books, they have Cook's commentaries, they read them, they apprentice at law in the same way that it's a similar kind of way that they do in England. And so they're keenly aware of that tradition. That is their heritage, and it's in their charters. And so, I mean, there's this, it's all one culture at that point. And Cook is huge for giving them a new way of thinking about Magna Carta.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Rob, why don't you talk a little about, let's start with Magna Carta's influence on the colonial charters, because that's where it really started here. And go from there to the pre-revolutionary period, I guess. But
okay, so the language of the Magna Carta was reproduced in a number of the colonial charters. In at least one colony, the colonial governor reviewed legislation to make sure that it comported with Magna Carta. In the sort of the discourse, as far as we know of the time, people talked about claiming the same rights that Englishmen had. After the Revolution, they wouldn't speak in those terms, but before the Revolution, they did. So all of that was happening before we had the series of documents that we talk about as our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, and including the Bill of Rights portion. So in the Declaration of Independence, I mean, there's an obvious similarity because they're listing a series, or they're creating a series of complaints about the king, and in this case, justifying why they're separating from the king. So the war is just starting. In the Declaration of Independence, there are some statements that refer to not only the Magna Carta, but the lineage of the Magna Carta. For example, when it says that the king has created a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, the writers are talking about how the principle of the authority being subject to law was not being followed. And of course, our Constitution didn't mean a specific document. It meant all of the principles and customs that English law followed. So that's the Declaration of Independence. In the Constitution itself, there are several references that also connect to the Magna Carta. The first one is in Article 1, listing out the powers of the national legislature, where it says that the privilege of habeas corpus will not be suspended except by Congress and except in very limited circumstances. I should explain just really briefly that habeas corpus is a form of pleading in which you request to be brought before a court so that you can show that you're unjustly confined by the state. So that's why a lot of people talk about habeas corpus as sort of the most basic right as against the government, because it allows you, no matter what the circumstances of your confinement, to come in and say this fact of confinement is unlawful and I must be released. So you go back to Article 39 that Judge Lamberth mentioned earlier, that says that no one will be taken, the king will not go against anyone except by law of the land. And so the law of the land meant that if the confinement was unjust, then you ought to be able to appeal it. You ought to be able to seek relief from it. And this was true whether you were simply captured by the government, whether you had been tried and convicted and had exhausted all of your appeals so that appeals were no longer possible, whether you were captured and not charged with anything. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that's the situation of the Guantanamo detainees today. And when we talk about the legacy of the Magna Carta in our time, I'll say more about that. But so habeas corpus is a form of pleading, and it is the procedure that allows many state detainees to go free, both in England in earlier times and right through to today. So in Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, there is this provision that states the importance of habeas corpus, which connects to Magna Carta, as I've said, and says that it can't be suspended except in very limited circumstances. Then there are the provisions granting a speedy trial, trial by jury, and due process. All of those are reproduced in the Bill of Rights part of the Constitution. So there are two due process clauses in the U.S. Constitution, both the 5th and the 14th Amendment. So the 5th was adopted as part of the original Bill of Rights, the 14th Amendment after the Civil War. Both refer to due process, and again, we'll say more about this later, but due process is another way of saying law of the land. Incidentally, if you want to talk about how the Magna Carta continues to influence law today, and I literally mean today, Julie told me earlier that the Supreme Court ruled this morning on a case called Kerry v. Dinn, and that they cite the Magna Carta for this very principle, that due process means law of the land. So the due process clause has a direct textual connection to the Magna Carta. And then, of course, there's the right to jury trial, because Article 39 and 40 say that you can't be imprisoned or punished except by lawful judgment of your peers or by law of the land, and that to no one will be delay or deny justice. So each of these refers to trial by jury, respectively, and the right to a speedy trial as well. So these are provisions in the Bill of Rights. So you see that in the Constitution itself, we've enacted language that operationalizes these guarantees that are set forth in the Magna Carta, and they become directly part of our law. And of course, since we do have a written constitution, unlike Britain, right, so lawyers will cite to these provisions and even use these rights as a source of an action many times in court.
And Bruce, I take it that a number of state constitutions enacted at that time did the same, relied on language from the Magna Carta and the English Bill of Rights.
It's certainly in a lot of the colonial statutes and charters. It's in a lot of the charters, and is something that through the 1600s is well known to all throughout the colonies, Georgia all the way up to New Hampshire. So yeah, this is something that is, again, I don't think it's all that different initially than what someone in England might have felt. But it's the increasing alienation of the colonies that gives it more freight, because they start going back to these, because those are the things that are challenged by the English monarchs. They say, well, hold on, what is our charter? And it starts to actually take on a new life for them.
Good. You also, Bruce, were talking about the myth of the Magna Carta. Let's talk a little more about what the myth is.
Well, a couple things to say here. One, myth is not a bad word, right? Myth is, I was reading the op-eds today, partly out of vanity. I got to do an op-ed for the first time. You know, no one asks medievalists to do op-eds. So this is it. This was it, you know. I was seeing there's a lot of very similar kinds of things, but people were talking about the myth, and I don't think I used myth, and as if it were a bad thing, that I'm going to expose this document as something like a fairy tale. Well, myth actually isn't that. It's a powerful story in some way. It's something that maybe takes on power outside of its mere words. You know, you could say the Bible has mythic qualities to it. You know, this is fine. So when I use myth, I'm meaning it in that sense. I think we tend to, as Americans, miss some things about Magna Carta that are kind of, they're in the footnotes, so to speak. But they're the kind of interesting things that I think make it come to life. And these, instead of demythologizing it, I think you just keep these things in mind and say, well, this is a human product. Human society is complex, and what it produces is a reflection of that. Well, Magna Carta is a statement of principles, about due process. Robert was talking about due process, the key one, chapter 39. But it also includes several chapters. Chapter is just, might be 20 words that describe something, that draw their text from a early 12th century forgery by Geoffrey of Monmouth, which is about the kings of Britain and Arthur. And this is what people are reading, and they're reading it in Latin, they're reading it in translation. It's available in French at the time, and somehow words make it into the final document. So that's kind of interesting. And then the second is that a number of the key principles about the king being just are first found not in the various drafts and documents, the barons. We can actually track their process of writing Magna Carta. It's really fantastic. You can't do that with many documents. But the earliest document where we see that stuff taking form is something called the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum. It is a forgery. It claims to be the laws of Eber the Confessor, which it is not. And someone has put in Arthur, who is a great legislator and conqueror, has put in all these maxims about how kings ought to be just and ought to rule by right, and a king who does not rule by right is no king at all, and so on. But it's a forgery that they're including it into. I don't know if they know it isn't a law code per se. So that's kind of interesting. The most radical parts of the Magna Carta get cut out. So we get the stuff that, through the tests of time, which means politics, the things that survive through politics, like due process and jury trial. We get those now, but at the time, Magna Carta had a clause for enforcement that was quite revolutionary. The barons would form a council, and when the king misbehaved, they would basically appoint a posse to go after him and rustle his cattle. Or that's the process called distraint. We're going to take a lot of your property until you behave, John. And so they have that all worked out. And John agrees to that. Now, that gets cut out immediately. War starts. But, I mean, that's a remarkable thing. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what survives, but that's even more remarkable. And then the last thing I alluded to earlier, we tend to think, because we're a very text-oriented constitutional culture, as Robert has mentioned, the British don't have a constitution, and it works out okay over there. They've done all right over the centuries. But we think it's very important to have everything in writing. And so we think of writing as here are the words. Here is what the king and the barons agreed. These are what was said. Well, if you look at what happened to Magna Carta after it was issued, so 1215, they agree to it, gets sealed. Copies are ordered to be sent out. Then they're immediately annulled by the Pope, who basically considers John a vassal. 1216, it gets reissued as a... And then 1225 is the big one, and then there's the one in the 30s, and there's one in the 50s maybe. It gets reissued a bunch of times with different chapters. And that's confusing enough, because there is no point where someone says, well, hold on, that's the old edition. You can't cite that in court. Creative scribes began to combine them, taking the parts they liked and dumping the parts they didn't. So anyone walking into a library and say 1230 and saying, well, I've heard about Magna Carta in Rome. I came all the way to see what a fantastic... Well, they say, which version? We have like 30 or 40 different versions of it. And they didn't sort out which king had signed it for 500 years. They thought it was Henry III, not John. And so again, it's in Cook's day, or actually after Cook. It's in the 1700s that they sort that out. So it's a document, but not kind of like our Constitution in that sense.
You had some in England or here.
Oh, I don't know if this is the occasion for that when we're all talking about, Anglo-American friendship today. So,
Rob, you want to talk about the myth?
Sure. I mean, as Bruce was saying, there are a lot of different dimensions to myth and a lot of different ways of understanding what a myth is. But in one specific sense, people have written... Edward Jenks in 1904 wrote an article basically saying that this was not a document that spoke for the common people. This was not an origin of cherished rights. It was simply an agreement between one wealthy person and a group of other wealthy people. And I mean, it's pretty clear that you can't disagree with that on those specific terms. But like the U.S. Constitution, we have a constitutional culture that incorporates a number of myths, including the myth that we were born a free nation, right? There were some people who were very much unfree when the nation was born. So I guess my take on the question of the myth is that it's undoubtedly correct to say that there are a number of mythic things about the Constitution, but that for...
Sort of like the myth that all men are created equal.
Right.
Did not include
exactly right, Judge Lambert. So yeah, but at the same time, we can utilize that myth, and it can still shape our law, and we can move toward a position in law that's actually closer to what the myth was stating.
I had another question I wanted to ask all the panelists, and that is, what do you think is the continuing influence of Magna Carta today? And we'll talk about some specific things, for example, executive action. Rob, you want to talk about that one first?
Yes. So first of all, I mean, there are some real concrete, specific questions today about executive action that force us to ask really what is the executive subject to law, which is the basic thrust of Article 39, right, that the authority is subject to law. You can take the example of drone strikes, for example. This is a due process question in the sense that something's being taken away from people, namely their lives, without a hearing, without any kind of judicial ruling, but simply as a result of internal deliberations within the executive branch. So the Obama administration has explained that to them, due process doesn't always mean judicial process. In other words, due process is a flexible concept. Any lawyer will tell you that, but that in fact it's so flexible that it can be stretched to say that you can deprive someone of their life without going to a court. The deliberations that suffice to be due process can take place completely outside of a court and without any judicial official being involved. And this is something I think we need to talk very seriously about, because what does due process mean if the executive can take life without a trial? I mean, that sort of directly contradicts what Article 39 says.
The barons certainly didn't think that's what they were doing with King John, did they?
I think they would have had a problem with that, yes. And then there's something that some legal theorists talk about, which is a state of emergency or state of exception. So back in the earlier 20th century, Carl Schmitt came up with this theory of a state of exception and basically said that there was always a space beyond law in which the executive. And so the executive was normally bound by the restrictions of the Constitution in a constitutional republic, but that sometimes that state of things had to be suspended, and we moved into this other space beyond rules, beyond constraint for the executive. Obviously, this is a fundamental problem of legal theory, because once you say the executive is not bound by law, not only are you going against this core principle of the Magna Carta, but you're also in a sort of, there are no limits, essentially. Some legal scholars have struggled with this idea, trying to come up with a model of what would an emergency constitution look like. Bruce Ackerman has said that we could have an emergency constitution that kicks in at a certain point, and then it would suspend certain kinds of limits on executive power. And then for it to continue, it would have this is quite a mouthful, but a supermajoritarian escalator, which is, classic academic jargon, but it's not a thing in a shopping mall. It's actually a principle that says the longer the state of exception goes on, the larger the supermajority that has to approve it. So scholars have grappled with this idea, and particularly after September 11th, if there's going to be a state of exception, an emergency constitution, what triggers it, how long does it last, what rules apply? And it's one of these tantalizing problems, because once you admit that there are no limits, how do you put limits back in? So that's the sort of one of the conundra of executive authority in our time, looking back to this basic principle of authority is subject to law.
That's an excellent answer. I appreciate that. Jenny, talk about jury trial and how Magna Carta is, obviously, from my opening comments,
Well,
I think it's had a great influence in this country.
It actually belongs sort of in the category of the myths of Magna Carta, because the word jury is in Magna Carta. So the idea that Clause 39 of Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury is actually a much later interpretation of Magna Carta. That's not what anybody thought in 1215. It's a really interesting example of how two phenomena can coincide in time and then over a period of time actually coalesce. So what you have is Magna Carta being agreed to in 1215, and that very year you have a huge event in the Catholic Church called the Fourth Lateran Council, where Pope Innocent III, who annulled Magna Carta, gathered together a huge assembly of bishops and other church leaders and hashed out a number of very important issues before the church at the time. And one of the things that they did was to ban clerical participation in the judicial ordeal. Now, probably a lot of you have heard of the ordeal. This is where people are forced to walk across hot coals or hold hot irons or be thrown in the water, and if the water accepts them, if they sink, then they're innocent. If the water rejects them and they float, then they're guilty. Now, of course, you have to fish them out in time if they're innocent before they drown. This is something that people make fun of now. I mean, there's a wonderful scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail about the judicial ordeal. But this was very serious business in 1215. A lot of decisions about guilt or innocence across Europe were made on this basis. And the church had grown uncomfortable with it and withdrew its approval. And this almost immediately caused the ordeal to wither on the vine. And they needed something else to put in place in order to decide guilt or innocence in criminal cases. Now, interestingly, on the continent, what they came up with was the inquisitorial process. Okay. In England, they went in a different direction. And by the way, that involves torture. Right? In England, they never embraced torture. Instead, what they came up with as a fix was the jury trial. So juries had been around for other purposes for many years. They were fact-finding bodies. They had been used by William the Conqueror, for example, after the conquest, to try to figure out what did he have in the Doomsday Inquest, where he went around and found out what all the land was and how much it was worth. That was run on the system of local juries. So juries get co-opted to take the place of the judicial ordeal. And over time, people start to assume that the clause about judgment by your peers refers to trial by jury. Okay. But that's not, in fact, how it was interpreted in 1215, because there was no right to a jury trial. There were no jury trials in 1215. So that's one of the signal myths of Magna Carta. By the 14th century, people are making that connection, and by the 17th century, with Cook and other commentators, people are flat out saying that Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury.
And from the beginning of our country, then, we really did believe in trial by jury.
Absolutely believed that that was a guaranteed right as of Magna Carta. It's not in there.
And what about speedy trial?
Well, Clause 40 of Magna Carta says that to no one will we deny or delay justice. So this is the idea that you have to get your judgment in a reasonably speedy fashion. And it is an outgrowth of the sort of things that John would do, which is to imprison people sometimes for years without judgment. And he would do this basically to extort more and more money out of the person concerned and out of their family. So one of the really interesting things that you can do in reading Magna Carta is to see what King John was actually doing by what he was being told not to do. Okay? And this, the speedy trial is definitely
that was certainly one
of those.
Right. Rob, talk a little more about this, because that's really, in this country, has turned out to be extremely important, certainly from Guantanamo point of view, but other points of view in this country. Habeas is the key to the judiciary deciding a lot of things in this country.
Yes, we can go through U.S. history and find conflicts where habeas corpus figured very prominently. During the years preceding the Civil War, habeas corpus was used both to return slaves to their captors and sometimes for slaves to be freed and sometimes for slave catchers to be freed. In Prigg, Pennsylvania, actually the slave catcher was prosecuted under a law prohibiting kidnapping, and then he sought relief through habeas corpus, saying my prosecution, my confinement are fundamentally unjust because Pennsylvania did not have the authority to pass this law. It interferes with fugitive slave enforcement in the Constitution. So habeas corpus is this very powerful tool, but like any other tool, it can be used for different ends. And then when we jump ahead to the Warren Court in the 1950s, the Warren Court broadens access to habeas corpus as part of a more general project of increasing access to the judicial system, political process, striking down, as everyone knows, state-enforced racial segregation. In one particular case, Justice Brennan refers directly to the Magna Carta and how it has been functioning differently in our system with a written constitution than it did in the British system, that in both systems habeas corpus would be a sort of a key component of protecting liberty that came from the Magna Carta. Some historians say Justice Brennan got the history wrong. Maybe he did. But the point is that frequently when habeas corpus is being interpreted, applied, discussed, that there is this connection to the Magna Carta being made. Then in the Rehnquist years, the court restricted access to habeas corpus in some ways. There's a very well-known case, Herrera v. Collins, where a prisoner was scheduled to be executed and claimed that he could prove that he was innocent. So he sought to make a showing in court via habeas corpus that he was innocent. He was denied that opportunity. He was executed. The dissent was very angry in the case. Justice Scalia actually said that actual innocence in our law is not a reason that entitles you to habeas corpus. In other words, Scalia was saying if the trial was fair and you're not complaining about the trial, you're not entitled to a habeas corpus hearing because you've discovered evidence later on. I mean, that's a very controversial statement, but it shows how habeas corpus has been contested, how there's been somewhat of a pendular movement between broadening and then constricting. And then finally, scholars have noted a similarity between the way habeas corpus was manipulated by English kings and the way the Bush administration manipulated it in this specific way by moving a prisoner out of the realm, so to speak, right? The writ of habeas corpus wouldn't reach to them. And so we're talking about taking someone, at least until the Supreme Court said that the Constitution reached Guantanamo Bay, that was a strategy that could be effective. So habeas corpus is not available if you're not in the realm, just as it was not when the English kings moved prisoners out of the realm. And then this brings us up to the 2008 case of Boumediene v. Bush, which is kind of what got me interested in looking at these Magna Carta U.S. Constitution connections in the first place. So Boumediene was a case where Guantanamo Bay detainees were requesting the right to make a habeas corpus petition and had been denied. And in that case, Justice Kennedy cited the Magna Carta directly, said the Magna Carta via habeas corpus was this very important mechanism by which people could protest their unlawful confinement by the government. So there is a real practical legal effect to the continued citation of the Magna Carta because it's a way of putting a check on the executive, and it happens in 2008. One of the other things, if you read the oral arguments in not only Boumediene but the other detainee cases that were decided a couple of years earlier, is that you see there's a question about habeas corpus and exactly how it's used. So when you make a petition, right, so the return is a hearing at a later date when the government comes in and shows their reasons why they've detained the prisoner. Well, what happens if the government says, we've detained the prisoner pursuant to our executive authority. We've detained the prisoner for treason. We've detained the prisoner because the prisoner is a threat to the security of the country. Is that enough? Is that showing enough? Or is there something more that has to be done? Or can then the prisoner respond? So as important a tool as habeas corpus is to protect and secure and sometimes gain liberty, it is also very important to know exactly how it functions. And that was something that was contested by some of the administration lawyers as they talked about how the habeas corpus petition should proceed. And then, of course, after Boumediene was decided in 2008, there were a large number of hearings where, because just getting the right to make a showing that you should be freed doesn't mean that you're going to be freed. And in fact, most of the petitioners weren't. But the years following 2008, up until recently, there was litigation where petitions were made, petitions were denied, the denial was appealed, and so forth. So that's not a particularly happy story in terms of liberty because most of the petitions were unsuccessful. But again, it does show that we're still talking about and trying to come to terms with this tool of protecting individual rights now.
All right, that's a good segue to our final segment of the panel. We do want to take questions from the audience, and we'll be happy to answer questions. The panelists will. I may not. I will if you ask. But first, I would like to say thank you for a terrific discussion for the panelists. Please join me in thanking all of the panelists. For the questions, if you would come down to one of the microphones, or someone will hand you a microphone, well, I would appreciate it, so we can make sure that our audience who's not here in the auditorium also hears the question. And you can direct it to a panelist or to the panel in general, whatever you prefer. You can start.
Was the position of the Church of England affected in any way by Magna Carta?
Yes. The first clause of Magna Carta guarantees the liberty of the church. And it actually grew out of a huge controversy earlier in John's reign. John had refused to accept a candidate for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and this had ended up before the Pope to resolve, and the Pope had imposed his own candidate, Stephen Langton, as Archbishop, and John would not allow this Archbishop into the kingdom. This was probably, on the whole, a bad move on John's part because the Archbishop of Canterbury was ultimately accepted after an interdict, 7 years when the church went on strike in England and no masses could be said, and finally John had to cave, and he actually surrendered the kingdom to the hands of the Pope as a fief. But Stephen Langton, that Archbishop, he eventually had to accept him, and Stephen Langton was right there at Runnymede, and he was probably the author of the first clause of Magna Carta that insisted on the liberty of the church, and what that meant was hands off of elections to bishoprics. Very self-interest point of view, but that clause is still in force in England today. There are only 3.5 clauses of Magna Carta that are still on the books in England. All the others have been repealed, but the liberty of the church is still part of English law to this day.
And an important part of our Bill of Rights as well.
Can I just add as an appendix?
Sure.
You know, that the issue, that confrontation of church and state was something that there had been a lot of practice with. Going back many centuries, the earliest English law code we have from around the year 600 has protection of the clergy in there and trying to sort out what their relationship is to the state. But in the 12th century alone, leading up to Magna Carta, there were archbishops who went into exile, most famously Becket, who was then murdered by enthusiastic knights. And that was also a moment that prompted a lot of soul searching about English law, because that's when we have the bulk of our 12th century manuscripts of law produced. And I think it's just in response to Henry saying, I know what the laws are, and Becket saying, I know what the laws are. People start to look. And so they're trying to figure out what the liberty of the church is, how much freedom should it have, and how do you get a king who is otherwise out hunting, you know, to actually honor these promises.
My question over here.
The title of this panel is Magna Carta and the Constitution, but most countries have constitutions. Can you talk a little bit about the effect of Magna Carta on the constitutions of other countries?
I couldn't. Maybe the panelists can.
Well, one thing that's actually quite interesting is the impact of Magna Carta via the English Bill of Rights on the European Constitution. And there's a tremendous irony at the heart of this, because a lot of these English rights inspired the creators of the European Union. And of course, what's happening in Britain right now, they're actively talking about withdrawing from the European Union. And one of the things that they're concerned about right now is the Human Rights Act regulates appeals to the European Human Rights Court, and they're trying to repeal it and institute a new provision that puts everything on a basis that stays in Britain so that they have no connection to what's going on the continent. So there's a tension here where you've got the British who inspired the Europeans trying to get out of the European construct altogether. So Magna Carta has had some interesting effects around the world.
Your question does raise one other thing in my mind, and that is the controversy, but apparently Magna Carta is not considered foreign law since they cited it today. Question over here.
Well, just to
comment just quickly on the irony. I mean, to me, I mentioned it to the speaker this afternoon, that you have to essentially be strip searched to come to view these documents that actually are supposed to be about our freedom is rather ironic to me. But regarding the build-up to...
I think that's a terrific comment, but it is society today.
Well, and I was actually talking with the speaker this afternoon about just the working hypothesis that I've come to, having had everything that I've owned taken from me over the last 4 years by police or state or county enforcing laws that either didn't exist or were not based on data. But the question or comment I have is regarding the lands that were taken in coastal France. And then you were commenting about the money that was coming to England from those lands. And I'm, always thinking about resources. So was that a fishery issue in that the fisheries that, were very productive in the coast of France, was that the money that was actually supplying John or England with resources to do what they were doing?
Not primarily.
No, okay.
I mean, these were actual tax revenues that were coming into the treasuries in these different French domains. So there was a treasury in Normandy, there was a treasury in Anjou, and that money was now going to the treasury in Paris instead of to England.
Well, I guess my question, though, is the taxes were being levied on what production of goods? Was it coming from, I guess, farmlands as well as coastal fisheries?
Mostly land,
and
other kinds of trade.
And I'm coming at this because while I was defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak in 2013, I was reading a book called The Mortal Sea, and it was a history of the North Atlantic fisheries, and it was actually starting in 900 AD because the author was making the point that by that time the onshore fisheries in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe had been depleted due to human innovation, and that was actually when coastal fisheries were actually starting to develop. And so he's tracking this development of the progression of the depletion of the fisheries, starting in the Eastern Atlantic, moving to the North Atlantic, and then progressing into the Western Atlantic. And it's interesting.
There's a question there somewhere, right?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, he's just noting that in this, when the fisheries were depleted to the point where the Western Atlantic was being affected, the interesting thing in the colonies was there were laws that were basically regulating the fisheries. The irony was those laws were passed by the biggest profiters of the fisheries, and therefore the fisheries continued to decline. And he notes that by the 1800s, the King of England then commissioned a study of the scientific community in England to figure out what they could do. They looked at their research, they came back to the king, and they said, there's nothing we can do. The people fishing have to regulate themselves. And he notes that the King of England at that time put his stamp of approval on that. And so it was ironic to me. I'm reading this while I'm defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court on charges against me because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak, which those charges were ultimately dropped because the state had no data to support closing all these waters. It's just ironic that we live in a culture that's so wealthy. More and more what I'm seeing is, like the Magna Carta, the laws typically are the result of people being sedentary because of their wealth, and therefore there's actually cognitive consequences due to being sitting that creates a lot of fear. And that's something that's at play, I think, especially with 9/11 and these drone strikes and more, especially with our country. Just
okay,
thoughts.
We got the point. Let me go to the question over here. Go ahead.
Hi, my question is about the signers of the Magna Carta and the number of them and whether that number changes. Are there more Baron families added? Do the sons as Barons die off, do the sons sign off on on these different versions of the Magna Carta. I'm trying to do I haven't really found the direct genealogy link yet, but there seems to be, I'm tracing a family right now in particular, and so I have a question around the signers.
Well, I think the farther back you go, the better your chances are of being connected to people who matter. It's pretty easy, I think, for most Americans to somehow hook up into the lower nobility by the 1400s and then to potentially be descendants of one of these barons. There's an organization, of the Barons and Dames of Magna Carta, I think is what it's called. It's an international organization. Oh. And you might want to consult with them because they see it as their task to keep tabs and to verify who is connected. And each time Magna Carta gets reconfirmed, you have new signatories. So in 1225, when it comes out, and that's the official version, that's the one that's trimmed down, the king's okay with it, and it's the one that gets trotted out every time. Only 3 of the barons who had originally signed 1215 are alive to sign, and they're, I think, sons of 3 others, and that's it. But it's a whole new batch. But I don't know if they count. You'd have to actually talk to the organization. I think it's just 1215 is all they care about. Maybe there should be separate organizations for each engrossment. They could have a big jamboree every summer.
That's a great answer. Yes, sir.
I was at the Jefferson Memorial the other day and reading one of those tableaus, quotes from Jefferson in the memorial, and I'll make a hash of it, but be brief, that in a letter to a Virginian, he said that laws that do not change would be the same as a man putting on a coat that he wore as a boy. And being also a liberal arts student and knowing that Wikipedia is the authority on all things, I wanted to ask the notion of the strict constructionists or which used to be called originalists according to Wikipedia, that how could you not see the Magna Carta seemed from listening to you like a negotiating document as a basis, as you said, Judge, about what you could tell by what it was in there, what King John was doing. So that's where I'm a little confused about how you could have such a wide gulf between this idea of negotiation that changes versus these are words that are iron-bound and I can tell what somebody 200 years ago had in their head. You can tell my position. I did enjoy your comments on that.
Can I leap into that? I'm a historian. I'm not a lawyer, and this actually taps the great divide between how we see things. Historians look at these laws from the past and we say these are artifacts. And they worked in their culture in different ways. And historians look at Magna Carta and they see a whole series of documents there were negotiations, there were interpretations, misinterpretations, reinterpretations, all kinds of strange things going on perfectly fine in history. The moment you say, but this needs to be the foundation for things we do in the present, and the present is a moving target, that's when you run into problems. But that's essentially what law does. And it works in a system of precedent. If you talk to an audience of historians, they'd all nod and say, absolutely, we're on your team. Talk to lawyers and they say, well, even if they're not strict constructionists, they say, well, you do have some problems because how then can law provide the stability and predictability that is part of due process, which is one of these great things that we have in our system. And so they don't see the historical way out of that. And historians don't actually know how to advise lawyers either on how to take this into account. As a legal historian, I go to conferences and they're evenly divided. They're the lawyers, the historians, and we all talk to one another and nobody really understands one another. So, and the matter of originalism, the op-ed I wrote for today was taking a shot at that, but it's a standard historical shot that basically Cook reinterprets it. That's a good thing. He reuses the words in different ways, and none of us should be unhappy with that. And that's simply how language operates. But I do think that what the labels that you're talking about are inventions of the present, you know. It's just ways we have of sorting out something that's inherently messy and doesn't work. I mean, that's the great message of Magna Carta at 800 is, so what are you going to show me for the next 800? Because there's a lot of work left undone, and the judicial system, especially in criminal law, is as imperfect as it ever was. I don't see a great advance, but I'm looking at it for several thousand years.
But as the historian says, if you took what Cook said, if you were a strict constructionist, you couldn't accept a lot of those things Cook said. And yet we have for the last 200 years in our country.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there is an image of Edward Cook on the bronze doors into the Supreme Court chamber.
That's right.
Have it removed. Replaced with
There'd
Stephen
be at least
Langton.
one vote for that.
Can I jump into that?
Yeah.
This goes to the reason I went like this earlier and was skeptical about the British Constitution. There are two ways that you can change with the times, legally speaking. You can change the law or you can change the interpretation of the law. And there are two different ways you can go with that. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to our Constitution versus the British Constitution, in scare quotes, that is basically whatever they say it is at any particular time. Their system is far more flexible than ours. It's very malleable. They can change very big things about their system of government, basically with a majority vote in the House of Commons. 1999, they got rid of all but 92 hereditary peers in the House of Lords. Boom, like that. All they needed was a labor majority to do that. So, Lord, whoever, your family's been sitting in the House of Lords for 700 years, too bad. They created a Supreme Court. They hadn't had one. They created an entire branch of government, basically, like that. Vote in the House of Commons. We have only amended our Constitution 27 times. And 10 of those amendments were done in the first 2 years, right? So it's a very, very different way of proceeding. What we have to do, if we want to change with the times, is to see things in our Constitution that nobody knew were there at the time. And that's really where the argument over the Constitution ends up.
That's right. Your question.
The seeds and evolution you've described of the limit of power on government through English, this history and consequent colonial and American culture. Are there any other examples of this throughout the world of a people or a government submitting to such limitations? Or is this sort of a unique English culture thing?
It wasn't unique at the time. In fact, the period of the early 13th century was a period when a lot of charters of liberties were being issued. You can see them in Spain at the time, in Poland. So this was a trend around Europe at the time. The thing is that all the others basically went by the boards. The English one is the only one that remained salient. So it was the sort of lone survivor of a trend that was very operative.
I will add to that. I mean, from my point of view, as a judge appointed for life who can do whatever I think is right, I see foreign judges who come to visit in Washington, and I try to describe our American system of justice to them. And they all have great constitutions, and they all have lots of things on paper that sound terrific. But push comes to shove, if they can be replaced by the king or the ruler of the country easily, it has to affect how they rule in cases. We've never impeached a judge in our history for how they ruled in a case. We've been fortunate. There was an effort to do it one time with the Supreme Court justice. It failed. And we've never impeached a judge because of how they ruled in a case. They have only been impeached when they got in some other trouble. As we know, sometimes that happens. But judges are free to do what they think is right. And it's an independence of our judiciary that really doesn't exist in many countries. So that whatever they have in their constitution, or whether they have something like the Magna Carta, is really less important than the way their judiciary functions and whether it has independence. So from my point of view, one of the most important things of our system of justice and separation of powers that started with the Magna Carta and empowering judges to decide when the king is violating the law, our system of justice ensures that we have that independence, which I think is one of the geniuses of our system.
Can I add, as an appendix to that, the place where I'd start to look for the explanation, because I was thinking about this as you were talking, and this very marked difference in systems, is that all of continental Europe in the Middle Ages and early modern period ends up following the Justinianic Code, which also gets shipped out to weird places like South Africa and so on. And it's an autocratic system. It's a system that operates very top-down, where the English system, if we can talk about their constitution being flexible now, what was it back in the Middle Ages? It was, kings negotiated with barons. There were frequent rebellions and civil wars, not as bad as the Spanish, but and there were moments of autocracy. But in the end, the whole legal system is founded on judicial precedent, really. So there must be something in that explains why this particular Charter of Liberties lasts, and not just that England had better librarians who kept copies.
I think that's right. Yes, sir.
That's sort of along the lines of the question I was going to ask, which would be, given the fact that during this period, of late medieval history, there were a lot of people trying to use law for different purposes. I've read that the rulers were typically fostering the start of the study of canon law and fostering the origin of the universities, in part to use the rule of the church's law to help justify their own rule. But what was in it for the English barons at this time that caused them, even though bad King John, as we call him, was so very bad, what do you think prompted them to turn to law in this case, as opposed to the usual solution, which was to go sack his castles and burn and choose another king the old-fashioned way?
I've written on this. I thought it suitably obscure, but you've asked the question. And the difference is the English develop, and you don't see this anywhere in continental Europe, a literature of complaint that is founded on law. And so the way you complain about a monarch is with legal texts. And you also produce legal texts as part of that. And so I study what are called Anglo-Norman legal apocrypha. If that doesn't put you to sleep, nothing will. And what that means is texts whose authority is unknown and produced in the post-conquest period. And there are forgeries and frauds, and they are loved by the English. And especially after Becket, the English who are resentful of the king, I think it's the bishops, are making copies of these and then using them to argue their cases. Not in the sense of they're citing it, but they're getting fuel to the fact that things, if the king is going to point to the past and say, that's the way I am, we have the evidence against him. So that's how they begin to complain to monarchs. And I think that actually plays in. The text I mentioned earlier, the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum, is produced in 1206 probably. And it's some of the same people involved in the Magna Carta debate have chosen the vehicle of this huge compendious list of all the laws of England translated into Latin, into which they've inserted principles that they want to govern things. That is their big strike. It doesn't go anywhere. And then you end up with the developments in the Civil War and Magna Carta.
Let me just add to that once King John repudiates Magna Carta, the barons do choose an alternate claimant to the throne. They actually offer the throne to Prince Louis of France, who is the son of the King of France, who had the whole conflict with John in the first place. And they invite Prince Louis of France onto English soil with a French army and attempt to depose King John. So if you're not going to follow the law, we're going to replace you. And that's something that the English do repeatedly. And the last time they do it is with the Glorious Revolution. And when James II, the Stuart king, is deposed, and one of the reasons that he's deposed is because he interferes with the independence of the judiciary. That's one of the things that really, it's a straw that breaks the camel's back when he tries to fire justices for ruling against the king.
One last question over here.
Yeah, hi, Elaine Middleman.
Hi, Elaine.
Hi, Judge Lamberth. Former Chief Judge Lamberth, I should say. I recently was in a conversation with another lawyer. The Supreme Court has a case called Garcetti, which limited employee speech under the First Amendment. And this lawyer just had argued a case in the Connecticut Supreme Court, and I was reading about it, and the Connecticut judges said, well, we're going to have a higher standard than the federal. And I just thought that was pretty shocking. And I was wondering if the Magna Carta made some distinction between state constitutions and laws and federal.
In its origins, no. I mean, because it is just a statement about the realm, however fuzzy its borders. How it gets used, I don't know. I mean, is there anything about state interpretations versus federal interpretations or uses of Magna Carta?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, when you think about, I mean, this is more broadly about state versus federal law. I mean, one of the metaphors that's used is that the state can set a higher ceiling but not a lower floor. So the state can give rights beyond what the federal government requires but can't set the level of rights lower. So this is more responding just to how this happens in U.S. law. But I think it happens because we have this strong tradition of states' rights and that states are sensitive about what they're let alone to do.
Good. Well, on behalf of all of us in the audience, I want to thank Rob and Jenny and Bruce for a very enlightening discussion. I also want to thank all of you hardy souls for showing up on a night like this. So I commend you for being here. I didn't think there'd be that much interest in Magna Carta, so I'm glad to see you all here.
He had an ex-wife, and he made Isabel of Angoulême and the first wife live together under the same roof. That was the sort of charming fellow he was. When Isabel of Angoulême, when King John died, Isabel of Angoulême returned to France, never mentioned King John again, and married the son of the original fiancé. Not joking, really happens.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
And we're putting the first statue of real women in the park. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
Starting this fall 2019, there will be 19.2 million college students in this country. Out of those, more than 11 million, a little more, 11.2, are women. If all these young ladies, these women, went out and voted, then we would see men and women in office who represent what matters to us as women. We're going to have our reproductive rights protected. We're going to have equal pay. We're going to have childcare.
Keep on representing, baby. We're going to ignite their minds.
Ignite their minds.
Their passion.
Their passions.
Let them feel it, understand it, explore it.
I was born Ida B. Wells in Holly Springs, Mississippi, before the close of the Civil War. My parents, who had been slaves and married as such, were married again after freedom came. My father had been taught the carpenter's trade, and my mother was a famous cook. My father called Jim was the son of his master and one of his slave women, Peggy. Mr. Wells had no children by his wife, and my father grew up on the plantation. He knew little of the cruelties of slavery. I do not remember when or where I started school. My earliest recollections are of reading the newspaper to my father and an admiring group of his friends. The Freeman's Aid had established in 1866 one of its schools in our town. It was called Shaw University then, but is now Russ College. I was visiting my grandmother down on the farm when life became a reality to me. One day, a hail at the gate brought me to the door. 3 horsemen were there, and one of them handed me a letter telling the progress of the yellow fever, and these words leaped out at me: Jim and Lizzie Wells have both died of the fever. I wanted to go home at once. I was the oldest of 7 living children. There was nobody but me to look after them now. When I got home, I found 2 of the children in bed with the fever. All had had slight attacks of it, save Eugenia, my older sister, who was paralytic. The baby, Stanley, had died. So I took the examination for a country school teacher, and I got a school 6 miles out in the country. After 1 term, I went to Memphis on an invitation of an aunt. My Aunt Belle said she would take care of Eugenia. My 2 brothers were put to work on their farm, and I took the 2 little girls with me to Memphis. I secured a school in Shelby County, Tennessee, which paid a better salary. One day, while riding on the train back to my school, May 4th, 1884, I took a seat in the latest coach, as usual. The conductor took my ticket, then handed it back to me, and told me that he couldn't take my ticket there. In a little while, when he finished taking tickets, he came back and told me I would have to go in the other car. I refused, saying that the forward car was a smoker, and as I was in the latest car, I proposed to stay. He tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm, I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand. I had braced my feet against the seat in front and was holding to the back. He went forward and got the baggage man and another man to help him, and of course, in dragging me out. They were encouraged to do this by the attitude of white ladies and gentlemen, some applauding the conductor for his brave stand. I hired a colored lawyer to bring suit against the railroad. After months of delay, I found out he had been bought off. I had to get a white one. Judge Greer kept his word, and in the circuit court, Judge Pierce, an ex-Union soldier, awarded me damages of $500. The railroad appealed the case to the state Supreme Court, which reversed the findings of the lower court. In the year 1886, I taught in California, Missouri, and Tennessee. I never cared for teaching, but I had always been very conscientious in trying to do my work honestly. The correspondence I had built up in newspaper work gave me an outlet. The Reverend William J. Simmons, D.D., could not resist the opportunity to look up the brilliant Iola, my pen name. He wanted me as a correspondent of his paper and offered me $1 a letter weekly. For the next 3 years, I was on staff of the American Baptists. Dr. Simmons encouraged me to be a newspaper woman. I bought 1/3 interest in Free Speech and Headlight of Memphis. I was editor. Things went along smoothly for the next 2 years until an article I had written about the city schools. I was still teaching. Yet, I felt some protests should be made over the conditions in the colored schools. The school board failed to re-elect me. While I was thus carrying on the work of my newspaper and had proved that I could make a living of it, there came the lynching in Memphis, which changed my whole life. Because I saw the chance to be of more service to the cause, I took a position on the New York Age and continued to fight against lynching and lynchers. About 2 months after my appearance in the New York Age, 2 colored women said they thought that the women of New York and Brooklyn should do something to show appreciation for my work. This led to meetings which grew in interest and numbers and culminating in a testimonial at Lyric Hall on October 5th, 1892. The slogan adopted was to raise enough to enable Miss Wells to publish her paper, Free Speech, again. The older inhabitants conceded this testimonial to be the greatest demonstration attempted by race women for one of their number. The best womanhood of those 2 cities and the leading colored women of Boston and Philadelphia came, a brilliant array. It was the beginning of the club movement among colored women in this country. The women of New York and Brooklyn decided to continue the organization, which they called the Women's Loyal Union. Later on, women in Boston organized themselves into Women's Era Club of that city. Another great result of that wonderful testimony in New York was an invitation to England and the beginning of a worldwide campaign against lynching. When I finished my work in England, I went to Chicago and the 1893 World's Fair. The Torgy Club set aside Thursday afternoon as Ladies' Day and invited me to speak to the club. I told them of the club movement in the East and urged them to consider establishing an organization of their own in Chicago. The outcome was the permanent organization of what was called the Chicago Women's Club. I took work on the Chicago Conservatoire, settled down to make Chicago my home, and develop the Women's Club. Then I was invited to return to England and sail the following February, 1894. During my absence, the club applied to the state for a charter and took my name for its own. Upon return in August, I came to Chicago. The Ida B. Wells Club took a leading part in helping to arrange a wonderful program. Mr. F.L. Barnett presided. One evening, at the close of an address in Rochester, New York, a young man sneeringly asked, If colored people were so badly treated in the South, why didn't more of them come north? Miss Susan B. Anthony said, I'll answer that question. It is because we here in the North do not treat Negroes any better than they do in the South. She strove to inform her townspeople on this subject too. As her guest, she remarked to me at the breakfast table that I could use the stenographer to help with my correspondence. When she returned, she found me busily engaged. Did my secretary come? I said, no. She went into her office, came back into my room and said, well, she's gone. I said, who? She said, the stenographer. I asked her, why didn't you tell Miss Wells what I said about writing some letters for her? Then the girl said, it's all right for you, Miss Anthony, to treat Negroes as equals. But I refuse to take dictation from a colored woman. Indeed, said Miss Anthony. Miss Wells is my guest, and any insult to her is an insult to me. Come, get your bonnet and go. Those were precious days in which I sat at the feet of this pioneer and veteran in the work of women's suffrage. But she also told me that when the Equal Suffrage Association went to Atlanta, she asked Frederick Douglass not to come because she did not want him to be subjected to humiliation. And she didn't want anything to get in the way of bringing the Southern white women into our suffrage association. And you think I was wrong in doing so, she asked. I said yes, because she confirmed white women in their attitude of segregation. She showed no resentment of my attitude and seemed eager to hear all sides of my question. In 1995, I was married in the city of Chicago to attorney F.L. Burnett. When the Ida B. Wells Club knew about it, they asked for the privilege of giving me a reception and managing the whole affair. The Women's Republic State Central Committee attended in a body, accompanied by their husbands. The church was filled to overflowing. I decided to continue work as a journalist, for this was my first, and might be said, my only love. I had already purchased the conservatory from Mr. Barnett and others who owned it. My duties as editor, as president of the Ida B. Wells Women's Club, as speaker in many white women's clubs, kept me pretty busy, but not too busy to give birth to a male child, March 23, 1896. When the meeting of the Association of Colored Women's Clubs was called in Washington, I was present with my 4-month-old baby. It was a famous gathering of famous women. There was the only daughter of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Mrs. Booker T. Washington, and Mrs. Church Terrell, who was believed to be the most highly educated woman we had in the race. She was chosen president of the consolidated organization. In September, I found the political pot beginning to boil. Our Women's State Central Committee wanted me to travel throughout the state again. I said I would. I greatly enjoyed these meetings and the opportunity to show the women of the state why they should organize. In only a few instances did I see any of my own people For if the white women were backward in political matters, our own women were even more so. About 1913, the Illinois legislature was considering enfranchising the women voters of the state. I had been a member of the Women's Suffrage Association all during my residence in Illinois. When I saw that we were likely to have a restricted suffrage, and the white women of the organization were working like beavers to bring it about, I organized what became known as the Afro Suffrage Club with a white colleague, Belle Squire. I was elected president and delegated to attend the March 1913 parade, sponsored by the association in the nation's capital. But because of racist attitudes, colored women were relegated to the back of the line. I refused and told them that the Southern women had tried to evade the question time and time again by giving some excuse or other every time it had been brought up. If the Illinois women did not take a stand now in this great Democratic parade, then the colored women were lost. I declared, I shall not march at all unless I can march under the Illinois banner. I was asked to come down here to march with the other women of our state, and I intend to do so or not take part in the parade at all. Either I go with you or not at all. I am not taking this stand because I personally wish for recognition. I am doing it for the future benefit of my whole race. And I left. But as the delegates marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, I quietly walked out calmly to the delegation and assumed my place alongside Belle Squire and Virginia Brooks in the Illinois delegation. I had a smile on my face. By the end of June 1913, Illinois became the first state east of the Mississippi River to enfranchise its women. We could vote in municipal, presidential, and in some state contests. The Suffrage Club wasted no time. We canvassed the neighborhood block by block, asking women to register so that they would help put a colored man on the city council. By 1916, the Afro Suffrage Club had 200 members, and that year, we helped elect Chicago's first black alderman, Oscar D. Priest. I continued to work actively for civic, social, political, and racial justice. And in 1930, I ran for state senator as an independent, but lost to the incumbent. I leave you with one thought. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, which should be exercised in the preservation of our rights.
This is a story about a colored woman living in a white world. It cannot possibly be the story of a white woman. A white woman has one handicap to overcome, that of sex. I have two, that of sex and race. I was born Mary Eliza Church on September 23, 1863, in Memphis, Tennessee. Both of my parents were slaves. My father, Robert Reed Church, was the son of Captain Charles B. Church and a slave named Emmeline, who was taken west by her owners. My father's father gave him everything that he wanted. My mother, Louisa Ayers, was a lady's maid and later opened a hair salon, first in Memphis, then in New York. She had been taught to read and write and even had French lessons. My father bought a saloon, and we lived in a suburb of the city where my first playmates were white. Once, when we visited Captain Church on a Sunday, I said, "Captain Church is certainly very good to us, Papa. And you know what? You look just like him." "I reckon you do, because he likes you." That's when I learned he was my white grandfather. My parents divorced when I was about 6, and my brother Thomas and I went to live with my mother. When I was 7, I was sent to Ohio to a model school on the campus of Antioch College until I was 12. I attended high school in Oberlin and later Oberlin College. During this time, my father became the first black millionaire in the South. In 1884, I graduated from Oberlin College, where I had prepared myself for a day when I could promote the welfare of my race. My father did not understand, and he wanted me to be a lady. Most girls run away to get married. I ran away to teach. In 1885, I was on the faculty of Wilberforce University in Ohio, and the following year, I moved to Washington, D.C. to teach Latin at the colored high school there. Robert H. Terrell was the head of my department. Then, in 1888, my father offered to send me to Europe to study. So I spent 2 years learning French, German, and Italian, where I experienced art galleries, museums, opera, theater, and cathedrals. I renewed my friendship with Robert Terrell when I returned to Washington to teach Latin and German the following year. In 1891, we were married. I plunged into activity, becoming the president of Bethel Literary and Historical Society, a member of the District of Columbia Board of Education, the first black woman in the country to receive such an appointment, and most importantly, I co-founded the Colored Women's League of Washington. I had always been a suffragist. And when we merged with more than 100 women's clubs in 1896 to become the National Association of Colored Women, I was elected president and served for 5 years. Our motto, lifting as we climb. In union there is strength, is a truism. Acting upon this principle, the colored women of the United States banded together to fulfill a mission to which they felt particularly adapted and called. Women of our race became partners in great progress and reform. Nothing was nearer to our hearts than our children. We needed free kindergarten in cities, and the women of the National Association saw to it that even the little strays of the alleys came in contact with intelligence and virtue. The women of the masses needed more knowledge. So we taught mothers in families and had mothers' congresses in every community. Lifting as we climbed, we looked forward to the future, large with promise and hope. I organized and I corresponded with club leaders. I publicized successes and traveled miles each year to address meetings. And I served as an unofficial ambassador to predominantly white women's organizations. I had always attended conventions of the National Women's Suffrage Association. On one occasion, when members were preparing a protest against an injustice, I asked that the resolution include the injustices of which colored people are victims. Susan B. Anthony asked me to word the resolution I wished to have included, and she invited me to become a member of the association. We became friends, and I spoke at many suffrage meetings and conventions at her invitation. When I became a professional lecturer, I always put the colored women in a favorable light every time I addressed an audience of white people. In 1904, I was invited to deliver an address to the International Council of Women in Berlin. I proudly represented not just the American suffrage movement, but the experiences of African American women as well. When I realized that the audience would prefer I give the speech in German, I addressed them in German. Then, my friend Susan B. Anthony asked me to attend the 60th anniversary of the Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York in 1908. I admonished my sisters of the dominant race at the National American Women's Suffrage Association 4 years earlier to stand up not only for the oppressed sex, but also for the oppressed race. Unfortunately, that call was rarely heeded. My suffrage philosophy was an intersectional vision that embraced both race and gender. Like Sojourner Truth and Ida B. Wells Barnett, I believe that however much white women needed suffrage, colored women needed it more, and we all needed universal suffrage. When Alice Paul founded the National Women's Party in 1913 and staged marches in front of the White House, I often joined the pickets. That same year, I marched in the suffrage parade in Washington, D.C. with the Delta Sigma Theta contingent from Howard University. Relegated with other black marches to a separate section so as not to offend the sensibilities of the white Southerners. I had to demonstrate that African American women wanted and deserved the vote just as much as white women. My daughter Phyllis and I took a turn on the National Women's Party picket lines outside the White House in 1917. And even though we avoided arrest, we were later awarded the special prison pen created for those women who had been jailed in these public protests. I was honored to be selected as a delegate to the International Congress of Women for Permanent Peace Conference in mid-May of 1919 in Zurich, Switzerland. Jane Addams and Jeannette Rankin were two of my companions. Jeannette Rankin from Montana was the first woman elected to the U.S. Congress in 1916, 4 years before women received the vote nationally. I experienced one of the greatest moments of my life when I addressed 3,000 people. Speaking in German, as I had done 15 years before, I said, "You may talk about permanent peace until doomsday, but the world will never have it until the dark races are given a square deal." Then, I offered a resolution to the convention. We believe no human being should be deprived of an education, prevented from earning a living, debarred from any legitimate pursuit in which he chooses to engage, or be subjected to humiliation of various kinds on account of race, color, or creed. The convention unanimously adopted my resolution. It was the greatest night of my life. If I had died that night, I felt that after the work I had accomplished for a persecuted race, I would not have lived in vain. The 19th Amendment was ratified August 26th, 1920. That's 100 years ago. Women voters were eligible to vote nationwide in the November presidential election. Black women eagerly registered to vote. But when the Women's Party had a victory celebration in 1921, and I read a statement urging Congress to investigate the disenfranchisement of black women in the South, Alice Paul would not say that she endorsed the enforcement of the 19th Amendment for all women. Just the same, I spent my days convincing women that they must vote. And I wanted to reach each and every woman in each and every campaigner's state so that she would register and vote for Warren G. Harding as president and Calvin Coolidge as vice president. Harding was a Republican, and he had offered to support the Anthony Amendment. And in spite of my husband's death in December 1925, I kept fighting on. In 1929, when Congresswoman Ruth Hannah McCormick decided to run for the United States Senate, she asked me to come to Illinois to take charge of the campaign among black women. I spent months traveling through the states lining up votes for McCormick. 3 years later, I was in New York to work for the re-election of Herbert Hoover with the Republican National Committee. But not surprisingly, when I applied for membership in the American Association of University Women in 1946, the Washington chapter rejected my application. I believe I would have been a complete coward unless I opened the way for other colored women. And I appealed to the AAUW's National Board. After 3 years, the members voted to welcome black women with open arms. At 86 years old, I was admitted to the Washington branch. My advice to the timid is keep going, keep insisting, keep on fighting injustice.
I stand before you as a convicted criminal. In 1872, the judge said that I was in violation of the law because I voted for the president, and he ordered me to pay a fine. I refused because resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. And I never did pay a fine, and I never went to jail. I was born Susan Brownell Anthony on February 15th, 1820, near Adams, Massachusetts. As a true Quaker, my father, Daniel, fully believed that men and women were equal before God. My mother, Lucy Reed, was a Baptist. We all supported temperance, abolition, and women's rights. I learned to read before I was 4, and my highest ideal was to become a Quaker minister. My father believed in educating his girls so they could be self-supporting if necessary. There was only one career open to women. Back then, it was teaching. which I began when I was 15 and taught until I was 30. I remember the first time I ever heard of suffragists was because my family were so intensely interested in the subject. And I was quite surprised to learn that my father, mother, and sister Mary had attended the 1848 Rochester's Women's Rights Convention and signed the resolution, including the call for suffrage. I met my oldest and longest woman friend, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, in 1851, 3 years after she had been one of the organizers in the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York. I gave my first public address to 200 people at the Daughters of Temperance meeting in March 2, 1849, and was invited to a statewide meeting of Sons of Temperance as an affiliate group representative in January 1852. But when I stood up to speak, the moderator said, "The sisters were not invited here to speak, but to listen and learn." I went from the convention to the newspaper and persuaded an editor to run the story of me being shut out of the meeting. Then I urged interested citizens to come hear me speak the following day, and we organized the Women's State Temperance Society. I recruited Elizabeth Cady Stanton to serve as president and write a speech for me to present. We had our first meeting in I was invited to a Sons of Temperance meeting. I was not allowed to speak again, and a prominent clergyman denounced me and all other women who dared to venture out in public. That September of 1852, in the same city of Syracuse, New York, I attended my first Women's Rights Convention and supported Lucretia Mott for president. She was elected chair with me as secretary. Mrs. Stanton and I attended the second convention of the Women's State Temperance Society in June of 1853. She addressed the crowd on the issue of women's rights. She discussed the need for divorce reform so that women could escape abusive alcoholic husbands. But men in the organization staged a coup, elected a male president, and defeated Mrs. Stanton's re-election as president. Then they changed the name of the organization to the People's League. "Do you see at last?" Mrs. Stanton asked me. I replied, "Yes, I see at last." I became an unapologetic feminist. In August of 1853, I attended the New York Teachers Convention and explained the cause of disrespect of the profession was that society said women did not have brains to be a doctor, lawyer, or minister, but had brains enough to be a teacher. So all the men who condescended to teach were admitting that they had no more brains than a woman. A small group of women introduced two resolutions. One gave women the right to speak and fully participate in the organization, and the other one supported equal pay for female teachers. Both resolutions passed. And for the next 9 years, I attended every state teachers' convention and fought for women's rights. Changing the laws was the solution to women's problems. Mrs. Stanton and I went to the New York State Legislature February 14th of 1854. Mrs. Stanton addressed the Judiciary Committee, but they refused to take action. I continued to work for women's rights, temperance, and abolition when the Anti-Slavery Society asked me to become their New York State agent in 1856. I arranged lecture tours for myself and other speakers as well. In May of 1860, at the 10th National Women's Rights Convention, an abolitionist declared, "You are not married. You have no business to be discussing marriage." I said, "Well, Mr. Mayo, you are not a slave. Suppose you quit lecturing on slavery." I never felt I could give up my life of freedom to become a man's housekeeper. I'm sure no man could have made me any happier than I have been. Several months later, I had a conflict with my abolitionist colleagues when I refused to turn over to authorities an abused woman and her daughter whom I had aided. I started a speaking tour of the National Women's Rights Convention when the Civil War broke out in 1861. Sadly, I suspended the work of the suffrage movement for the duration of the war. So in May 1863, Mrs. Stanton and I formed the Women's Loyal National League and met in New York City. We offered support to the federal government and pledged to collect 1 million signatures on a petition supporting the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. But when offered a resolution supporting civil and political rights for all citizens of African descent and all women, the attendees rejected it. The most devastating blow came at a meeting in 1869 of the American Equal Rights Association, a group we had formed to gain the vote for everyone. During the debate over the 15th Amendment, I argued, it is not a question of women or black men,